to order. Can all who are able please rise for the acknowledgement of traditional lands? We acknowledge we are hosted on the lands of the Mississauga of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and the Wendat. We also recognize the enduring presence of all First Nation, Métis, and Inuit people. Miigwech. Please be seated. Sorry, we've got overlapping papers. All right, I'm going to ask for an approval of the agenda, but just with a proviso to trustees that should this meeting go very long, we may wish to reorder the agenda later on. So I would just ask for your indulgence on that because I foresee that this may be a long one. So could I have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda, please? Trustee Laskin, Trustee Dawson, thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. Any opposed? Okay. Can I ask trustees, next order is conflicts of interest. Are there any declarations of possible conflict of interest? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on. Up next, we have delegations, and we have a number of delegations today. So we will be hearing lots of information from the public. And I would just, before we start, I would just remind everybody that the Code of Conduct applies to delegations. Delegates have 5 minutes. At the 4-minute mark, you will hear a chime that will alert you to the fact that you have 1 minute left. At the 5-minute mark, I will begin to speak, and if you have a live microphone and you continue to speak, the microphone will be cut off, whether you're virtual or not, because we're trying to make it fair for everybody. So we will be stopping at 5 minutes. After that, trustees have the ability to ask questions of clarification only. And so if you could just, if you're on the line or if you're in the room, if you could just hold on for 1 second, don't get up because there may be questions of clarification, there may not be. So welcome to all our delegates. We have lots in the room and some online as well today. So we're going to start with our first delegate, which is in person, I believe. So I'd like to call to the table Jalal Lee. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I will just add that Jalal is from Claude Watson School for the Arts. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the trustees. My name is Jia, and I am one of the school council co-chair from Claude Watson. I have 2 boys, grade 3 and grade 5 at 2 TDSB schools. I am speaking here today about the TDSB Central Student Interest Program. First of all, the intention of the interest program is supposed to be reduce systematic barriers such as geographic, socioeconomic, race, and improve access for a wider range of students. However, the current operating procedure are not providing equitable access. The admission of 20% seats priority is offered to self-identification basis as Indigenous, Black, Middle Eastern, and Latino. There's no verification of a socioeconomic status, but only a focus on the race. Questions to the board. Why these races only? What about socioeconomic status? What about mixed gender, ethnicity, background students? Where do they fit? How is this process providing truly equitable access to all programs? Secondly, the TOPS program at McGinnell CI and the MAX program at William Lloyd Mackenzie are examples where 50% of the seats are offered to the local catchment area, which create a geographic barrier within the TDSB. Questions for the board. Were there any public consultations? Are we really reducing the systematic barriers, or we are in fact creating unfair lottery system within TDSB? Thirdly, I watched Madam Chair's TVO debate on May 9th, 2023. Madam Chair referenced audition fee as one of the barriers to the interest program. I want to let the Madam Chair know that this is not true at Claude Watson, at least. Audition fee can always be waived upon request. This was not and will not be the barrier for entering the program. I'd also like to share some other things happening at Claude Watson. The board has informed the school of staffing allocation a projected number of 300 students in 2024. However, based on past experience, there will always be last-minute withdrawals due to various reasons. We have expressed our deep concerns to the board system superintendent, Dinah, regarding this potential leaving and backfilling of the empty space. However, the board is not willing to take students from the lottery waiting list or nearby schools such as McKee or Hollywood, which those schools has tremendous enrollment pressure. On the other hand, El Hague, our school, for example, has been permissioned to backfilling future empty seats. Questions to the board. Why we have different backfilling process under the centralized program? How is this fair? Lastly, the revamp of the whole student interest program only conducted with limited consultations. As an active school council member, I participated in some of the consultations, such as online survey and Zoom meetings during the COVID. However, what was described in the initial consultations was very different versus what the interest program looks like today. Did anyone ask our special program teachers how their teaching plan will look like after removing the merit admission criteria? Keep in mind that future students did not go through the audition process, so they will be uneven level for arts or academic achievement, leading to requirements for staff to revamp the course offerings and the program structures. Any prior consultation on the curriculum changes? I also want to point out that even previous TDSB Chair Brock, who was a lottery program supporter initially, but proposed a motion on September 22 trustee meetings, indicating the student interest program requires system-wide consultations. Trustees, this interest program procedure raised huge concerns about fairness and equity of programs. I strongly urge the board to reevaluate this program's operating procedure to ensure equitable access. And we need all trustees to support to pause this program temporarily. The lottery, without thoughtful operating procedures, will destroy all the excellent programs we are having at the TDSB. I still have 26 seconds. I'd like to play a video. A voice record from Claude Watson students performed 2 weeks ago at the Ontario Children's Art Festival. Please save our programs. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Dawson, I see you have questions of clarification.
I just wanted to clarify, so you are a representative of the school council for Claude Watson, and I take it you have children there
I have
at
one
Claude Watson?
I have one child there. Yeah.
And did your children, or did your child have to do an audition in order to get into the school?
It was a online. It was a virtual audition. Yeah.
Okay. Was your child taking private lessons for their art prior?
We didn't prepare anything. We just saw he's talented and interest in the art, so we just gave a try. My child is a boy. Of course, there's no dance, no vocal lessons.
So your child has had no lessons for the field of study that he is.
But my child loves drawing. He's very creative, just so you know. He's an athlete, competitive swimmer.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Trustee Pei?
Yes, thank you for delegation. You instructed that.
Your mic.
Mike, oh, sorry. You raised the issue that the board never done a proper consultation for this lottery system. Could you elaborate on that?
The initial, I think the special specialized program, which was initially provided a consultation, was told that, oh, we are trying to remove the barrier. It will be not truly lottery. At least all the students need to describe their interest. However, like based on the procedure, like we've done, like admission process, everybody just need to click the box, one of the 5 races, if they are. Otherwise, they just indicate none.
The
and they
question, can you
submit.
answer the question was related to consultation, not,
Thank
if you could stick to the
So,
question, please.
I guess that's my question to the board as well. Like, how much level of consultation have you done? Did you consult the teachers, staffs? How do they feel about that? Did you ever provide a resource or thoughts about like how are they going to teaching with like different level of students moving forward? For example, the TOPS program was a average mark of 90 students versus the average mark of 60 students.
Ma'am, with all due respect, I think you've answered the question, and this is going beyond the question. Trustee Pei, do you have further questions?
Yeah, I have a further question regarding your comments about Madam Chair's answer or interview at the agenda piece. You said that Claude Watson is normally would have process waive the audition fee if certain applicants have a financial difficulty. Can you elaborate on that, how that process has been done with Claude Watson?
So I've confirmed with the Claude Watson staff. On the application, there's an audition fee. I believe that it was $25 historically. The fee was never collected during the pandemic because it was all done virtual. But historically, family can request to waive this fee as needed.
Thank you. I finished my question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for coming today. There's no further questions.
No problem. Thank you for listening.
Okay, next up we have Lu Sun. No, I think she is. Yeah, she's here. Good afternoon. So there's a timer on the clock at the 4-minute mark, or at the 1-minute mark. You will hear a chime giving you an indication that your time is coming to an end, and you will have 1 minute left. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair and the Board of Trustees. My name is Lu Sun, and I'm a parent of 2, one of which is at Claude Watson School for the Arts. As a parent who sees this special school firsthand, I really appreciate that there is a variety of program in the TDSB so that students with different potential can have a chance to pursue different educational paths that are meaningful to themselves. Unfortunately, with the current implementation of the student interest program, I worry that choice is no longer there. I want to start by applauding the board for its willingness to look at change to better equity and have access and integration of our education system. The courage and the heart behind tackling such a complex problem is admirable. But I worry that the implementation of it has some serious inconsistencies that will undermine the board's goal of equity and access. So I want to start by challenging the assumption that the kids in these programs are somehow trained elites. The truth is, a lot of these kids are often isolated in their own local schools. So for example, the math whiz kids are often called nerds because they're considered too far ahead of their peers, and they're worried to tackle complex problems. And the musical kids are often considered disruptive in their class because they break out in songs during quiet study time, or they can't keep their feet still in a regular program. I can't tell you the joy in my heart when my daughter comes home on days and he says, "Mom, we're allowed to sing during art class." So the goal of these specialty programs are meant for students with a special affiliation to come together in a place where they can thrive. And the teachers and schools are gotta have some way of identifying kids and put them together so that the programming can be delivered successfully. With the implementation of a lottery system, that ability is gone. And then there is the removal of wait lists. In CSWA's case, our waitlist is destroyed after March 22nd, and there are only 60 spots per grade. So if the students decide for whatever reason the program is not for them and drops out of it, then these spots will be lost without a waitlist to draw upon. So what happens to these spots then? How would this help our goal of increasing access? And the fact remains that these programs are the only public pathway available to prepare kids for competitive, rigorous university level programs. The elite family always have a choice. They can go to private school, they can move to other boards. It's the underrepresented families in low or poor socioeconomic families that are impacted because they have no way to move. And if we limit them to their local schools, they no longer have access to these special programs. In a perfect world, every school should have art, STEM, trade, specialty programs. But until then, these are the only pathway that a child can have. So for example, in the case of TOPS program at Mark Gnu, 50% of the seats was offered to local catchment students. So students from other underrepresented geographical area within the board, Scarborough, for example, who would have had the chance to apply to this program, now would have no access to this program. So is Flemington more underrepresented than Scarborough? How did the board determine that? Right? With the unavailability of optional attendance, the only option for a special child in a disadvantaged community is access to these specialty programs. So it seems to me that the goal of the TDSB is to limit kids to their local school, under the assumption that all schools offering the same thing should be more equitable. But that is a dangerous path because, as we all know, TDSB schools are not equal. Lee side is not the same as York Memorial. We should be moving toward more movement and more choice instead of the other way around. And taking away choice and making all schools uniform will only hurt the overall quality of public education across the board. And to address the issue of equity, could we not set aside certain seats but still keep the entrance requirement? I refuse to accept that equity access and some demonstrated interest cannot coexist. So therefore, I urge the board and the committee of trustees to reconsider this implementation of the students' interest program so that both can coexist and allow the specialty program to keep flourishing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good timing. First up, we have Trustee Laskin. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much for speaking to us. I just want a clarification. Did I hear your assertion that unless kids went to a specialty program, they wouldn't be successful in post-secondary?
I didn't say that. I'm saying that these are programs that are designed for students to come together and have a place to be okay for their specialty, whether it's art, singing. My daughter is exactly that. She's shy, but she has trouble keeping still. So it's a really godsend to have a chance to be able to sing or to be able to dance and not be considered disruptive in her class.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Lusan. Thanks for coming today.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Jason Irving. Okay, so then we will move ahead to Jen Huang and we'll come back to Jason. Jen, are you here? This is virtual, actually, this one. Is Jen Huang in the Zoom room? Yep, okay. She's in the room. Okay. Can we advance the screen and come back then? Okay, so Jen Huang, you are up. If you can press *6 to unmute if you haven't already. Jen, are you there? Jen, if you could press *6 to unmute, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So the way this works is you will have 5 minutes. You will hear a chime after 4 minutes when you have 1 minute left. At the 5-minute mark, your time will be up, and then there may be questions of clarification from trustees. So you can start as soon as you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Dear trustees, TDSB staff, thanks for the opportunity for me to be here to present my delegation. As a parent of TDSB student, I think a student interest program does not meet the students' interests. It hurts students' feelings, destroying the specialized programs. I have 2 points to make. One, student interest program is not real equality. Equality means that every person has equal right to access education services and facilities without discrimination, regardless of race, place of origin, color, sex, age, family status, etc. Let's look at selection criteria of student interest program. 20% of the space are saved for underserved communities, 50% of space for students self-identifying as female in math, science, and technology programs. 50% of seats of top programs and max programs are saved for students living in schools' local catchment area. Students who are identified in above 3 groups have higher chance to be enrolled in specialized programs than other students who are not. So dear trustees, does this selection criteria sound like equity to you? I read the same to my child, who is in the elementary school of TDSB. He said, no, it's not. It's unfair for students who are not in those 3 groups. TDSB's director said, the student interest program is to remove the barriers, but the reality is it is increasing the barriers. The student said, I have been working very hard to get good grades, to have the chance to get into the specialized programs. But now, the student interest program makes me feel like my rights are being violated. It is diminishing the academic excellence. It hurts the students who work hard and destroy the specialized program. Second, when TDSB was making policy, there's a lack of transparency, data, education expert, or community consultation, and it gives insufficient time for trustees to review proposed changes before it was put into vote, which means this policy is not based on common value, common sense, or common voice from the public. There's no measurement or metrics defined in the policy in order to track or measure the results. When Trustee Lin is asked in an interview, what has to happen in order for you to consider revisiting the lottery system? Trustee Lin said, we need to look at if the kids are succeeding. Well, I don't see any answer from the Trustee Lin or TDSB in regards to what data needs to be looked at. I can provide some data related to lottery system, which has been implemented in 2020 in Lowell High School, which is one of the American best public high schools, changed its admission policy from merit-based to a lottery system. When academic ability was no longer considered, the admitted students ended up with significantly worse grades. Of the 600 students in Lowell freshman class, 24.4% received at least one D or F grade during the fall semester of 2021. That is 1/4, almost 1/4, compared with 7.9% of first-year students in fall 2020 and 7.7% in fall 2019. The school survey found that 77% of teachers believe the freshman class is performing worse academically compared to the previous years. One biology teacher said, I have 3 times as many students who failed the class. Instead of 1 or 2, I have 3 to 6. I have some students who have done no work the whole first grading period. I don't think some of the students who in high school will be doing well at any high school, which makes me wonder why they wanted to come to Lowell. So after 2 years, the school board finally admitted a lottery system is a failure. They voted in June of 2022 to return to merit-based admission. So dear trustees, when would you consider to revisit lottery system? According to TDSB schedule, Students' Interest Programs Policy Review is scheduled between 2025 and 2026 in 2 or 3 years. With the Lowell High School as an example, what will TDSB special programs will look like in 2 or 3 years. It is time to revisit the
Ms.
lottery
Wang,
system.
thank you very
It's
much
time
for
to
your
change it
delegation.
now.
I'm just looking around the room to see, we have no questions. Oh, Trustee Dawson, please go ahead.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for your delegation. I just wanted to clarify, you mentioned that there were no public consultations. Where are you getting that information?
There's no public consultation regards to lottery system.
Where are you getting that information?
I get it from the TDS website. There's no consultation regards the lottery system.
Do you know what the secondary program review is?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Wang, for coming today. Next up, we're going to see, is Jason Irving in the room yet? Okay, we'll come back to him. It's like we're watching his progress like like an Uber or something. Next up, we have Jennifer Winter Decola. Welcome. Welcome, Jennifer.
Thank you.
So you've watched, you know the drill.
I know the drill. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. So I would like to speak to you today about the secondary central student interest programs and about how to achieve the goal of prioritizing students from underserved communities. So I work in the health sector, and I would like to share with you 2 specific examples of successfully reducing healthcare inequities that should inspire how to address inequities in education. The first example is from the UK, where back in 2005, they introduced a program of publicly funded mental health care. What they found after several years that there were certain racial and ethnic groups that were drastically underrepresented in accessing this program. There were 2 different towns that took different approaches to this problem. So there was one town that just assumed they needed to increase advertising. So they advertised the program in cultural centers, public transit, and so on, and found that this did not move the needle at all. There was another town that took the time to investigate and understand the problem. And what they found was that there was a requirement to access this program that you needed a referral from a primary care provider. And what they learned was that with certain racial and ethnic groups, they had a harder time accessing primary care providers. When they saw them, they were less likely to feel comfortable talking about their mental health problems. If they did, they were less likely to be diagnosed appropriately with anxiety and depression, and they were less likely to get referrals to treatment programs. Now, there's a lot to unpack there. There are a lot of really deep issues and problems, but what they did was take a very practical approach and bold move, and they eliminated the requirement to have a referral from primary care. After a few years, they noticed that those groups had drastically increased their representation and they were accessing the program, and they've published research on this. The second example I want to share is from the Sioux Lookout area in Ontario. So this is a small municipality surrounded by 20-some First Nations communities that has high rates of colorectal cancer and very low rates compared to the provincial average of screening. So again, what they did is they did the hard work of actually understanding the cause of these disparities. And what they learned was that while everyone in this community was OHIP eligible, many of them didn't have up-to-date OHIP cards, because in these communities, if a card is lost or damaged or stolen, it's very hard to replace it. So again, they understood this challenge, and what they did is they removed the requirement of having a valid card to access the requisition to get the test kit. They also, of course, took a multi-pronged approach, and they worked closely and collaborated with Indigenous partners to create culturally appropriate information about the program, and they were able to drastically increase the screening rates in this community. These 2 examples have some clear similarities to the situation in TDSB with the specialized school programs. These were excellent programs that were not reaching people equitably. However, in my 2 healthcare examples, they specifically understood and addressed the root causes and had amazing outcomes, whereas the TDSB solution has been to implement a game of chance, which will result, of course, in some students from equity-seeking groups who are passionate about a particular subject not being granted spots, while privileged students with little to no interest will be granted spots simply based on dumb luck. Not to mention, of course, as others have mentioned, that select equity-seeking groups will be given increased odds in the lottery, while others won't. So there isn't even a pretense at addressing all of the known inequities. The lottery process will not address the underlying problems, and by removing all requirements to enter the programs, it will cause irreversible damage to them. The lottery should be paused, and there are simple, low or no cost things that could be done immediately to really improve the previous system on an interim basis while a more comprehensive solution is identified. On page 30 of today's agenda, if you look, there is a list of barriers that students faced with the previous application process. And the great news is that when you look through this list, most of them could be easily addressed, and I will also note that a lottery approach is not a rational approach to solve any of those barriers. If the ulterior motive here of the lottery, and I believe that this has not been clearly denied, is actually to eliminate the programs, then please be transparent about that. And in 5 years, TDSB will be able to proudly point to a record of perfect equity of access because the programs will no longer exist for anyone. If you are committed to maintaining the programming, then please pause the lottery and take the time to implement an evidence-based solution to improve equity. Our students deserve better than the luck of the draw, and when these programs are eliminated, of course, privileged students will continue to access their music lessons and math classes, and it is the equity-seeking students who will be completely deprived. Those are the students that you should be fighting for. I would be delighted to share many more examples and information from the great work that's being done to address healthcare inequities, and I would really hope to inspire you to take similar approaches. And I would invite you to connect with me further. I would be happy to discuss. Thank you.
Okay, we have a few questions. Laskin, followed by Dawson, followed by Pei.
Thank you very much for your deputation. Can you clarify, did you say students would apply to the programs that didn't have an interest?
Yes, so what I would like to propose is, and I have seen this, so for example, some students will always follow their friends. They may apply based on what their friends are doing. Definitely there will be students applying to schools because their parents want them to access a particular school and really have no interest in the program. I know that personally, there is a specialized high school that is far closer for my children than our local high school, and if it would save my daughter in half an hour to an hour of commuting every day, I would consider having her apply to a specialized program. It's just a tick box. So I think to believe that no students are going to apply because the process is so easy, there are no requirements, I think it would be very naive to think that only passionate students will apply to the programs.
Thank you.
Trustee Dawson.
Thank you so much for your delegation. You cited some really great research in the healthcare field, and I wondered how those researchers knew of the positive outcome. What was the information? What did they need?
It was very simple. So in the case of the UK, they have race-based demographic data on who is accessing the programs, and they were able to show that it matched proportionally to the demographics of the areas after they made those changes to the program. In the case of Sioux Lookout area, they look at the number of, they track very closely the screening rate for the test kits. They also looked at the rate of rejection of the requisitions and found that it was reduced to 0 after eliminating the valid OHIP card requirement.
Okay. So from what I understand, they needed data to confirm the success. Is that correct? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. For very insightful
Pei,
delegation.
Trustee Pei, remember it's through the chair, please.
Oh, sorry. Through the Madam Chair. Thank you very much. For such a very insightful delegation, I really appreciate it. I learned a lot. So could you please clarify to me, based on your knowledge, based on your research, based on your conversation with your friends and the students, what would you recommend the board to move forward?
So I would just recommend a pause. I passionately believe much of my work in healthcare is around reducing inequities. So this is something that's very personally important to me. And I appreciate that the previous application process, if it is entirely skills-based, is problematic and may not allow for adequate representation of equity-seeking and marginalized groups. What I recommend is a pause. I think it is, well, I've already said it, I think a lottery there is no place for a lottery, but there are simple things. I'm going to actually just quickly look at this list of barriers. So the first one that was listed was that the students had not been informed of these programs. The answer is not a lottery. The answer is very clear, widespread communication, perhaps with a particular focus on underserviced communities. I did also see somewhere else further on in the appendix that there was a note that after the sessions that were held last year, there was an increase in applications through the lottery process, but there is a note acknowledging that this is because of the improved communication and not necessarily because of the lottery process. The issue of students not seeing themselves reflected as part of the program, that's not addressed by a lottery. So there is important work that needs to be done so that students are reflected. And I understand that the curriculum is being updated to ensure that, for example, in the programs that students do see themselves reflected. In terms of audition fees, application fees, yes, there needs to be a process for waiving or eliminating the fees. You can go through each of these. There are many simple. Here's a simple one. The barrier of auditions. Have one staff member travel to underserviced grade 8 schools for a week or two in the fall, maybe supported by some volunteer film students from the high schools, and allows grade 8 students in those schools to produce and submit auditions during, before, after school hours, which right there would eliminate the barriers of technology, of travel to an audition site, etc. There are very many, very simple solutions, interim basis, until, as I said, a more comprehensive solution is identified. But the essential message is the lottery is not the answer.
Okay, thank you very much. So basically your answer is equity can be addressed with the merit-based system.
Addressing equity is hard work, and simplistic solutions are not the answer.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. At this point, I just want to ask any trustees who've joined the meeting online to just let us know. Oh, I'm sorry, and thank you very much, Ms. Decola.
Thank you for your time.
And Trustee Yasir.
Trustee Sriskandarajah.
Okay, so I have Sriskandarajah. I think I missed Patel. And
I'm here.
Trustee Lee.
Yes, James Lee's here too.
Okay, did I miss any other than those three? Okay, thank you very much. And we are going to move on. Do we have Jason Irving in the room? Wonderful. Can you please come to the table? You're up next. So the way this works is you have 5 minutes. A chime will go off at the 1 minute left mark, and then your delegation will be over at 5 minutes total. And at that point, trustees are allowed to ask questions of clarification only. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. I apologize for my late arrival. I'm here to speak today about the lottery program, but more specifically about the removal of the admission requirements, which Ms. Decola was just speaking with very eloquently. The Central Student Interest Program, in response to my questions when I asked about the special interest, student interest programs regarding justification of the removal of all entry criteria from these programs, I've repeatedly been told that this has been done to promote equity and inclusivity across the board. In my opinion, there is no question that determining admission to these programs based off of any of the 15 requirements under the Human Rights Code is absolutely justified. Barriers to entry should be removed. However, the removal of applications, interview process, portfolios, auditions is not the answer, and that doesn't address any of the issues of inequality. My daughter is now at university. She went through one of the student interest programs. She did so on her own merit and on her own accord. She entered the leadership pathway through our King Academy. She produced a binder, a portfolio. She attended the interview herself. All of the, we come from an underserviced area, socioeconomic area. All of the requirements, all the assistance that she needed, she didn't get from her parents. She got through the guidance counselor and teachers at her senior public school, grade 7 and 8. So that's available to all students. She produced a binder herself, had signatures from 30 teachers and principals, coaches, and so forth, attesting to her leadership roles that she'd done, and got admitted to the program. She also applied and took the exam for the IB and got in there. She chose to follow the leadership program, and it's benefited her greatly throughout it's changed her as a person. My concern is that on the TDSB's website regarding the student interest programs, it requires a keen interest of the students. That's been completely removed, essentially by removing the requirements, the application process, or the interview process. We're saying that these students from birth to grade 8 have everything you've done and accomplished prior to that time is now irrelevant. Your name goes into a draw. Let's face it, these are grade 8 students that are applying to high schools. They're not applying to a special team. They're applying to high schools. They're not filling out the applications themselves. Their parents are involved in the process and are required to be involved in the process. I'm aware of students as a parent and as a chair of the school council and former involvement in PIAC as a representative. I'm aware of parents across the city whose children that I'm personally aware of have had an incredible interest in the arts, applied to the programs both at Rosedale and Wexford, did not get into the lottery process, and a family that I'm aware of had their child apply who had no interest in arts and applied to 4 of the special interest programs, got into the arts program and took the position. They have no interest. The parents wanted them to go to that school. So we're saying to these children that everything you've done up until grade 8 is irrelevant. It's great that you're the kid in the playground that walks to school every day with the soccer ball under your arm, with the basketball. You're there. You don't have to play in competitive teams. You don't have to be an exceptional or elite athlete. You have a passion for sports. You have a passion. You really want to do this. You want to go to Birchmount for the elite athletes program, for instance. It doesn't matter that you used to do that. It doesn't matter that your child has never is not shown an interest in any way, just likes to read, which is fantastic, but has no interest in athletics. Your name goes in a draw. They take the position, and the kid with the soccer ball is relegated to his neighborhood. So what I ask today is that it be reconsidered, not that the removal of all application processes as far as auditions, portfolios, and interviews be reconsidered. It's not a way to address. It's not listed in the Ontario Human Rights Act as one of the 15 criteria. It's the assistance for any of these kids to fill out forms to do this are available through the TDSB right now through their senior public schools, and I ask that it be reconsidered for the entry criteria.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much. I may be wrong, but can you confirm did the Elite Athletes program have a lottery?
Sorry, my apologies. The Elite Athletes program is one of only 2 programs of the student interest programs that have requirements. I was referring to the Exceptional Athletes program at Birchmount.
Thank you.
Trustee Pei.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Hi, thank you, Mr. Jalal, for delegating here. My question is, so why, do you know the reason why this elite athlete program is not in lottery?
The Elite Athletes program, so the International Baccalaureate program and the Elite Athletes program are the only 2 of the 8 special student interest programs that have requirements. International Baccalaureate program is because it's outside of the TDSB's purview. They have their own requirements. The Elite Athletes program is designed specifically for students competing at the provincial and national levels. I used to do that, and time is required off school to attend meets outside of the country, so it addresses their schedule. The Elite Athletes program is what I was referring to at Birchmount, which used to require an application process and some way of showing you had a keen interest in these sports. That's been now removed. So the difference between elite and exceptional athletes at Birchmount is part of the lottery process. Elite is not, and it's because they have to be proven that they require that time off for provincial and national competitions.
Okay, so in your opinion, why is this 2 program different from other program?
For International Baccalaureate
Trustee Pei, I think the question's already been answered. I believe you actually did answer that question because you outlined the structure of that program and IB. Okay. So if we could just keep to new questions, that would be great.
Okay, I finished my question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, thank you very much for your delegation.
Thank you.
Okay, up next we have delegate number 6, Wasim Jalal. This is a virtual delegation. Wasim, if you could press *6 and let us know if you're on.
Yes, I'm here.
Wonderful. So the way this works is you have 5 minutes. At 1 minute left, you'll hear it chime, at which point you should begin wrapping up your delegation. And at the 5 minute mark, I will come back on. And if you could just wait in case there's questions of clarification from trustees. So please go ahead. We can hear you. Thank you.
You're welcome. First of all, I want to thank you for accepting me as a delegate to start to talk about this subject. I will go back to this issue. I am a father of 6 kids. My 4 daughters has went through the IB program at Western CI, and when we come to my son, who is in grade 8 right now, we tried to register him. To our surprise, they changed the process, and they said it's a lottery process. We admit him, we put him in the lottery process, and he was on a waiting list for many months, I think 6 or 7 months, and finally they closed the waiting process, and he couldn't get a seat in that in the program. So what I end up doing is really looking for another IB program outside TDSP, which will cost a lot of headache for us next year to drive my kids an hour and a half going and an hour and a half coming back. But this is, I understand the reason behind this subject, and I am always allowing others to have the opportunity to do the program. However, honestly, you are hurting the people you meanly try to help. And the reason why, because you are setting them up for failure. They are, if you think that an IB teacher, so if you think an IB teacher will go and establish the student academia from grade 5 all the way to grade 9 to be up to the IB level, I don't think that's a realistic expectation from the teacher. This is my first thing. The second thing I want to say is, we are the only board in Ontario that mandated this lottery process. When I registered my son at Beale Catholic School, the school has to make the decision. There is an admission process. They need to see his grade 7, grade 8 performance, his pre-qualification, and also there is an admission test, and there is an interview. And after the school said it's okay, he is qualified to be an IB, then we go and we put him on the central student at Peel region. This is my taking that trust from our teacher and our guidance in the school who did this for the last 30 years. They were admitting students to the IB. I feel it's not appropriate. Honestly, our teachers and our schools and our guidance, they know what they are doing for the last 30 years, running those specialized programs. That's the second point. The third point is, if I understand correctly, that you are doing this to control the expense of such an expensive programs, such as an IB, well, other boards, they do take admission fee. And it's not that, like my son worked all summers at stable to collect money to pay for the admission if needed admission. It's not bad for the student to work hard to get admission. Finally, I want to say there is many. You are dividing the world into who can and who cannot do, playing the role of we know what's better for others. It's okay again to include. To give the opportunity to others, but it's not okay to exclude others. It's not on our expenses. So basically, I wish that everybody will be included. And if you need to be generous with a certain segment of our community or our society, by all means, expand the capacity of the program, increase the number of students admitted, and then you could admit it. You could say, look, we always accept 2 classes at Western. We will make them 4. 2 is for us to select, and 2 for the normal process, for example. This is the way you could do it. The fourth point is, when you put all your selections, your lottery criteria from a certain segment of the society, kids are living in a bubble between each other. They didn't see the other side of the world. So basically, kids learn from each other. When my son, as a minority, I'm speaking, and you could see that from my accent, meet with other people from other community, and other religion, he learned a lot from them. Kids learn how to learn from other kids, not from the teacher. The teacher disseminates knowledge and he transfers knowledge to students, but kids learn more from other society and other community. And I don't know why you need to create that barrier. We took your place or on this place.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jalal. Thank you so much for your delegation. Trustee Pei has a question for you.
Mr. Jalal, thank you for delegation. I just want to clarify that. Are you from one of the underrepresented group? And are you opposed the lottery?
Yes, I am. I am one of the underrepresented group, as clear from my accent. I'm originally from a Middle Eastern background, namely from Northern Africa, from Egypt. And however, they didn't accept it. The problem is that my daughter is already there. So my wife has to drive next year to drop my grade 12 daughter in Weston and have to drive to Peel region to drive my other son. They don't take sibling into consideration. Yes, I am, sir. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Any other question? Ladies, gentlemen, and thank you so much for listening to me.
Oh, don't go. We have one other question for you from Trustee Arts.
I'm here.
Please go ahead.
I'm not going.
Trustee Arts, it's over to you.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, and thank you to the delegate for coming to speak today. I'm just wondering, just a point of clarification, if Mr. Jalal could answer, if he knows that International Baccalaureate, or IB, is an external program to the TDSB, that IB sets its own criteria for the program and study and entry?
Yes, but what is your question? I understand, because I have 4 kids finish IB diploma. One of them is doing her master's degree in Johns Hopkins University, the other in McGill. Two of them, one in
Thank you very much, Mr. Jalal. Thank you
the
for
IB
coming.
program doesn't set the admission criteria. The IB program tests the student at the exit exam. It's an exam-based program. I have my 4 daughters graduate from the IB diploma. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any further questions, so thank you for coming. And we're going to move on to delegate number 7, Yasir Jalal. And I believe this is in person. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me? Dear sirs and madams, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today in this meeting about the random selection process for the Central Students Interest Program. I want to talk to you about the pain that this has created for both me and my family. I have 4 older sisters. 3 graduated from Weston CI IB School. With an IB diploma, 1 is completing her graduate study at Johns Hopkins Cancer Research Program. The 2nd is at Oxford University, and the 3rd is at McGill University, and 1 is graduating this year. I want to have the same great experiences as my sisters, and to be at a great university like my elder sisters, which capitalized on the IB diploma to prepare me for it. I applied to Weston CI IB program, and I was on the waiting list for 5 months, from November 2022 to March 2023. I was number 2 on the waiting list when TDSB closed it. My parents scrambled to find another IB program opportunity for me and registered me to the Peel Catholic School Board because my grandma lives close to some schools there and pays property taxes to that school board. Would you imagine how hard it would be for me and my mother the next year to drop my sister at Weston CI and then drive an hour each morning to be in Mississauga by 8:15 a.m. and then she must come back to work for another hour? Would you imagine the pain my mom has to endure? 4 hours of driving in the car? Would you imagine the wasted time that I must spend on the road, even though I have such a heavy program, all because I cannot go to my neighboring school? Could you imagine the gas expenses all these families have to spend in this high inflation time period to drive their kids to faraway IB schools, cutting down on many necessities that they have? Finally, unfortunately, The worst part is this, that these that these students that you have selected for the IB program will try it for 1 year, maybe 2 years, find it too difficult to complete or not worth their efforts, and then they will drop the IB program and move to the mainstream high school, leaving their valuable IB seat vacant. Because TDSB didn't use the previous selection method, didn't test whether they're prepared from elementary and middle school, and if they were prepared, they didn't need central selection to admit them. They could have gone through the normal admission process that has been very well established for the past 30 years. Well, my family and I are strained by time, money, and effort that it takes to drive to a distant IB school, while the IB school nearby our house has many vacant seats. And please, I ask of you to cancel this lottery process. Trust your school teachers and staff to select the best students to be admitted to these programs. And if you want inclusion, please expand these programs to include the students who really want it and the students who the board wanted to try it out, without excluding anyone. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Trustee Pei, please go ahead.
Wow, thank you very much. Yes, sir. What a wonderful speech. I'm really touched.
No problem.
So, what do you think we can help you to achieve your dream?
By canceling the
Trustee
lottery.
Pei, just a reminder, it's questions of clarification, okay? On the delegation that was provided.
Okay. So, all right. So may I have some clarification regarding how far you have to drive? You said your mama had to drive 4 hours, right? Between Western Collegiate and then the new IB program at the Peel. How much burden is going to that be, 4-hour driving for your mom? Do you have any other, I think I have other siblings as well at home?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's 4 hours of driving, as it's 1 hour there, 1 hour back, and 2 times a day to drop me there and pick me up.
Okay. So if it's really merit-based program applied to this process, do you feel confident you can get into the program as one your desire?
Sorry, could you repeat your question? I didn't understand.
Okay. My question is, do you feel confident that you can get into the IB program you desire if it's a merit-based program?
Yes, full confidence. Confidence is key anyways.
Okay. That's wonderful. Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much for coming and sharing your experience.
My pleasure.
Okay, next up we have delegate number 8. This is also in person. Ruben Gatsambide Fernandez, and my apologies if I have not said your name correctly. Please feel free to correct me.
No worries.
Okay.
Thank you for the introduction.
So I think you know the drill. You've been watching for a bit.
Okay, I know the drill.
Okay, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, trustees. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you. My name is Ruben Gastambide Fernandez. I'm a professor at the Ontario Institute for Studies in Education, and I am the principal investigator of the SSHRC-funded Urban Arts High Schools project. I should add that I'm also a parent. My child is about to graduate from the Rosedale Heights School of the Arts. I have done extensive research on specialized arts programs in North America with a focus on programs in Toronto and 3 other cities, Edmonton, Los Angeles, and Boston. And it was through our work that in 2017, we sounded the alarm regarding the significant inequalities in access to specialized programs in Toronto. Our research provided clear evidence of what most people already knew, that these specialized programs were serving a narrow subset of the student population who, by all accounts, were already benefiting from other forms of social, cultural, and economic privilege. We also learned a lot through our research about the quality of the education of these programs. And I want to underscore that indeed the majority of the students we spoke with were very satisfied with the education they received. Yes, these are exceptional programs. Some would even call them the jewels of the TDSB crown. The question that is at stake here is who should have access to these so-called jewels, whether that access should be based on some kind of predetermined criteria, such as merit, talent, or some expression of interest or passion, and most importantly, how are we going to apply and implement this process? I suspect that none of us in this room would like to argue, at least not in public, that these jewels of the crown should be enjoyed only, or at least mostly, by students who already enjoy the social advantages of being racially and economically privileged and already having access to extraordinary cultural privileges and experiences. But unfortunately, that is precisely what any selection process based on criteria such as merit, talent, skill, or even abstract ideas such as passion or interest yields. Education research that has shown for 7 decades that the ways in which these ideas are expressed and how we identify what constitutes something like merit or talent is premised on ideals that elevate particular social and cultural experience and that bias the selection process in favor of those who already enjoy social and economic privilege. Whether using standardized aptitude tests, conducting performance auditions, reviewing portfolios, doing interviews, writing essays, what research shows is that over and over, these selection processes always reflect the values and the dispositions of those who develop them and apply the criteria, and that it benefits those who already possess the cultural know-how and the social skills and resources to navigate the process. Our research showed that when students express interest or passion for cultural practices, such as gospel or graffiti, breakdancing or bhangra, for example, these were often dismissed by those making decisions as hobbies rather than passions, and as, in fact, potentially limiting the ability of students to succeed in such programs. You might ask yourself, what exactly constitutes an interest in, say, learning how to play an instrument? And how do you imagine that this interest would be expressed in a way that would not require access, not just to an actual instrument, but to the cultural knowledge and practices that would allow someone to even realize that they have such an interest? We might ask, how does someone that has never had the opportunity to see a play demonstrate an interest in theater? Or do we recognize, or how do we recognize the interest in the many, many forms of play and creative expression that characterize the multiplicity of a multicultural city like Toronto? While indeed our research found that these programs are strong, we also learned that most of these programs are based on a very narrow subset of cultural and artistic expressions based on Eurocentric and colonial cultural practices that by extension made most artistic practices invisible and unrecognizable as modes of expressing interest or talent. Moreover, we heard from the very few students of color that actually managed to access these programs that they often felt isolated and ultimately still excluded from the very kind of education that they were receiving, which often led them to consider leaving the program. These experiences raise for us questions about whether the apparent success of these programs is actually premised on being able to carefully select a subset of the student population. And if this is the case, then we should seriously ponder what is the purpose of even having such a program. If we believe that these programs are strong and that they provide a unique kind of education, and I happen to believe so, then that should be the case regardless of what sort of background or experience or even interest student brings. The purpose of public education is not to reward privilege, much less to give more privilege to those who already enjoy cultural and economic advantages. If we believe in the value of specialized arts educations, then we should put that value, those jewels in the crown, to work in the interest of those that need it most.
Great timing. Okay, I'm just looking to see, Trustee Dawson has a question for you.
Thank you so much for your delegation. You cited a number of research that you're aware of in this area. I wonder if any of it is TDSB research. Have you looked at our data?
5 years conducting ethnographic research with students in pretty much every existing specialized program at the time. Some of those programs are no longer in existence or are not considered specialized. They've changed. But yes, we spent significant time at all of them.
Okay, can you elaborate a little bit in more detail about that TDSB data and your findings specific to TDSB?
Is there something specific you want to know?
Well, this is a question for clarification through the chair. So I want to clarify really your findings that were specific to TDSB. So if you had used the Learning Opportunities Index.
Sure. So we've reported in our study, we were sort of used demographic data to show that despite the claim that the schools were in fact diverse and drew students from all over the city, this was a big lie. That in fact the students were coming from very specific communities and that in fact they were being funneled through a system into the schools and coming in clusters from particular schools. In addition to that, we found that the schools are oftentimes described as being safe for students who feel isolated or whatnot. And we found that indeed the narratives around safety were very specific to very particular kinds of students, that they were premised on ideas of danger that actually were deeply racialized, and that there were narratives about danger that were connected to racist ideas about what students look like in the rest of the city. And that in fact, yes, there were certainly students who told us stories about coming from schools where they were feeling isolated. But there were also students who told us stories of coming with most of their best friends from the schools that they were coming from. So yes, those stories were there. And of course, there are isolated students in every school in the Toronto District School Board. And having access to specialized arts programs is not going to serve the rest of the students who are feeling isolated. The last thing that I would add is that we did explore quite a bit how the teachers who were conducting the admissions process, how they were thinking about it. And this is where we found evidence that how teachers were making decisions about what talent looks like and what interests look like were deeply biased towards a very particular kind of expression of interest or of talent in ways that became barriers for students, and that by definition excluded students from marginalized communities.
Thank you very much for further corroborating the data that we have that proves all of the things that you just explained. Thank you.
We will add you to the list, Trustee Pei. There's quite a list for this delegate. Next up, we have Trustee Laskin. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. To the delegate, you spoke of your research, and I noticed when I've read the research report, and I've just gone through it again, a couple of your papers are cited in here. So can I confirm that the research that you referenced actually has been provided to our staff?
Indeed, yeah, we've made every single paper we've ever written from our research, we've made it available to the TDSB and have yes, corroborated that.
Thank you very much. My second point of clarification is you spoke about questioning if the programs were open to everyone, if in fact they would have value. And I'm wondering, because next year is really going to be the first year that the programs are open to everyone, how many years do you think that the program would have to be established within that criteria before we would get data that would either support or negate the process by which we're now operating?
Yeah.
Well, for you, Madam Chair.
The TDSB already has in place several forms of research that are conducted in 5-year cycles that is quite crucial for really understanding, and I give credit to the TDSB for this. So I would say that there has to be at least one cycle of the student experience data in order to find this out. So that would be one important indication. The other indication that I think is really important and that our research also points to is that what needs to change is not just access, but it's the nature of the programs themselves. And until we see real change in terms of the curricular changes that the schools are willing to implement so that they could provide the kinds of programs that students are actually interested in, and I don't mean just some small subset of the population,
Right.
but I mean it's the population as a whole, it will be really difficult to know really what the impact is, because if an increased student in diversity is confronting a curriculum that is still Eurocentric and colonial, then chances are the experience is not going to be very good. And so we need to see those two things.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm going to pass the chair over to Trustee McLean so I can ask a question.
Trustee Chernow-Slime.
Thank you. Actually, my question was related to what you just said. So based on what you've explained to us about the fact that many times students who may have been marginalized in the past from entering into these programs, when they do, they don't find the kind of, their interests aren't necessarily being met because our programs have been narrow in terms of their focus, in arts, let's say. So your contention, just to clarify, your contention is that we have to re-examine the programs, what we're offering, and consider making sure that they are reflective of the interests of our students, but also allow, I would imagine, them to grow there as well, right? Like it can't be just, am I right to think it can't be just what they come in with, but we want them to be able to flourish in a school? Could you just clarify? Because you started to touch on that in your delegation, I
Sure,
think.
yeah, absolutely. I think we heard both things from the students that we met and that we talked to, that it was a matter of what was available to them there, but also who else was there along for the ride with them. One thing that we observed quite directly in almost every school we went to, and I should add also in schools in the United States that we observed, is the phenomenon of students ending up kind of collecting themselves into kind of interest groups and identity groups. And this is typically a phenomenon of isolation and a phenomenon of a program that does not welcome students as they are. And we collected data over and over of stories of not just subtle racism and microaggressions, but just downright racist attitudes. For example, in the way that plays were casted, in the way that teachers talked about the bodies of young women in dance classes, about the kinds of representations that were being shown in drawings or in artistic work. So the students who were in fact making it into these programs were sharing with us quite challenging stories to hear about what they were actually encountering. And what they felt is that because there was not a critical mass of students to support them, and there were very seldom teachers there to support them, that they found themselves very isolated, and that they found themselves really struggling in ways that perhaps in their previous schools they wouldn't, because of the sheer size of the student population and the support of other teachers and a commitment school-wide. One thing that we did not see, in the 9 schools that we studied, there was only one school, and it was the school in Boston, that actually had a deliberate, explicit commitment to addressing racism, to addressing homophobia, to addressing ableism in the schools, and that school had a very different kind of culture.
Okay, thank you. Final question is if you could just share your delegation with us to the address that, the email address, it would be helpful.
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
And I'll return the chair to Trustee Chernoslin.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. Next up, we have Trustee Williams. Please go ahead, Trustee Williams.
Yes, thank you so much for the delegation. Can you hear me clearly in the boardroom?
Trustee Williams, could you speak up a little bit? It's a little hard to hear you in the boardroom.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for the delegate, through the chair, for the delegation. I just have, and thank you so much for citing the research and the data. And just to clarify, it sounds like you're critical, based on the data, of the process that was in place previously. And it sounds like you can clarify as well that based on data, the board should be assessing and looking at how to move forward with these programs. So I'm just curious if you could maybe state or clarify what would your recommendations be as to how to improve the process and moving forward?
Of course.
Based on your delegation.
Thank you for the question. I think there's a two-pronged approach that I think needs to be taken. One, I think, has already been mentioned, and is expanding access by expanding opportunities. Every school in the city of Toronto should have access. Every student in the city of Toronto should have access to specialized arts education. And until we are committed to funding cultural production and arts education in schools, this is always going to be a problem. So one is expanding access. I do think that there's a lot of merit to some of the ideas suggested by a previous delegate regarding active access, active dissemination of information. I have seen some of these strategies work in some places, in Los Angeles, in Boston to some extent or another. But in both of those cities, those implementation of those policies was accompanied by very explicit commitments regarding the curriculum that is offered in those schools, and very explicit commitments to maintain schools that reflect the demographics of the cities where they are in. So the school in Boston, for example, is almost a perfect reflection, statistically speaking, of the city that it is in. And they go out of their way to do basically the kind of strategies that a previous delegate was describing in terms of going to schools, distributing information. So these two things have to happen hand in hand. They can't just happen one at a time. Of course, the difference between schools and public health is that public health is not by audition, right? You don't have to demonstrate interest to get healthcare. You just have to access it. So that is a very significant difference. So unless we actually can provide access and provide access to programs that actually interest students, then those strategies are not going to work. But those are two strategies for sure.
Through the chair, thank you so much for that response. I really appreciate your delegation.
Thank you, Trustee Williams. Your 3 minutes is up.
Thank you.
Okay.
Could I have some water before the next question? Sorry, I'm just feeling very dry.
Pardon me?
I just need some water.
Oh, sorry. My apologies. I didn't hear what you said. Of course, you can have water. Thank you, Trustee Pei.
No problem. Thank you. I'm ready now.
This would be an improvement to our delegation procedure for sure to have water available for delegates. Trustee Pei, you are up next.
Okay, thank you for your delegation. I think you spoke a lot about the arts program. Are you really aware about the majority of special ed program at the TSB are not arts program?
Yeah, of course I am. Yeah, I've done research on those.
So how do you relate your research to those programs?
Sure. So in the work that we did, particularly with my colleague Gillian Parrick at York University, we looked at the programs across the city, not just arts programs, but also other specialized arts programs, the ones that were available at the time when we did the research. And the pattern was the same. The pattern of exclusion and the pattern of demographics were the same. The programs do not reflect the demographics of the city, and they tend to overrepresent students who either come from families with high educational background, high economic, high access to cultural capital, or to use the DDSB's own developed statistic from low opportunities index. That is a way of basically measuring how much access people have to education.
Okay, so you stated that this program accessed by people with advantages, okay? So what is the understanding, who is accessing those academic specialty program? And, who is necessary from family from lower socioeconomic status and from parents of lower education levels?
Sorry, the question is what would be necessary?
Yeah, I mean, how do you know the data? The data, like, do you have the data for other programs that's showing that, what's the composition of those students, who are come with advantages or not come with underprivileged?
Okay, I'll answer what I think you're asking me, which is what would those students need in order to access those programs?
No. What I'm asking is really about the data.
About data.
You talk about the data, you see that, okay, in those other specialty program,
right.
The majority is, those students are from wealthy, advantages is, like families.
Right.
Where that data come from? Where did you show that data?
From the TDSB.
Do you really have the data? Do you really have the data showing that, like, any, students come from low economic social background?
Yeah. Our data was provided by the TDSB through an agreement with the TDSB Research Office. So this is all of the data that we used to establish that was collected by the TDSB.
So in your knowledge, in which part of a TDSB report, in which report? You're talking about those data, in which report?
We provided an article called Structured Pathways. We provided a separate article around choices, around choice pathways. We provided 3 different reports where we...
But you said you provided, then you said is TDSB have the data.
Sure.
I'm asking TDSB data, which report TDSP have that data?
Yes, they have the
which
data.
Report? Which report? Can you tell me?
Did it just go?
Which report?
Yeah, which report?
Trustee Pei, I think you've hit the 3-minute mark, and I actually think the delegate has answered your question.
Okay, sorry, Madam Chair, since you asked the delegate...
Trustee Pei, you've hit the 3-minute mark. The way it works is that each trustee has 3 minutes for questions. Delegates have 5 minutes.
I don't have a question for the delegates. I have a question for you. Is that okay?
Sure. You can.
Okay.
Well, not during a delegation, unless, is your question about the timing?
No, it's not the timing. Because you asked this delegates to send his delegation report to the address provided. So I was wondering if all other delegates would have the same right to submit their delegation. in writing.
Everyone always has the right. I was simply requesting, and it often happens at this where trustees ask to have a copy of the delegation. But you can ask that of any delegate you wish, although your time is up for this
Okay,
delegate.
thank you.
And it gets shared with all trustees. That has been our practice in the past. And I would also just remind everybody that there was a package today of the ones that people did submit in writing. And so everybody has that. It's also been, I believe it's been emailed to everybody. Yes, it's been confirmed that has been emailed. Okay, so thank you very much for your delegation. There are no other trustees with questions.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have delegate number 9, Ethan Ali Haji. Ethan, I hope I have pronounced your name correctly. If I haven't, please correct me.
That's correct. You're good.
Okay.
Just give me 1 sec. Okay. Can you hear me correctly?
I think so. Yep, just make sure you speak into the mic.
Can you hear me?
Absolutely, we can. Go ahead.
Good. Good afternoon, trustees. My name is Ethan. I'm a student in Ursula Franklin Academy, which is a specialized school. Hold up. Within the past year, the TDSB has drastically changed the way that specialized schools work, both in positive and negative ways. Removing the application process and changing it into a lottery system opened the program up for more students to apply, but did not take into account many factors. Factors such as the socioeconomic class, the skill, and the passion of these students. The current policy that was passed aims to promote equity, but in fact is the opposite from what I've seen so far. When the board put forward the policy, they aimed at giving students who fall into the middle to lower class a better opportunity at getting into these specialized programs. They did this knowing that these students often can't afford after-school programs to expand their skills, such as dance classes or technology classes. The issue that arises here is the application had no mention of socioeconomic class. It had no mention of the income. So tell me, how is this equitable? If the whole purpose of this policy was to expand it to marginalized communities, why hasn't it? Another issue with the policy is a lack of choice. My little sister is in grade 7. Next year, she decides her future. She is divided in what she wants to do, which was the same as me. When I applied, I was able to apply to 2 specialized school programs and 2 other schools. I had an interest in both technology and social justice. I applied to both Northview HMST and Ursula Franklin Academy. I got into both. This gave me a choice of what I wish to do for the next 4 years. My sister and thousands of other students will not have this choice. Trustees, this policy is jeopardizing the academic futures of these students. This policy also changes the way programs work entirely. An example is Claude Watson, which my twin sister attends. Because of this policy, students entering grade 9 will no longer get to pick an arts major for grade 9. Instead, they will have to go into the general arts program. One of the repercussions of this is that the students lose a valuable year of experience. Kids that are incredibly qualified but can't afford a private art school lose out on an opportunity of a lifetime if they don't get in. This is extremely unfair and inequitable. To back this up, my sister is in grade 9, same as me, and in her first year, she has gone to multiple film shoots, and she's gained so much experience from it. Many grade 9 students who are going into it will not have this opportunity. A couple years ago, Lowell High, a school in San Francisco, switched to a full lottery system. It saw a failure rate spike from 7.7% to almost 25%. This means that 1 in 4 students were failing. Specialized programs are highly demanding, and a student who isn't prepared for it is not fit for such program. If we continue with this policy, we will see rates of failure similar to that in San Francisco. In addition, students, staff, and parents were not properly consulted about this policy. I've talked to hundreds of students and hundreds of staff, and none of them were contacted regarding this policy when it was first released. So I ask you again, who was consulted about this? Trustees, I ask you to listen to what we have to say. We are being directly affected by this policy. Please listen to our voices and concerns. Numbers on a sheet are not the same as the true impact. If you truly wanted to make specialized schools more equitable, you would work with us to create a sustainable policy. You must take into account socioeconomic class along with race and ethnicity. This policy seems to be designed to fail, and the lives of hundreds of thousands of students are in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I believe we actually have some questions for you. So first off, well, we may only have one trustee so far, but there may be more. Trustee Dawson, please go ahead.
Thank you so much for your delegation. Through the chair, it's been a recurring theme here tonight about the lack of consultation. I just wondered where you're getting that information from.
What do you mean? Can you clarify that?
Well, there were extensive consultations through the secondary program review, and so I'm just wondering if you were aware of that.
Oh, yeah, but I said that it wasn't the lack in consultation, it was the lack in specialized schools. For example, my sister, I asked her to speak with some staff there. A lot of staff she spoke with at Claude Watson, and most of them said they weren't consulted with. And the staff at my school, almost none of them were consulted with about it.
Okay, there were opportunities for them to be, but that's not really a comment for clarification.
No, it's
so
not.
Thank you.
Thank you for recognizing that, Trustee Dawson. So we do actually have more questions for you. I have Trustee Nunziata on the line. Trustee Nunziata, you are up.
Hi there, Ethan. Thank you so much for delegating. In your delegation, in your experience at Ursula Franklin, you expressed that the ability to declare a major or specialize in grade 9 is no longer an option for you. Is that what you had expressed?
Oh, not for me, for my sister who's at Claude Watson.
At Claude Watson, okay. And could you just elaborate on how that is impacting her academic development in whatever her specialization is?
Well, not so much her, but for the students going in, because they've applied under a lottery system and they've gotten in. And so you'd expect them to choose a major if they are interested in it. For example, film or arts or drama. But instead they're putting it to like a general pool where they lose a year of experience and they don't get to choose what they want to do.
Mm-hmm. So thank you for sharing that. So you would express that in your experience and the experience of your cohort that they're concerned of losing that extra year of specialization?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for delegating. That's all my questions.
Thank you very much for your delegation. There are no further questions.
Thanks.
Up next, we have Michael Tepper. Welcome, Michael. I believe you know how this works. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Numerous clauses. That's not an incantation from a Harry Potter novel. It's a Latin phrase that means closed numbers. It was a law that was enacted in Hungary in 1920 by the regent Miklos Horthy to solve the problem of so-called overcrowding in universities. It strictly limited the number of students that were admitted to each advanced program to the proportion of their ethnic nationality compared to the entire population. The government compiled a lot of data that looked like the charts that you see in your agenda package, and then they figured out that the Jews attending the Hungarian universities were disproportionately overrepresented compared to their composite fraction of the population. So the Regency government adopted an affirmative action quota system to make sure that the Jews weren't crowding out the Christian Hungarians. And the funny thing is, they denied that it was anti-Semitic. It was just a program of equity to make sure that each nationality got its fair share of seats. And you can believe that if you want to. Now, what you have on page 81 of your agenda package is an opinion from the law firm of Hicks Morley that says that this board's numerous clauses policy of admission to the specialized programs is A-OK, setting aside 20% of the spaces exclusively for members of so-called code-protected groups and leaving members of other racialized groups, such as South Asians and East Asians, to compete for the other 80% of the seats through a lottery is apparently not a problem. Now, the opinion is remarkably forthright in describing what these so-called student interest programs are really about. Quote, the program design anticipates that knowledge, skills, and opportunities gained from participation in these programs will yield benefits throughout the rest of the participants' academic careers and into employment, thus affecting economic outcomes for the students their families, and communities. So let's be clear about this. In awarding seats to these programs, the board is giving out life-altering prizes. The opinion goes on to say that, quote, it follows that any differential treatment or exclusion of students who are not members of a code-protected group would not constitute discrimination by operation of Section 14. And here comes the punchline. We appreciate that this message may not land well in some cases. Well, I think that for the last hour and a half, you've heard that the message is not landing well in a lot of cases. Incidentally, that's the language that lawyers use in letters when what they really mean is, it sucks to be you. The child of a South Asian or East Asian family which views advanced education as a core value, but simply doesn't have the cash for Havergal or Bishop Strawn or Toronto French, now gets told by the Toronto School Board, for which the family pays taxes, yes, we have these enriched programs, and here's your lottery ticket, kid, but no, your ticket's only good for 80% of the seats. The other 20% are completely off limits to you because, well, you've got the wrong DNA. Numerus clausus. It sucks to be you. It doesn't matter how accomplished you are or how hard you work. Unless mom is a cardiologist or maybe Uncle Boris is a hedge fund executive who will enthusiastically cut you that $40,000 check every year for Upper Canada College or Appleby, you've got to be lucky in order to get into the science or tech program that could make the massive difference in your life. That's because last year's board, headed by a chair who is no longer in office, said that if your family's not rich and you're not lucky, it sucks to be you. Or maybe you can just lie when you're filling out that part of the application that asks you to self-identify your racial background. Hey, you're 13 years old and you're faced with your first adult-level moral hazard, where the consequence of maintaining your personal integrity could be to deny yourself the opportunity of a lifetime. Damn it, it sucks to be you. Finally, the opinion says something extraordinary at the end. Equity initiatives like these are often subject to the court of public opinion long before they are determined by an adjudicative body. So for those trustees who have large racialized East Asian and South Asian demographics in their ward boundaries, I wish them good luck as they try to sell the policy to the voters. How about making your 2026 campaign slogan, "It sucks to be you"? Thank you.
Okay, we don't have any questions for you. Oh, we do have a question. Trustee Pei, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Tepper, for the delegation. And could you...
Your mic.
Could you please clarify what would you like the board to do in both short-term and long-term to those especially program admission?
Oh, yes, thank you. Well, actually, I would like the board to immediately abolish the lottery and the numerous clauses quotas. I think they're intrinsically and irreparably unfair. Quite frankly, I think they're racist and they damage the programs. There is a real problem, however, of fair access to these programs from students from low-income neighborhoods and communities which have not historically enjoyed the benefit of these programs. Toronto is hardly unique in having these debates over specialized public school admissions. These issues have been discussed for years in the United States, particularly in the context of the New York City exam schools such as Stuyvesant, Bronx Science, LaGuardia Arts, and Hunter College High. New York wisely opted to retain the merit-based admission system, but adopted a two-pronged approach towards admission fairness. The first prong is to reevaluate the admission tests themselves for language that was culturally biased, and the second prong was to reevaluate the approach to outreach. And they combined themselves with not-for-profit and private sector organizations and formed a consortium called City Smart Scholars, where they collaborated with private sector organizations to offer an extensive four-year program of preparation for the entrance tests. And the four-year program saw that 20% of the finishers moved on to the placements at the highest demanding specialized schools, which was far in excess of what the typical acceptance rate was for New York public school students. In the long term, I'd like to see the board upgrade its specialized schools to bring them on par with the quality of the exam schools in Boston, New York, and Washington. Not sure if you're aware that at Thomas Jefferson High School in Fairfax, Virginia, completion of the AP Calculus exam is a requirement for graduation, and the programs go on to multivariable count, complex number analysis. It's basically second-year university for high school students at public expense. And I think the best American high schools are eating our lunch, and we're eating their dust.
Thank you very much, Ms. Tepper.
Okay, I'm not seeing any further questions. Thank you for coming in, Mr. Tepper.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Cynthia Fiatakis. I believe this is a virtual delegation. Cynthia.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, loud and clear. So you have 5 minutes. Okay. At the 1 minute remaining mark, you will hear a chime or a bell. That will just give you a heads up that your time is coming to a close.
Okay, I will go ahead and read what I have prepared. So good afternoon, board and trustee members. Thank you for allowing me this time to express my concerns to you. I am the parent of an 11-year-old grade 6 TDSB student. Earlier this year, we applied to attend another school through the out-of-area admissions that was offered. To our disappointment, we did not get our school pick. This is the reason why I completed this delegation request form and use this platform to get some time to speak with all of you. My worry, my initial, concern is, why can't I change schools when it's for the betterment of my child? The concerns I have with her current school is it's a negative environment and the impacts they have on my daughter. The lack of respect between students to teachers. There's no respect at all between students. Distractions that cause annoyances within a classroom and affects learning. Distractions within a classroom with phones and inappropriate web content. Body shaming, creating self-esteem issues. Most recently, my daughter was being singled out with hate, racist remarks. My daughter has 2 more years in elementary school, which in my opinion is a crucial time. It builds your knowledge on what you already know and has room for new learnings. Provide you with learning tools and alternate ways to think, builds on your character and values, creates confidence, and prepares you for the next phase known as high school. I want my daughter's grade 7 and 8 years to be within a positive environment, a place where she feels safe. With her mental state and social growth in mind, I want my daughter to love going to school. I'm asking for this policy to be reviewed, and perhaps other aspects should be taken into consideration when it comes to applications to attend another school. Examples, what I brought forward, what are the reasons for requesting the change? Something such as, what values would my child bring or offer to as a student to another school? I'm asking for the process to be reviewed, even if on a case-by-case basis. The last thing I want to do is make this a financial burden on our family by looking to relocate 2.5 kilometers away. That's all I have today.
Thank you very much. I'm going to pass the chair to Trustee McLean, the vice chair of this meeting for today, just so I can ask a question.
I'll acknowledge receipt of the chair and Trustee Chernos-Lane.
Thank you very much. Cynthia, thank you for sharing the experience about your daughter. And I just, I wanted to let you, this is a clarification, I guess. Just to confirm, did you indicate that your daughter has been experiencing hate and racism at school?
Yeah, she has. I don't think she really realized what it was. She came to me and said, somebody said to me that they don't like my race. And I didn't really, no, we hate your race was what she was told. And I thought, well, what happened? You were in a race and you didn't run the proper way? And she says, no, they don't like my race because I'm white. And I think I wasn't prepared for that. And I don't think that was her first time ever sort of being told that. So I don't think she knew how to feel. And that's sort of, one of the reasons why it's like, oh, you know what? I got to get you out of this school. I just don't want you to feel that way.
So I would just encourage you to work with your school. It's important for them to know about the kind of things that your daughter has experienced. And so I would just encourage you to speak to your child's teacher and follow the parent protocol. But this is the sort of thing that schools want to make sure that they are working on with students, because we always want students to feel a sense of belonging at their schools. That's it for me.
Okay, and I'll
Thank you.
return the chair to Trustee Chernoslin.
Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions from trustees. Thank you for delegating today, and we're going to move on to delegate number 15, to Hui Wang.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia. Welcome, Hui. Please come to the table when you have a moment. And this is regarding the lottery system. Please go ahead.
Hello. Thank you, Madam Chair, trustees. Today I'm here to make 2 points about the new lottery system. The first one is a question or ask, or rather questioning the decision-making process made by the TDSB for the new lottery system. I agree with that trustee, what she just said. There were consultations for the new lottery system. I'm not sure whether that's extensive, but my point is, I read the report. A report of community consultation report was released in February 2024 by TDSB. And in that report, the very beginning section is learning from stakeholders that provide a summary of the consultation result. And in that part, there are 3 bullets and the summary paragraph that talks about the consultation, the stakeholder feedback on the lottery system. That I'm going to read it here and comment on that. The first bullet says, many families indicated they found the current process to be very stressful and complicated. I agree that the lottery system has simplified the process. However, it creates another layer of complexity. Just give an example, like so far, many parents and students, they still think that's a mystery, like the percentages of the seats reserved for the schools in the catchment areas, how that percentages are decided. The second bullet in the summary report says, while other respondents commented that the application to the specialized schools and programs should include some form of merit-based criteria. So the lottery system completely ignored that stakeholder feedback. The third bullet in the summary report says, while still others believed that looking at the best fit for the student and their interests should come first, the lottery system does address the interest aspect of the feedback, but it ignores the part of the best fit. And the last is the summary paragraph of the consultation feedback, which says, there were also no clear consensus on the use of lottery for admissions among any group. So I want to emphasize the key words. No clear consensus among any group. And that does not support the decision made by TDSB on the new lottery system. So in conclusion, none of the stakeholder feedback listed in the summary support the lottery system, and the lottery system did not address most of the concerns raised by the stakeholders. So that's the first point I'm going to make today. I just made today, and the second point is about the outcomes of after it's running for 1 year, the outcomes I observed that created to those students and families. So some of them are already covered or emphasized by our previous delegates, that you have seen that some students, who don't want their fate or their future, they don't want to leave their future in the luck of the draw, they are leaving Toronto schools, TDSB schools. They are either going to private schools, or they are even leaving Toronto. So those numbers are limited because their family need to be wealthy for them to do that. So majority of the students, some students, who are not from the wealthy family, they have devoted themselves into their dreams and in their interested areas, and they were experiencing despair and heartbreak during the process just because they are not lucky in the draw. So those are two outcomes maybe you have anticipated when you make the decision, or maybe you have not. But I think this is very crucial to the education system for the board to consider. So based on that, it's very reasonable to anticipate a third outcome to come in the next year when the students are going to school after a year. And when some students find they are not suitable for the program, interest is not just enough, they may begin to fail the program. And you know the result, this will do damage to their self-esteem, to their motivation, and they may have a higher risk of mental health issues. So the lottery system does not hurt, only, that's my time. Thank you.
Thank you for respecting the time. Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through you, Madam Chair. You mentioned consultation and that there were a variety of opinions expressed. I guess I'd just like more clarification on your definition of consultation. My understanding of consultation and what we have on our website about policy consultations is that it's really to gather input regarding our decision-making and to find out what the public says. It doesn't mean you do as the consultation does. So I think the implication here, at least what I'm hearing, is that if you consulted, and regardless, I mean, we have 240,000 students, we have 40,000 staff, we have the entire city, and we hear from a very small percentage of people, mostly those that
Trustee
are
Laskin,
interested.
please remember to keep this a point of clarification.
Right, so I'd like to know, what is your understanding of what consultation means?
Right, I mean, consultation is a process that the authority or the board should consider for their policy-making process. And I understand that decision may not necessarily align with the consultation feedback says, but it should not be conflict, or the policy should address most of the concerns from the stakeholders. So from what I read, the consultation feedback, the lottery policy did not address most of the concerns, and it conflict with what the feedback says. So with the new policy, a lot of stakeholders, they would just be disappointed with the policy, and the new policy does not address their concerns. It's even worse than before.
Thank you.
Okay. Trustee Nunziata, please go ahead.
Thank you, Hui, for delegating. You mentioned it's an impact on a student's motivation. Do you think you could elaborate on why or how the new lottery process would impact a student's level of motivation or dedication in any specific subject?
Yeah, sure. So I've heard, I had some face-to-face talk with some students and some parents, and I noticed that because they have their loves and they have their dreams, so they're hoping that the TDSB specialized program is a hope that they can nurture their interests further and bring them to the next level to help them reach the goal. But once they found out there's no merit or no filters, no system, just based on interest, they find they don't have any hopes, and there's no ways to them to help them to grow in their interested areas. So what can they do?
Thank you. And so you feel that if not granted entry into these programs, the students would not be supported in their specialization in their home school?
Right. And they don't have the money to go to private schools. There are some students who are rich enough, they just choose to go to private schools, or even a few years before they will go to private schools, because public schools cannot provide what they need based on their specialized interest. So, but most of the students, they cannot afford that. So I heard them telling their story to me, and I feel it's very heartbroken. But I believe that what they feel is 100 times time broken than what I feel when I'm hearing their stories.
Thank you very much for the clarifying.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for coming, Hui, and there are no further questions from trustees.
Thank you for listening.
Next up, we have delegate number 16, Salu. And I believe this is a virtual delegation. Sa, are you
Can you
there?
hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you perfectly. So you have 5 minutes. There will be a chime at the 1 minute mark, and that will just give you an indication that you have only 1 minute left. After that, there may be questions of clarification from trustees.
Okay. Good evening. I'm one of the TDSP student parents. Thank you for letting me delegate today. But I have to say, the perspective on lottery system in TDSP is complete bullshit. Here's why. One, interest-based program and a specialized program.
Ma'am, Miss Liu, we would ask
Yes?
you to keep your language appropriate, please. We have a code of conduct, and
the lottery system in
delegates
TDSP
as
is
well as
completely
trustees are required to
it's
follow it.
unreasonable. Here's why. One, interest-based program and a specialized program are two completely different things. It's like comparing beginner hockey classes at your local community center and the Toronto Maple Leaf. Are you saying that in the name of equity, we use a lottery system to select Maple Leaf players? Two, selection ensure quality. Entrance exam and audition are the way to achieve the goal. TDSP brags that their teachers can teach any students chosen by the lottery while maintaining current high standard. Ha ha ha! We didn't know that teachers at TDSP can do magic. Three, selection should be based on personal abilities, talents, potentials, as well as effort. What does lucky draw at the TDSP demonstrate other than someone is lucky or unlucky? At worst, this lucky prioritize on race 20%, zip code bias 50%, and gender 50%. Is this equity or removing barriers? What a joke. You cannot change your skin color, and you certainly cannot deny where are you from. When factors that the children did not choose and cannot change, becoming determining fact of their education opportunities and even life plans. We call this discriminations. The lottery system at TDSP is anti-Asian. Here's why. One, TDSP's own data on specialized program does not show any over-representation of specific ethnic groups, but TDSP highly acclaimed Asian students are too many. Excuse me, did you check the application data? The application data shows Asian students have large applicant base, of course, resulting in a large number of students in these programs. Two, in the term of the socio-economic fact, family incomes and the parents' education levels, Asian student families are far below the TDSP average. Most of the Asian students' family in the specialized program are first-generation immigrants with limited resources and budgets. So high-level public education serves as our only gateway to be a better future. Our children simply wish to grow up alongside peers who share their same focus and abilities. They seek an inclusive environment where they can go and belong. Since their parents cannot afford private school, the success of Asian students in specialized programs can be contributed to their hard work, parent support, and cultural value. We have family, mom as a housewife and dad and tradesman. They came to this country 70 years ago, and this family had gone to the barber shop no more than 5 times in these 70 years because they want to save every coin for their children's education. TDSP pits Asian family in a specialized program and the local community against each other by purposely profiling us as privileged. Shameful. This month is Asian Heritage Month. However, TDSP implements this anti-Asian lottery system. All Asian trustees should stand up and help us to stop this race-based, merit-less, postcode bias, gender discrimination, and anti-Asian system and anti-Asian lottery system. It is unfair for students to bear the consequence of TDSP's radical ideologies at the expenses of their future. If the lottery system benefits students, and then it should be applied to selecting TDSP trustee, director, superintendent, and chair as well. Last, I want to speak to the parents. Parents, if standing up for your students means you burn bridges, we have matches and we write it down. Thank you.
Okay, I'm not seeing any questions, so thank you for sharing your thoughts with us today and delegating. We're going to move on to the next delegation. It's delegation number 18, Kripa Freitas, and I apologize if I am not saying your name correctly, and I would love to be corrected, just so I know.
That's great, thank you.
Okay, please go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to talk to you about specialized lottery admissions. And I'm specifically going to focus on STEM programs. I want to start by saying I strongly support using public education to improve equity. That said, the current lottery system is flawed. It does not follow TDSB's own special interest program policy and may actually work against achieving equality. Okay, so when demand exceeds the number of slots available, section 6.3.5 of the Student Interest Programs Policy says students demonstrating interest or passion will be eligible for the random selection process. Demonstrating interest is what I'm going to focus on. How was this implemented? By checking a box on a form. That's it, right? Sure, it decreases the cost of applying to a school, but that is not a valid way of demonstrating interest for STEM. Why is the demonstrated part important? To be successful in a specialized program, interest has to survive the work required. How does a student know if their current, and I want to emphasize the word current, level of interest is enough to tide them through the difficult days? Well, are they willing to put in the effort into compiling something to demonstrate interest? If you can, it's a strong signal that you have what it takes to survive in the program. If you think a test is not the right way to demonstrate interest, then find another way. Do not abandon demonstration entirely. What are the consequences of abandoning demonstration in a STEM program? Consider students who realize their current level of interest is not sufficient to get them through the program. After they get in, they could decide incorrectly that they cannot do math and abandon their focus on STEM altogether, with lifelong consequences for income and whatever that means, right? With an admissions test, they can take away that they're not interested enough right now to prepare for a test. A high-quality regular school is enough to sustain their current interest, leaving open the option to follow their STEM interest later. What about students whose current level of interest in STEM is high, but don't get in because of the lottery? They have had the drive to independently explore their interest and would benefit from the support provided by a specialized program. The lottery without demonstrated interest teaches them that hard work doesn't matter. Their futures depend only on the luck of the draw. It is an ironic lesson for a policy supposed to mitigate privileges of birth. Yes, there will be some kids who will discover previously unexplored passion and thrive, but at what cost? No demonstrated interest in STEM means classes with a wider heterogeneity in preparation level, putting undue pressure on teachers. Teachers are not miracle workers. It is extremely challenging to bring everyone up to the same level while exploring an interest in a specialized program. Something has to give, and it will be the mandate of the specialized schools. No teacher is leaving any kid behind. A lottery without demonstrated interest means the death of specialized STEM programs. Specialized schools in the public school system are already equity enhancing. How else will students without resources or unearned advantages, but with interest, independent initiative, and drive, get the focused, rigorous education they need right now? The lottery is an example of affirmative action. There is plenty of data, best practices, implementations around the world to guide choice of implementation details. Abandoning demonstrated interest does not work. The literature review recently released, which is what I've just been trying to go through, is incomplete and is missing some extremely important aspects. I want to end by kind of saying, if your goal is to get rid of specialized programs, then be open about it. Don't use the label of equity to do so. If equity to you is everyone getting the same one-size-fits-all education, then say so. Don't use equity to destroy existing ways to help students with different needs get the program and the support they need. If you want to achieve true equity, then do it properly. Pay attention to the implementation details. Think through the larger, potentially unintended consequences of the choices. Use best practices to inform decisions before you implement the policy. Don't rush through implementation and hope things will be right. You run the very real risk of destroying a vehicle that improves equity in the school system. You have a moral responsibility towards our kids and the cause of equity. Don't use equity to destroy something that is already helping equity because you didn't think through all of the consequences of details like demonstrated interest. To quote Steve Jobs, details matter. It is worth waiting to get it right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We don't have any questions for trustees for you, from trustees. Oh, pardon me, just one second. Is there one in the chat? Oh, Trustee Hastings, please go ahead.
I don't have a question of clarification, but I do have a question of thank you for your courage bringing this to our attention, and we should be looking. I'd like to thank you for coming forward, and it took a lot of courage to do that. And I'd say we should be looking at exactly what you're saying. I thank you for coming.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions.
Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Sabrina Sen, TDSB parent. Welcome.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to delegate today. So I'm here to talk about the lottery system that was recently instituted by TDSB for admission to the specialized high school programs. The idea, I believe, behind it was to promote increased representation of underserved communities, such as the Black and Indigenous communities. I would like to state that the lottery system does not achieve these objectives and further discriminates against those who have worked hard over the years to prepare themselves for the rigorous selection process that was in place for admission to these selective programs. The rationale for discriminating against those hardworking students was that the parents had enough money, resources, to put these kids through coaching classes which prepared them for the exams. This is a completely unsubstantiated claim, as most parents are like me and do not have these resources. Frankly, those who do can afford to send their kids to private schools. These programs primarily cater to those students who have been self-studying, as my son has, for many years to be able to get into these programs. Ideally, the TDSB, in my opinion, should be carrying out more outreach programs and providing extra resources at the elementary level in these underserved communities to prepare them for the exams. If not, Toronto has excellent libraries with open access, and students that love to study will utilize them just as I did so many years ago from my libraries in India. My parents did not have the money to send me to expensive coaching classes, and it was up to me to study hard and make my career as best I could. In real life, while applying for jobs, I can't even imagine a scenario where big companies start offering jobs by a lottery system. For underprepared kids who got through the lottery system into specialized programs, it will just lead to frustration, depression, while in the program and then later in life when they are unable to compete with people from private schools or students from other school boards for jobs. The specialized schools will also be forced to lower their academic standards to accommodate unprepared students, leading to great frustration amongst the teachers and the prepared students in the program. Further, there is no evidence that even with the reservation for underserved communities, the actual numbers of such students will significantly rise under the lottery system. We have many historic examples for this. For example, a paper written in January 2007 by RAND Europe looking at implementation and final results of the lottery system on social equity in school systems throughout the world. which clearly showed no significant difference in equity between schools with lottery systems and those without. There are many more examples of such data. Interestingly, the high in-demand MAX program at the William Lyon Mackenzie School had a 50% reservation for students in its catchment area, which is completely incomprehensible to me. Why does this particular school get this kind of reservation, and how does that better serve the underserved students? Finally, I'm shocked that the specialized arts and academic programs were targeted, whereas the specialized athlete programs were left intact, where students had to prove that they were training for the province national level programs. Does that mean that athlete programs are more important than arts and academics? The lottery system has ensured a high rate of attrition of students from TDSP to other boards, leading to teacher surplus and therefore lost teacher jobs. I thought the aim of a good education system would be to give high-quality education, which can be accomplished only by more teachers in the system so that more students get the extra help when needed. Some food for thought. I'm assuming the trustees themselves were elected by regular people based on the merit of their convictions and their arguments. So it is incomprehensible why they would vote to get rid of a merit-based system in favor of a lottery system. I request the school board to please reconsider the lottery system and reverse it before permanent damage is done to more batches of students, as has unfortunately happened to the current batch. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trustee Laskin has a question of clarification for you.
Please.
Thank you very much, Claire. Sorry, you said that teachers are exiting because of this process. Can you cite your data?
I'm sorry?
You said during your deputation that teachers are leaving the system because
They're
of
not
this
leaving the
process?
system, they just become surplus. And this has happened to the school, to the teachers in the Claude Watson school where my son studies. So the teachers they're just becoming surplus. If children do not stay in the board and there is no refill for those seats, then the teachers become surplus and then they don't have jobs.
So you're saying that the students of Claude Watson have left because of the lottery system and therefore the staff are surplus?
Is scared, yes. That's exactly right. The students
Thank you.
who
I
are
will get
currently
that
there.
clarified.
Okay.
Thank you very
There-
much for coming. I'm not seeing any other questions of clarification from trustees. We appreciate your delegation.
Great. Thank you so much.
Okay, next up we have delegate number 20, Anna Cideropolis. Welcome.
I'm actually here as a parent, not as a council. They've sent in their separate delegations.
Okay,
Just as a trying
okay,
to
we will make sure
parent,
that
not as
it
a
states
council.
parent, that she's here as a parent, not your,
Not as a council rep. They've sent
Okay.
in their own delegations.
okay, thank you for clarifying.
No problem. Okay. Last week, I took my daughter, who is 12, to see a performance at Wexford Collegiate Institute. Performance of Mamma Mia. This school houses a multifaceted, specialized arts program. The cast received a standing ovation for giving an outstanding performance. My daughter looked over at me with concern and said, "Mommy, are you crying?" And actually, a tear had escaped and was rolling down my cheek. And she said, "Mommy, didn't you like it? It was amazing." And I said, "Yes, baby, I loved it. But I'm worried that this new lottery system will, undermine this and destroy these amazing programs. And this may very well be the last time that we see such an awesome performance by our talented students." Why is that? Even though the lottery system for entrance may have been well-intentioned, it was not well thought out. By giving everyone the same access as those that truly possess the skills, the talent, or the interest, we are diminishing excellence. It was meant to remove barriers, but instead only succeeded in increasing them. Why is that? Last year at Birchmount Park Collegiate, where I'm proud to say that both my boys attend the famous Birchmount Exceptional Athlete Program, we had 110 applicants for 60 spots. This year, With the lottery system implemented, it more than doubled. We had 260 applicants for those same 60 spots. It's not a good thing, Trustee Dawson, because if you'll do the math, what this translates to is an increase in barriers. Last year, applicants had a 55% chance of getting in. This year, they only had 23%. So not a good thing. How is that more equitable? How are we removing barriers? Why is that? My son's younger friends did not want to go to RH King next year. Realizing that they had the same chance as everybody else, they took a gamble with the new lottery system and applied to Birchmount Exceptional Athlete Program. They got in. They have 0 talent and 0 interest. The students that had interest, true interest, and exceptional ability didn't get in. What a shame. It didn't remove barriers, it actually created new ones. What do the numbers tell us? What do the conversations with parents, students, councils, teachers tell us? It tells us that children and parents are using the lottery system for access to other schools simply because they do not want to go to their schools. No one supports this arbitrary system, not students, not teachers. In a recent survey, 92% of current BEEP students do not support the lottery system. You are undermining the teacher's ability to recognize raw or untrained talent. They don't even get a chance to see their abilities with the new lottery system or their interest. Not only that, they will now have to struggle to engage kids that have 0 talent and 0 interest. Why is that? Not parents, not community. When I campaigned in the recent municipal election as a trustee candidate, I knocked on thousands of doors. The number one question 100% of the time was, Anna, if you win, are you going to try to overthrow this lottery system? I didn't win, yet here I am, still advocating for parent voice. Not school councils. In the last 10 days, John A. Leslie, Birchmount Park Collegiate Institute, RH King Collegiate school councils have all asked our trustee to hold a ward forum regarding this lottery system. Well, guess what? They were all declined. The only person actually that I've heard of through the media having a ward forum on this is Trustee Pay. With an overwhelming amount of parents speaking out against the lottery system. Why are our trustees not supporting the very voices that they were elected to represent? Why is that? As a very concerned parents, I ask of you to please hold these word forums that multitudes of parents are asking for. Please hear our voices. Please do not diminish excellence. Please remove actual barriers for those with raw talent and true interest. Please pause and reevaluate the lottery system. It is not working. Please, I'm begging you, please do not gamble with our children's future.
Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for your deputation, but I'd like to understand, twice you said these children have no talent. What makes you the expert on that?
I'm not the expert. My son, who's an exceptional athlete and whose friends they are and who plays with them every day, knows that they do not have the talent required in the program.
Right, so the public education system isn't a system that's supposed to
Is that a point of clarification?
Kids.
Thank you.
Okay, there are no further questions.
I can actually clarify on that, even though it wasn't a point
No,
of
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. I don't see any other questions from trustees.
Thank you.
I'm going to pass the chair to Trustee McLean just so I can take a bio break.
I'll acknowledge receipt of the chair. And our next delegate is Bethany Bergman, a TSP parent.
She has canceled her delegation.
Oh, okay. So next is Mark Switzer. You've been in the room, Mr. Switzer. I think you're familiar with, there'll be a warning at 4 minutes.
Dan.
Okay, thank you very much. Please proceed.
Thank you very much.
My daughter is an 8-year-old student currently in the grade 2 French immersion program. She loves math and science. She can tell you about the different types of quarks. She knows that the light from the sun is white. She's converted the main bathroom into a chemistry lab. Sorry. She knows that you can have a hypothesis, then use facts and observations to confirm or refute the hypothesis. She's enthusiastic about science. She loves science. She works hard at it. She reads about it. She builds things. She tries things. She tests things. You can have improved access and outcomes to targeted communities without removing access to qualified children who would thrive exceptionally well under these programs. A lottery does not address equity or help students. As Delegate DeWinter mentioned, addressing equity takes focused work, as opposed to simple answers. As Delegate Ruben Fernandez highlighted, it's critical to achieve equity, and he did not specifically come out on the side of a lottery system. Everyone seems to be on side on increasing the capacity of these programs. I don't see why that's not the focus of your efforts. If my daughter doesn't get access to a program because she didn't put in the work or demonstrate capability, that will be educational to her. If she doesn't get accepted because she doesn't win a lottery, that just teaches her that the odds will not always be in her favor. To be clear, I'm against the lottery system. I'm pro a merit-based system for a significant portion of the available spots. Please try to focus on expanding those available spots. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think Trustee Nunziata has a question.
Thank you, Mark, for delegating today. You mentioned that there's a better way to balance both merit and equity in admissions to these programs. Do you think you could elaborate on ideas on how that could be done?
Well, I think, for instance, one of the previous delegates, Delegate DeWinter, specifically highlighted areas within the findings of the TDSB, and highlighted how to address each specific issue would take a different specific action, as opposed to a lottery and all a lottery will ever do is randomly pick from the number of tickets that have been allocated or the number of submissions. It doesn't specifically achieve any equity objective. I'm mostly against an equity in saying, and I'm mostly against a lottery, and I'm saying that to achieve equity, you should look to another approach.
So you feel as if it would be more fair for equity to be considered at an adjudication process versus a randomized lottery?
Yes, a randomized lottery is just going to select from the tickets or from the admissions randomly. It's not going to achieve any specific equity goal.
Thank you. And you mentioned the message that this process sends to your daughter and her cohort. Could you elaborate on that message a little bit more?
Specifically, I think as a parent, you don't want to just reward I don't want to just reward my daughter for talent. I want to reward her for focusing her efforts and focusing the direction to achieve specific goals and to learn from that experience and to work hard in that experience. And so if, for instance, there's an exam or there's a qualification criteria, she would have to work to achieve that. That will be educational. If her acceptance in a program is, oh, well, check a box, let's see whether we win, that is not educational. That just,
So you feel that this would have a detrimental effect on the students' work ethic?
Yeah, and I'm talking about my daughter because she's my daughter, but I mean, these things apply more generally.
Thank you very much for clarifying.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Switzer. There's no more questions. Thank you. I will now give the chair back to Trustee Chernoslin. Sally Jin. She canceled.
Next up, we have delegate number 25, Sally Jin. And this one is virtual. Sally, can you hear us? And if you can't, if we're not hearing you, if you could just press *6 if you haven't done so already. Can you hear us? If you can't, if you were not
Sally,
hearing us, you could
it sounds like you can hear us, but we would just ask you to mute your computer.
Can you listen to me?
We
Yeah?
can, except that we need you to mute your computer that has the live feed, because we're hearing the echo of my voice talking and then your voice talking.
Yeah, it's okay. Can you listen to me?
Yes, now we can hear you. It's much, nope, is it? I think it's better. Yes, it's better. Okay, please go ahead, Sally. You have 5 minutes, and at the 1 minute remaining mark, you will hear a chime. That will give you an indication that your time is coming to a close. Oh, we think you may have muted yourself. Can you press *6 to unmute? Now we can hear you. Please go ahead.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Sally Jin. I'm a Chinese mother with the 2 daughters. My old daughter used to studying in TDSB, and my younger daughter is studying in TDSB. As an immigrant mother, I feel sad about my old daughter's experience at school as regard that I didn't support her enough. Today, I want to share with you our experience, and I hope that the TDSB can take action to support Asian students and parents. I immigrated to Canada with my husband and old daughter in 2005. My daughter was 6 years old at that time. My husband and I were both professionals in China, but after immigrating to Canada, we can only do labor work, and at that time, my husband and I worked in factory every day to earn the morning, and we didn't come home until 11 o'clock in the evening. My daughter was studying in elementary school in Toronto. There was a period of time when my daughter came home and I found she wet his pants, didn't finish her lunch, and her personality changed from the cheerful to depressed. It was only last year that my 24-year-old daughter told me what happened in school back then. She was built by her classmates and school, ridiculed for the simple lunch and the simple clothes she had, and she dared not go to the toilet, and she dared not eat out at school. As an immigrant child, she was not used to language and culture, had no friend, teachers did not support her, and we as parents did not understand her situation. When she was being built and teased, the teacher did nothing about it. As newcomer immigrant parents, we were so busy with work that didn't have the energy or know how to support her. She remembered the experience at that day until today, and it also affected his future life. I feel sorry for my daughter, and I hope TDSP can take action to prevent Asian students from having the same experience. It took years before she could share this story with me, and it hurt me to think about the harm that was done to her and how he didn't feel the support during and 4 years after. Because it was too hard to speak up. I know that a lot of other youth share this experience. I think it's important for TDSB to provide experience such as her, rather than just only reach to her experience as I told my story. Where we are entering a new era of post-pandemic recovery, these supports are still necessary to ensure our children can reach their full potential. I hope that
TDSP can provide more social workers and settlement personally. We speak our language and understand our culture in school to help parents participate in their children's learning in school. Second, I hope TDSP can understand that the Asian community is diverse and you should for understand and provide culturally appropriate programs. Third, TDSP should let our children have the opportunity to learn the history and the culture of the Asian community in school and be proud of their own identity and culture. This change will make sure our community members feel support, but also are important for TDSP to take the access and the provide experience of Asian anti-Asian race. Finally, I thank you everyone for giving me this time to share their experience. I hope that other Asian immigrant children will not repeat my daughter's experience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sally, for that delegation. No questions? Trustee Dawson, please go ahead. She has a question of clarification for you, Sally.
Hi, Sally, through the chair. Thank you so much for your delegation. And I really just wanted to comment and say I'm very sorry to hear about that unfortunate experience that your daughter had. So thank you so much for coming and sharing.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for coming today, and we will move on at this point to the next delegate, seeing as there's no further questions. Next up, we have Amy Zhang. Amy, I'm hoping that you can hear us. If you could press *6 to unmute if you haven't done so already.
Hello?
Hi, Amy.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hello.
So the way this works is you will have 5 minutes. At the 1 minute remaining mark, you will hear a chime or a bell, and that will just give you the indication that your time will be coming to a close. Please go ahead whenever you are ready.
Okay. All right. So thank you for this opportunity. As a second-generation Chinese-Canadian student, I want to start by recognizing that I'm privileged to speak without an accent and grow up in a community where I can access resources that meet my needs. Although I understand it is not the same privilege as my parents and others, I still feel compelled to share my story because unfortunately my experiences with anti-Asian racism, hate, and discrimination are not uncommon in my community. Many students, staff, parents, and families have endured similar or far worse incidents at both the systemic and interpersonal levels. But for many of them, it is extremely difficult to open up and share their stories. My parents immigrated in Canada in hopes that my siblings and I would be able to receive a better education and live a better life. What they didn't expect was that we'd face other difficulties here, such as navigating confusing bureaucratic systems and language barriers. My father used to work as a database admin in China, but when he moved to Canada, he was only able to find factory jobs because of his English skills. Both his diploma and work experience were not recognized, and because of language barriers, when my family was trying to buy a house, they were scammed by brokers who targeted recent immigrants that were less knowledgeable about Canada's legal and brokerage system. Witnessing this as I grew up, I recognized that Canada was not always equitable and that systemic racism persisted in various institutions, including school. But when I think about systemic racism in schools, I have a hard time identifying issues. As the middle child of 3, my experience with school had thankfully been guided by my older brother, who so often had to navigate through these confusing systems himself and pave the way for me. As one example, on his first day of high school, he didn't know that he would be with different students for each class. But on my first day, I did because of his experience. However, I also recognize that this is unfair for him because unlike many peers of mine, my parents could not assist and guide our school lives in the same way. It's not their fault as individuals, but rather the system which neglects to support their participation. Another example is at my little brother's parent-teacher conference. The translator had to leave early because they were fully booked, and that was poor scheduling on the school's part. Instead, I was left to translate for my parents and the teacher. If I wasn't present, this responsibility would have been placed on my younger brother, who is in 3rd grade and not proficient in either language. I did not realize how common this experience was or even question how unfair it was until I discussed it with my peers and while volunteering at a local organization serving Chinese Canadians. And so there are far too many youth who have had to translate in place of trained professional. And these seemingly small obstacles build up over time to reinforce the idea that we're different and that my parents don't belong in these spaces. In addition to not belonging in these physical spaces, the TDSB's virtual spaces, like navigating the website and finding resources, are also inaccessible. I have only recently been told about the translation options that exist on the website, and I used to have to translate it for my parents, and this was the cause of so many misunderstandings because I didn't fully understand the material either. And even this meeting, which is a place to share issues present in the school board, I have never heard about or knew that I could delegate at. When information like this is purposely hidden and not promoted, it forces us to jump through hoops in order to demand change. And so finally, I'd like to acknowledge that there are still steps forward that TDSB has taken, but I'd also like to criticize it as a student. So for example, the creation of the educator resource addressing anti-Asian racism, and that thing is amazing, but it's not mandatory reading, and there's no equivalent for students like me who'd like to learn more. Another example is that at my school, there are parent associations aimed at supporting racialized groups, and like the Chinese Parents Association and the Black Parents Association, in addition to our diverse staff. However, I also know that it's not the same case across the board, but it's rather an outlier, an exception. And thus, I believe that we should strive through more through increased training and support catered to Asian and other diverse students. And so as a final thought, with such a significant population of Asian students and staff at the TDSB, how is that not reflected in the supports provided and who's enforcing it and being held accountable for it? Thank you.
Okay, I am not seeing any questions for you, but thank you very much.
Dennis?
Oh, my apologies. Trustee Hastings, please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Janice Hastings, and I'm sorry to say I do see eye to eye with you, your parents, your siblings. I may not be Chinese, but I did go through what you're going through or what you have gone through in the past.
Trustee
My
Hastings.
apologies to you on that. Bye.
Trustee Hastings, if I could just remind you that you're supposed to be asking questions of clarifications for the delegates. Amy.
Sorry.
Oh, Trustee
I am
Hastings.
offering encouragement. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Amy, thank you so much for coming forward with your thoughtful delegation. Next up, we have number 27, Ryola Lee, former TDSB student. Ryola, if you haven't pressed *6 to unmute, please do so. Do we have Ryola on the line?
If you haven't pressed *6 to unmute, please.
Yep. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Yeah.
But it might be helpful if you could speak either into your phone a little bit more or speak louder, just so we can hear your voice nice and clear.
Oh, can you hear me clearly now?
That's a little bit better. Yeah, thank you. It just sounded a bit distant. So the way this works is you'll have 5 minutes, and when you have 1 minute remaining, you'll hear a chime, just to give you a heads up that you're in the last minute of your time allotted.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Ryola Lee. I'm a past student who studied at TDSB. I'm writing this as a concerned member of the community and a current college student to bring your attention to a matter of utmost importance that demands immediate actions. The racism faced by East Asians and Southeast Asian students within our school board. I would like to share my story here to bring everyone's attention and also inspire other students who might have the same experience to speak up. As an immigrant who came to Canada to study with my parents, I left all my friends and all my familiar things in my original place. Coming to Canada, I assumed that I would meet some friends in my new school. However, I experienced school bullying and discrimination. As the only Chinese student in my class, being tossed and feeling ostracized because of my identity, I can still remember being pelted with paper balls and subject to hurtful remarks during a geography class. For a period of time, some of my classmates even moved my desk and chair. Although the teacher witnessed this incident and reprimanded the student, saying that such behavior was unacceptable and should not be repeated, they still continue to engage in such actions. I was afraid to inform my parents because I knew that they would work very hard and I didn't want to make any trouble for them. It was also difficult because my parents didn't speak English, so they couldn't communicate with my school. Due to the language barrier, I didn't know who to talk to. That experience left a deep impact on me, and even after my many years have passed, I can still remember it. It gives me emotional harm that TDSB has continued not to adjust or prevent for current or the future students. So my hope that no student in school will have to go through the same experience I did, especially the Asian students, newcomers, and the immigrants. I hope TDSB can understand the discrimination facing Asian students. I also hope that TDSB can recognize the importance of addressing the racial discrimination and school bullying. Teachers in my school were never equipped to address anti-Asian racism, and even though they may have tried to do so, it's just on an individual basis, like speaking to one student in particular. Also, there wasn't a support available to me that I feel comfortable with to using. How can we expect students to speak up when these incidents only continue to happen and are not addressed at their roots with education? How can we expect students to reach out for support by going to guidance which are limited in language capacity and don't always understand issues facing Asian students? This isn't an individual problem, but a problem across the Toronto District School Board. It is crucial for TDSB to take proactive measures to address this matter. All students deserve an inclusive educational environment that nurture their growth and ensure their safety, health, and well-being. I would like to request TDSB to consider training sessions for all staff members, including teachers and support staff, to educate them about the challenge faced by Asian students and equip them with necessary tools like skill and resource to address incidents of racism effectively. Additionally, efforts should be made to recruit more Asian staff members, increasing the representation of Asians, including East Asian teachers who can serve as role model, provide Asian students with someone they can easily relate to and comfort in, and who can better understand the issues impacting Asian students and families. This will be make sure that Asian students don't feel helpless and alone in school, and that Asian families can be better support and build a connection with school so they are not feel excluded. I strongly urge the school board to paralyze this matter and take immediate action to ensure the well-being and safety of Asian students in order to create a better support for them. My story is not unique, but I hope that with more action from TDSB, and we will hear fewer and fewer stories like mine. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ryola, for sharing your experience. I'm not seeing any questions from trustees at this time, so I would thank you for coming and taking the time out today to speak with us. And we will move on to the next delegation, number 29, Eleanor Marie Yang. This is also a virtual delegation from the Chinese Canadian National Council of Toronto.
Hi.
Hi.
There. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear, which is great. So you will have 5 minutes, and at the 1 minute mark, when you have 1 minute remaining, you'll hear a chime, and that will just give you a signal that you have only 1 minute left in your time allotted. So you can go ahead as soon as you are ready.
Okay. Thank you so much for giving us space to share about our concern. I'm here today with Chinese Canadian National Council Toronto chapter, short for CCNCTO. As you may recognize from our work, including our Fight COVID Racism reporting platform that we developed during the pandemic, and our various community research report highlighting anti-Asian racism in Canada, and some of the systematic barriers facing Asian Canadians. Our work is centered around our community members and aim to visibilize the invisible nature of anti-Asian racism. That is why over the past few years, CCNCTO has been working with Chinese Canadian students, parents, guardians, and community members to advocate for justice in the education system. We have done through leadership development for youth and parents, providing accessible information session and resource about education, and strengthening our partnership with stakeholders such as community organization and school board. Addressing anti-Asian racism has been identified as a top priority in the process, which is why it is necessary for us to have our voice heard. While the TDSB is celebrating Asian Heritage Month, our community members are demanding more than just celebration. Heritage Months are important, but when TDSB designates February Chinese Heritage Month without taking concrete action to advance equity for Asian students, past the celebratory month, our community member question if change will really happen. We cannot highlight Asian folks for this month, and this month only, without acknowledging and also working to combat barriers and inequality they face. For the past few years, our Asian community members have experienced disproportionate rate of discrimination, violence, racism, and hate. In 2021, we documented a 286 increase from 2020 statistic in anti-Asian racism report from children and youth under 18, with many incidents being reported in school. Faced with a dramatic increase in anti-Asian racism, where East, Southeast, and South Asian folks have been disproportionately targeted, our community members are asking what has been done to keep our students, staff, parents, and families safe. Today, as I speak, 3 others have spoken on this topic, and 4 more have submitted written delegation for your consideration. We ask that you pay attention to the issue facing our community members, make space to hear about our concern and solution, and work with us to dismantle anti-Asian racism. As I share my story, think about how all of those who cannot and won't share about their story because of the barrier they face in the meeting, such as this one, and because all the compounding and negative experience they have had with seeking accountability in the past. Today, many have empowered to share their story because of the community capacity we have helped build. We hope that you are ready to listen and take action to address our concern. From my work with Chinese youth, parents, and community members, I have heard numerous stories of persistent bullying, discrimination, harassment, abuse in school. While some have reported this issue, many have felt disempowered by the lack of action taken in school to address their issue. And when time and time again they see a lack of accountability, these folks begin to lose trust and faith in the system in place at school. In addition to a lack of accountability, often folks' experience of anti-Asian racism are swept under the rug and dismissed as microaggression. Instead of working to address inequality facing them, our community members are told to create change in their life to mitigate incidents of anti-Asian racism. For example, several of the students in our network have chosen to switch school and opt to use English name as a way to deal with anti-Asian racism they have experienced. As an immigrant myself, I have witnessed firsthand the experience of growing up in the Canadian education system. For me, the impact of growing up in a space where I wasn't represented by staff, where my parents were excluded from school participation, where microaggression continued to occur but were dismissed, and where Asian folk were constructed outside of the image of who is truly Canadian, took a toll on my sense of myself. For me, many around me, and many youth that I work with now, I can see how this systematic inequality contributes to internalized racism that manifests in you resenting your family for not putting enough work to understand and get involved in your life and school here. That manifests in you separating yourself from other Asian immigrants, like newcomer and international students, despite the fact that you know their struggles are because of the school system.
Thank you very
provided
much.
in
Thank you very much, Eleanor, for your delegation. Your time has concluded. I'm just looking to see if there are any questions. No questions from trustees today, but we thank you for taking time out to share.
Through the chair, my hand is up.
Oh, our apologies,
Trustee Williams.
Trustee Williams. Please go ahead. Eleanor, I hope you're still there.
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, good. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Trustee Williams.
Okay, through the chair. Thank you so much, Eleanor, for coming and delegating this evening. Based on your delegation, I wonder if you'd mind clarifying what recommendations would you make to the board to address the issues you've raised, specifically around anti-Asian racism?
So I think, thank you so much for the question. I think it's so important that TDSB to recognize this as a important issue that impacting our community a lot. Actually, last year in May, we also sent collective letters signed by 13 organizations, sending to TDSB asking TDSB to promote a motion to address anti-Asian racism. The collective letter was signed by Center for Immigrant and Community Service, CICS, Homebook Mental Health Association, and also Chinese Canadian National Council for Social Justice, National Association of Japanese Canadian, and with some of the academics, for example, Professor Izumi Sakamoto, Ling Fang, and Dr. Mary Reid from University of Toronto. So we already sent the collective letter to TDSB last year, but we didn't hear any response. And what we want to see is a concrete change, including staffing change to represent the diversity of the Asian population in Toronto, and also to change curriculum to include our history, to let our youth to connect to their culture, to their history, and also more support for Asian students and parents. And also the last but not the least is the accessibility support. For example, the long-term parent organizer who has shared their story bravely, Sally Jin, she actually applied for delegation a week ago and asked for interpretation, but there's no interpretation provided tonight.
Through the chair, thank you so much for that clarification and those comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if I could ask through the chair, if we could get the written delegation, if the delegate has sent one, and also interested in seeing that information that was sent to the previous board that the delegate mentioned.
So Eleanor, if you have that information readily available, you can send that to the same delegation address, email address that you used to apply to delegate, and that will be shared with trustees, including Trustee Williams.
Yes, for sure. We will send the information to the board.
Okay, thank you very much for coming and sharing your delegation with us. Next up, we have number 32. This is the last delegation for the evening. And thank you for everyone for your patience. I know it's been a long evening of delegates waiting, and especially for our last one. So Ingrid Palmer is on the Inner City Community Advisory Committee. May I just ask, are you delegating on behalf of the committee? Can I ask a clarification just so I make sure that we're clear? And if you can come off, press *6 to come off mute.
She's not in the room.
Oh, Ingrid's not here? Okay, just give us a moment and we'll make sure, because we are under the impression that she did want to delegate this evening. In the meantime, while we're seeing if we can get a hold of Ingrid, we are going to shortly take a break so everybody can stretch their legs. And then when we come back, in terms of the agenda, seeing as it is almost 7:30, I'm just going to suggest that, well, a few things. One, item number 7.1, we've had an indication from the ICCAC, the Inner City Community Advisory Committee, that they would ask that item go to GPC. So that is coming off the agenda. And that's 7.11. 771, sorry. And then my other suggestion for trustees to consider would be that we reorder the agenda to have 8.3, 8.2, the 2022 RBC Canadian Open moved to the end of the agenda before adjournment, just seeing as in terms of time constraints, it's important but not urgent. And so that has been a suggestion we've had. Trustee Laskin, I see your hand is up.
Yes, Madam Chair, could we not move it to board without recommendation?
We could do that. That's certainly
Why don't we do that?
So,
and another question.
That would be, yep, sorry, go ahead.
What time are we going into private? What's our hard stop in public?
That's an excellent question, Trustee Laskin.
You'll use the break and get back to us after that?
Yes, I think we'll do that. Let's just see if we have an update on
Yeah, point of
delegate.
personal privilege, is that the right one?
Or a question, I don't know.
All right,
Depends
no,
on what
it's-
you're
well,
gonna say.
As the trustee co-chair of ICCAC, I've just confirmed with our community co-chair that Ingrid was going to delegate on this motion, but since it's been moved to GPC, she will not attend this evening.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. We were actually wondering if that might be her choice. Okay, so we are going to take a break until 7:45. So we will come back at 7:45 and we will have an answer to those questions, I hope. And I would just, any delegates that are still listening, watching, thank you very much for taking the time out of your day and your evenings with your families and your work and all those other competing interests to come and share your experiences and perspectives with us. It helps us make our decisions stronger. Thank you. And we will now go into recess. I'm just going to ask for a mover and a seconder to reorder the agenda. Am I reordering the agenda? Am I needing to? Okay, we're just going to. The end. Okay, all right. So we're not going to reorder the agenda at this point. We are going to move to item number 5, which is the report from trustees appointed to the Ontario Public School Boards Association, what we call OPSBA. Trustee Arts, are you speaking to this first?
Yes, I will send a written copy to trustees. I'm just trying to call up my notes here. Yeah, so I'll send a written copy with some links, but the highlights from recent activity for OPSBA was that we recently had the Labor Relations Symposium on the 27th and 28th of April, and that was followed up with a Board of Directors meeting on the 28th and 29th. The highlights of discussion for the Board of Directors meeting was Bill 98, discussion around issues that different boards were highlighting. And then staff at OPSBA gave us a high-level review of the GSNs, the funding decisions that were handed out in the Grants for Student Needs for this year. So I've included links to both of those. The staff overview of the GSNs is really important, and I encourage trustees to read it because there's some interesting changes within the GSNs that other boards are noticing. I know we hear frequently from staff about, one of the things I'll highlight, one of the things we hear from staff about is that when we offer Indigenous programming, we have more students enrolled in Indigenous courses, there's allocations of funding that come to school boards associated with those courses. Sorry, excuse me, associated with those courses. But it seems that from the GSNs this year, it seems that the ministry isn't increasing the amount of money as more boards are offering more options for Indigenous education. It seems that they are reallocating between boards. So like we heard about the transportation grants, where the ministry took the transportation money and has redistributed it in a different way. So there were some boards on the winning side of that redistribution and some on the losing side. This also seems to be the case for the Indigenous education funding, and that is very concerning from a provincial perspective, and OPSBA was going to be following up with more information on that. So some, especially remote and northern boards who've had a certain amount of Indigenous education funding, are seeing a decrease in their funding this year. So there's some significant concerns about what's happening with the funding because we haven't had a good explanation on that. At the Board of Directors meeting, we had a presentation from Colin Best, who is the president of the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, and there'll be a presentation attached. That was a really interesting conversation. There's actually a lot of similarities between the work that AMO does as an organization representing pretty much all the municipalities except Toronto. So the work that AMO does in parallel to what the work that OPSBA does for Ontario school boards, and a lot of the same priorities aligned in terms of the social and equity supports that are being rolled out across the province. I've concluded the minutes from the joint policy and program work group meeting. I don't know if Shelley wants to speak more to this. And just a reminder for MPP, Take Your MPP to School Day, which is slated for next week. Lots of you have gotten back to me, and it's really great. I think I don't have final confirmations, but I've had 11 or 12 of us that have reached out or have secured meetings for next week with our MPPs. So for sure, there's like 9 of us going out to take our MPPs to school, and that's really great And I'm hoping that each of you can send me a really, really brief highlight of where you went, what you discussed with your MPP, so I can relay that back to OPSBA. And if other members have anything else they want to highlight, then please go ahead.
Trustee Dawson, please go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, thanks so much, Trustee Arts, for the report. I just wanted to add that the Black Trustee Caucus has pretty well finalized its terms of reference, and that will be shared with the OPSBA Executive Council for the May 31st meeting and the Board of Directors on June 9th at the AGM.
Okay, thank you very much, Trustee Dawson. Thank you for the OPSBA report. I'm not seeing any questions from trustees, so we will move on to item number 6, which is the Toronto Lands Corporation report, item 6.1 Q2 Business Operations Report. Over to staff to ask who will be speaking to this, please.
Thank you, and through the chair, just confirming that, okay, thank you. So I will be speaking to this report. As trustees see in the document that was attached to the report, the Toronto Lands Corporation is required on a quarterly basis to report to TDSB their business operations report. And so this report in the Appendix C, if you look at Appendix A, which is on page 7, you'll see that it does outline all of the work that has been completed at TLC over the 3-month period from December 2020 to February 2023 under the 2 main areas that are provided, the services provided by TLC, real estate and leasing and land use planning. And then Appendix B, which follows, provides a little bit more detail with regards to each of those areas and the work that's being completed. As we heard at the TLC meetings, they are on track with the work that they had been expecting to do and throughout the year. So in Q2, they are on track, and they continue to assist with anything else that comes up in addition to their planning. So I would be happy to answer any questions that you have, and I know that we have some TDSB staff online too that will be able to assist if necessary.
Thank you. Okay, so Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
This report, Madam Chair.
Okay, do we have a seconder for that?
Wang.
Thank you, Trustee Wang. All in favor? Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to be using eScribe for those of you who are on eScribe. So just give us a moment for that to come up. The vote is now open, so please register your vote or let us know if you're voting orally.
In favor.
Trustee Loka Raman in favor.
In favor. Chernis Lynn in favor.
Begovitis in favor.
Wang in favor.
Shan in favor.
Trustee Lee and Trustee Sriskandarajah, how do you vote?
Madam Chair, voting in favor. Thank you.
Sriskandarajah in favor.
Okay, thank you, trustees.
And also my eScribe doesn't pop up either.
Okay. Trustee Hastings, how do you vote? In favor. Okay, thank you. And that has carried. Moving on to item number 7.2, Black Student Achievement Community Advisory Committee Report of April 23rd, 2023. I'm just wondering, on this item, who will be speaking to this item?
Trustee Hassan on the call?
No.
Trustee Hassan, are you on the call?
He was absent from the last.
Okay. Is the co-chair, Sharon Beeson, has she been admitted into the call?
She did not indicate.
Okay.
She did not indicate that she would be speaking. So we just need a mover and a seconder.
Okay, can I speak to it once it's moved?
Yes.
You can speak to it before it's moved because it's already on the agenda, so it's on the floor.
I'm going to speak to it.
Trustee Dawson, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I will speak to this motion or this recommendation. Our motion was which is on the screen right now, was presented to the BSAC committee in April at their April meeting. It was presented by student trustees, a teacher who was supporting them, and myself and Trustee King were there supporting those people. And the committee voted unanimously to endorse the motion. And so we have now added, as an amendment to the motion, their endorsement formally on the motion that will be coming to board on the 24th that was passed already at PSSC. I can take any questions if anyone has any, if I'm allowed.
So are there any questions from trustees on this? Okay, we're not seeing any questions. Right, okay, so we will open the vote. Oh, mover and a, so I think, do we have a mover and a seconder for this item?
I will move this item.
Okay, Trustee
Happy to
Dawson.
second, Trustee.
Thank you, Trustee King. We have a mover and a
King.
seconder. We have a mover and a seconder, and we will open the vote.
Sriskandaraj in favor.
Thank you, Trustee Sriskandaraj. Chernis Lynn also in favor.
James Lee's in
Dan in
favor.
favor.
Alka Rotman in favor.
She's in favor. In favor.
Okay. And Hastings in favor.
Shell's in favor.
Trustee Lee, how do you vote?
I voted in favor, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And the vote is closed and carried. Thank you very much, trustees. Next up, we have we're on item 8. 8.1 is the Central Student Interest Programs Implementation Update. And to the director, if you could introduce who will be speaking. Oh, she's not here. To Associate Director Srisco, if you could just introduce this item. Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, thank you for the opportunity to provide an implementation update on the Central Student Interest Programs. Thank you to the many parents who have deputed and students this evening and shared their questions and concerns to staff or reflect upon them. Public education represents our commitment to create a positive world. Students will lead our world. We want them to achieve their greatest potential. We want to teach them kindness and determination. And of course, we want them to be met with high expectations. Our Central Student Interest Programs are part of a lexicon of ways the Toronto District School Board supports our students in achieving their hopes and potential. As an example, we are very proud that our board ensures all elementary students experience an outdoor learning opportunity. It is a point of celebration that so many students and families are interested in Central Student Interest Programs. We know that we currently have more applicants than available seats for students, and we infer that parent and student interest in these programs is a reflection of the hope that parents have and students have to pursue their interests and maximize their potential. Our goal is to expand programs so that all students are able to pursue their passions without barriers. The Board of Trustees in May of 2022 directed staff through Policy 100 to address barriers to programs that underrepresented students experience in achieving the shared goals and hopes of so many families. The board also enabled the expansion of local programs which staff will be enacting in the years to come. We believe that all students can succeed and thrive. We are very pleased to be sharing with you this evening an update outlining the implementation of Policy 100 and our progress in meeting your expectations to create opportunities for students. We will welcome your questions and feedback. It is my sincere pleasure to introduce Central Superintendent Diana Panagiotopolis to share highlights from the report through a slide presentation. Thank you, Diana.
Thank you. Good evening, and through the chair. As Associate Director Sissoko said, we are delighted to share with you some of the key highlights of the Central Student Interest Program implementation update. The update provides a picture of the first-year implementation of TDSB's Central Student Interest Programs application process. And this first application cycle has provided staff with new data that allow us to better understand how these programs operate within the TDSB and how they impact enrollment at local designated schools by address. The data, which provides a more complete picture of who is accessing the programs, will be augmented once the 2023 TDSB student census is completed and merged with the Central Student Interest Program data. Evidence shared in this update will demonstrate the implementation of the revised application as outlined in Policy 100 as a success. Next slide, please. As mentioned, the Board of Trustees adopted the Student Interest Programs policy a year ago. Prior to Policy 100 coming to board last May, there were extensive community consultation and opportunities for feedback. Over the years, including prior to the Enhanced Equity Task Force, staff and trustees heard from individual families about the barriers to accessing these programs by TDSB students. We also heard about these barriers at community advisory committees. During the consultations, we identified that admission requirements for the former specialized programs, as they were known, had many barriers to access for many deserving, qualified, and interested students. And the goal of this policy was to create equitable access to learning opportunities. The policy required applicants to be deemed eligible based on interest-based criteria rather than ability-focused criteria. The use of a lottery to grant students access to Central Student Interest Programs is not new to the centralized student programs, also formerly known as specialized programs. Prior to Policy 100, admissions to specialized programs was determined through optional attendance policy and procedures, and lotteries were held in local schools when the number of applicants were greater than the number of seats, which happened often. Another practice from the previous procedure was the expiry of wait lists once offers were no longer made available. These lists were closed in late February each year. This year, to increase access, we've implemented the use of local waitlists to ensure that the seats in our Central Student Interest Programs that have become vacant in schools can be filled by local waitlisted students that are already registered at that school in the fall. Individual schools may not adhere to these practices, and it is now consistent amongst all of our programs. We are absolutely thrilled to share that there was an increase in overall applications. And as you can see, we did have over 7,000 applications that were received, approved, processed, and considered for these programs. We attribute this to the new Central website, clear system-wide communication, and an effective promotion plan, as well as the changes in admission practices and the online application process. The communications and promotion plan included student interest program webinars, which were attended by over 5,000 applicants and viewed more than 6,000 times on YouTube. New choices. Our secondary program options e-magazine was developed in partnership with the Central Guidance team. 3 application support webinar sessions were included, and staff attended from French, special ed, and inclusion, as well as the school information system team. We had printed flyers in Toronto public libraries throughout the city, and social media, email, and website promotion. We recognize that the Central Student Interest Programs are popular, extremely popular, and we had more applications this year than in previous years. And specifically, as a result of the applications, we increased the number of seats by 17.5%, for our grade 9 students, which is the largest entry year, in programs and schools where this was possible. Some schools could not accommodate additional students as they were already over the 100% utilization rate. Next slide, please. Nearly 800 applicants who self-identified as First Nations, Métis, and Inuit, as well as Black, Middle Eastern, and Latino, Latinx students were seated in Central Student Interest programs for the fall of 2023, making up just over 25% of all admitted applicants. In 2020, based on the known self-identification of students in specialized programs, students who self-identified as one of the four listed on the four underserved groups made up only 9% of students registered in the secondary programs. As a result of the priority seating in math, science, and tech programs, female identifying applicants also now make up nearly 50% of the seats in these programs. The change in admissions affected the representation in both IB and leadership programs specifically. Every Central Student Interest program had initially surpassed the 20% enrollment target for the students that I've just mentioned. All programs have maintained the 20%, except a few select programs where we have not yet attracted enough interested applicants. Specifically, the 4 international baccalaureate programs, IB, are sitting at between 16 and 19.8%, and we have exhausted the waitlist at Silverthorne with the Elite Athlete Program and the George Vanier MST program. Next slide, please. And next slide. I have to look up and remind the slide switching, sorry. One of the goals of the policy was to engage students from new schools in all areas of the board. Through the central communication strategy that I mentioned, the number of schools with grade 8 programs that had students applying and seated in arts-focused secondary programs increased by 22%. 11 of the new schools had not yet had any students seated in any of the arts programs over the past 3 years. We're focusing on supporting teacher professional learning in the arts, as with all of the other programs. We have met with administrators and school staff to discuss robust, rigorous curriculum and its delivery next year. This professional learning started this year and will continue. We are committed to building a strong network of arts educators throughout the system. Next slide, please. We also know that there is a strong interest across the TDSB in math, science, and tech focused programming. Students from nearly every single grade 8 school applied for admission to an MST program, which is a huge change, and we are excited about this. Intentional work is being done to support the delivery of the program excellence that is known in every single TDSB secondary school, where the courses that students need to pursue for post-secondary education in the sciences can already be accessed. We've already met this year with teachers and administrators for math, science, and tech several times throughout the year to strengthen the delivery of the curriculum. We'll continue to offer this professional learning as we will continue to increase the number of these programs to school staff, to students for the 2024-2025 school year. We will continue to support the professional learning throughout this process. Next slide, please. We've also just completed the Program Accommodation Review Team meetings involving the communities at Westview Centennial Secondary School and Warburn Collegiate. These locations were selected based on the available space, current staff, facilities, accessibility, and geography. The PART's final recommendations will be coming to PPC next month, and we look forward to adding 2 new art schools for 2024-2025 to the board. Next slide, please. TDSB will continue to support central student interest programs that have been so valued by many over many, many years. TDSB's commitment to the central student interest programs will continue and can be seen by our commitment to add 2 new arts programs and doubling the number of math, science, tech programs in the coming year. For September 2024 specifically. We want all students to have equitable access to the programs, and they will be engaged in rich, rigorous, challenging programs that reflect and affirm their identities and experiences so that at their graduation, we will also see equitable outcomes. Next slide. And back to Louise.
Thank you very much, Superintendent Panagiotopoulos. I would like now to introduce and thank Executive Officer of Legal Services, Paul Coven. Paul is joining us from on the internet. Thank you. Director Russell Rollins, need a prompt there. And Paul is going to be speaking to and providing summary of the legal opinion that was received. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Good evening, and through the chair. Through the Legal Services Department of the board, a legal opinion was sought with respect to our student interest programs to ensure that both the program and the manner of selection being used in the program was consistent with our obligations under the applicable Human Rights Commission policies and the provisions of the Ontario Human Rights Code. In particular, we had requested an opinion whether the student interest programs are consistent with the Section 14 special programs provisions of the code, which I'll explain in a moment, both from the perspective of non-code protected students, as well as code protected students who don't fall within one of the groups identified by TDSB. And before I go on, I should note that the legal opinion that is before you in the materials, you'll note at the top of the opinion letter, it's marked strictly privileged and confidential. For purposes of this report, we, Legal Services on behalf of the board really, is waiving that privilege and confidentiality so that it can be made available to you for your consideration. As a starting point, Section 1 of the Human Rights Code entitles every person to equal treatment in goods, facilities, and services without discrimination based on 15 prohibited grounds. I won't go through those grounds with you. A service provider, such as TDSB, will violate Section 1 of the code if it can be established that the delivery of its services creates a differential treatment, it's based on a protected ground, and it causes discrimination in the substantive sense. However, and this is an important note, human rights tribunals and courts have long established that differential treatment of one sort or another is often a necessary component for the redress of historical disadvantage. And just to give you a quote that's contained in the legal opinion from our Supreme Court of Canada, not every distinction is discriminatory. By their very nature, programs designed to ameliorate the disadvantage of one group will inevitably exclude individuals from other groups. This does not necessarily make them either unconstitutional or reverse discrimination. And it's for this reason, this ameliorative purpose, that nearly all Canadian human rights statutes across the country contain an equity mechanism that allows strategic exclusions for the purpose of eliminating structural disproportionality. And in Ontario, that section is Section 14 of the Ontario Human Rights Code. And Section 14 is known as the Special Programs Provision, and it's found in Part 2 of the code. And it essentially says the following: a special program is a program that's designed to, number one, relieve hardship or economic disadvantage. Number two, assist disadvantaged persons or groups to achieve equal opportunity. And three, contribute to the elimination of the infringement of rights under Part 1 of the Human Rights Code. And so a program that meets one or more of these criteria will be deemed not to infringe upon the right to be free from discrimination. And as the legal opinion says, stated plainly, special programs exclude, but they are not discriminatory. And in this way, the code protects equity-focused or affirmative action type initiatives that might otherwise meet the legal test for discrimination. And so the tribunal will protect programs that are designed to achieve equity, and where a special program can be established, Section 14 is essentially our full answer and defense to any claims of reverse discrimination. The legal opinion letter before you then goes on to conduct an analysis of Section 14 of the Human Rights Code. And the conclusion that it draws is that TDSB's student interest programs and the admissions process meets all three criteria for a special program under Section 14 of the Code, in that the student interest program relieves hardship or economic disadvantage. Number two, it assists disadvantaged persons or groups to achieve equal opportunity. And number three, the programs contribute to the elimination of the infringement of rights under Part 1 of the Human Rights Code. Accordingly, it follows that any differential treatment or exclusion of students who are not members of a code-protected group would not constitute discrimination under the Human Rights Code by operation of this Section 14. Application to students who are members of code groups that are not among TDSB's priority categories are also caught within Section 14, and the same law and the same opinion applies as well. So the fact that an excluded student may otherwise belong to a code-protected group does not change the legal result. So all of that being said, our counsel, external counsel that is, really gives two cautions to us as a board. Number one is the board has to ensure that it maintains current data to justify the continued appropriateness of the groups that it chooses to prioritize in the program. And they note that TDSB is aware of this approach. We do take a data-based approach when we apply the admission selections process, and we adjust these prioritized groups as the demographics shift and the data supports any such changes. As further demographic and registration data is gathered through the student census and school information system, additional groups of underserved students may be identified, and that collection and analysis of data will allow for future prioritization through this process. The legal opinion then says, ultimately, there's an analysis of a couple of cases under the Human Rights Tribunal, and it notes that the tribunal has found where there are challenges to these special programs, a lot will depend on the definition of the purpose of the program, whether the complainant's circumstances fall within this purpose, and whether there's some form of substantive discrimination as compared to others who receive the benefit. Let me go on. Ultimately, the conclusion, as I've indicated, is even though a program only has to satisfy one of the special program criteria to receive the benefit of protection under Section 14, TDSB's admissions process that it uses for the student interest programs meets all three criteria for a special program and is therefore compliant with the Human Rights Code under its special programs provisions. That is the opinion before you. I highly commend it to you. It's a 9-page decision, and it's contained in a letter dated May 9th, 2023. Subject to any questions, those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. And through the chair, we have two more components. If you would like, Chair, for us to finish, and then is that appropriate? Okay, thank you. Trustees, as part of the implementation of Policy 100, we certainly have been receiving outreach, as have you, asking about meritocracy and the board's turning away from a meritocracy and moving towards the lottery. So we wanted to ground our presentation to you today in research. We asked the research department to conduct a literature review regarding meritocracy, and I would like to welcome Research Officer Amy Presley to give a very short executive summary of the very extensive literature review in your package. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you. Through the chair, good evening, everyone. So in your packages, there is a literature review, and this review adds additional context to the rationale for the Central Student Interest Program policy and application process. I'll just briefly summarize some of the points that discuss meritocracy in the review. When we apply meritocracy to education, student academic performance becomes a primary justification for opportunity offered to students. However, discrimination, bias, or lack of opportunity in shaping individual performance are often ignored as reasons for disproportionate outcomes or access. It's important to note that beliefs around meritocracy in education often ignore the ongoing role that structures or society play in student success. Merit-based only policies tend to define success at a central level, be it cultural or institutional, and apply that success to schools and students. And a question to grapple with is who defines success? Meritocracy challenges the ability for schools to work with families and communities in defining different forms of school success and achievement. Data across a number of years within the TDSB, some reported tonight by delegates, has shown that learning opportunities for K-12 students vary depending on students' different demographic factors. The larger review before you discusses educational equity in relation to meritocracy and the ways in which specific jurisdictions have used merit-based ideas within education policy and practice. And lastly, we heard delegates know that there were some missing pieces in this literature review, and I just wanted to add that we welcome any additional feedback for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amy. And lastly, trustees, as we were preparing to speak to you this evening, we really wanted to ask ourselves, what do our students say? So I want to thank Reiko Fuentes. Reiko is a central principal in our system who works alongside Diana. And she has made quite the presentation for us this evening. Thank you, Reiko.
Thank you. And through the chair, lastly, you don't want to hear from me, you want to hear from students. And so we'd like to share the stories of a few grade 8 TDSB students speaking about their choices and their next steps as they head off to secondary school in the fall. The audio needs to be turned up a little on the video.
Hi, I'm Kelly, a grade 8 student at Goshen Public School. Next year, I'm attending York Memorial's regular program. I would like to go to York Memorial because they have a lot of clubs and classes to pick. I also want to go to York Memorial because the students there are amazing. After high school, I would like to go to university and do interior designing. And I would like to get a job in interior designing.
Hi, I am Edson from Goshen Public School, and I applied at Emory for MST. The process to apply was pretty easy. I decided to apply in around October of last year. I chose to apply because I wanted to have the best opportunity I can for my future to get into a university or a college. I'm excited to see the benefits of the program and the advantages. After high school, I would like to work for myself and or be an entrepreneur.
Hi, I'm Cassidy Liu from Gulfstream Public School. I'm going to Northview Heights, and I'm attending the Cyber Arts program. I'm very excited to go because I want to learn new things about art and explore different art forms, as well as meet people who have the same interests as me. I'm very excited for high school.
Hello, my name is Iwa, and I'm a grade 8 student at Goshen Public School. I applied to Running Mate Collegiate Institute for the HMSD program. I applied for this program because I really like math, and I've always been interested in math, and I think this program will open a lot of doors for me later in life. After high school, I plan to go to university and study medicine so I can become a doctor.
Hello everybody, I'm a student at Gulfstream Public School. Next year I'll be attending the HMSD program at Northview Heights Secondary School. I think that this program can provide me a good learning opportunity and help me beyond high school even. After high school, I'd like to pursue something in the field of business or engineering. And overall, I feel like I'm pretty excited to go to high school because I can get a fresh start and meet new people.
I teach intermediate, grade 7 and 8 at Gulfstream Public School. And this year, my students and I had the opportunity to navigate the new high school application process. The students were really excited for this new journey of their school life. They were less stressed out because they knew that marks was not a factor for them, as well as they didn't have to write an exam, which alleviated a lot of stress. Many students were applying to programs that they were interested in.
Thank you very much. And thank you to this incredible team who put the presentation together, who have been supporting the implementation of Policy 100. Trustees, we have concluded that the vision that you had with the policy has been really life-changing for many, many, many children. We are continuing to learn from implementation and will continue to refine as we move along, as our promise with any implementation of policy. And thank you to Director Russell Rollins for her support of this team and the vision alongside. We're pleased to answer any questions that you have.
Okay, thank you very much to the team. We have a list of trustees wishing to speak. So first is Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and through you to staff, thank you very much. This is one of the, read a lot of reports during my years, and this one gives me great satisfaction, and I know my vote last May was the right vote. I don't regret it for a minute. I have a couple questions, though, that arose from the deputations that I simply want to give staff another opportunity to clarify. Can you talk about consultation? Can you talk about you referenced that in your opening remarks, but I'm not sure that those that deputed tonight understood the multiple ways that this policy change occurred. And I would like to give staff another opportunity to just speak to what lay behind this policy change. Through you, Madam Chair, to staff.
Chair, Superintendent Diana Pangiotopoulos will begin this response.
Thank you, and Rico Fuentes will also support the answer to this question. So we did have several webinars, beginning November 18th in 2021, November 22nd, 2021, and another one on November 22nd, so different timing. All in all, we had close to 2,000 registered participants in these programs. And in addition to that, our secondary program review public consultation had nearly 2,500 surveys, as well as nearly 7,000 people accessing and 3,700 people completing the surveys. We also had attendees at our local public meetings. Reiko, do you want to add anything?
Thank you, and through the chair, I will add that there were 2 phases in the consultation, one that began prior to COVID, where there were the face-to-face meetings that took place in 4 different schools across the TDSB, where there was also a survey component, again, where feedback was elicited. In the continuation of this public consultation process that happened post-COVID, we had the 3 webinars that Superintendent Panagiotopoulou has just mentioned, where again we elicited feedback. Requests and invitations to participate in all areas of the consultation were sent directly to parents, guardians, and caregivers in the TDSB, all members of staff within the TDSB. Invitations to the webinars were on social media and broadly broadcast through the public to try to engage and include people in the conversation about the changes that we were talking about and linking the work that we were doing back to the Enhancing Equity Task Force, where again, there were many stages of public consultation done prior. And so we've heard voices in all of these forums, including smaller meetings that we held both with our community advisory committees, with pop-up groups that were supported by our community support workers, who helped to connect us with communities that might not be engaging in some of those other forums that I mentioned earlier. We really worked extensively to try to reach out and hear as many stories and as many voices as possible as part of that public consultation, to include and to hear from those who had access programs and those who had not.
And just to wrap things up, the level of engagement was equal or surpassed other policy review procedures that our research department has been involved in. Thank you.
And just to add, thank you very much, staff. There was an insinuation that we did not actually follow our policy review process. I want to assure the board that the policy review process was indeed enacted fully.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Another point of clarification. There was insinuations made that students wouldn't benefit from the program, that they weren't capable of benefiting from the program. As educators, can you expand on our role from a system perspective? Do we expect students to be fully baked when they're 11 and 12 years old and know their life plan? Or do we actually have a role to play during those secondary years in helping them even get to know themselves and their strengths? Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Superintendent Pangiotopoulos will begin.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair. Our students, from the time they enter kindergarten to the time they graduate, are ever changing. They're discovering their passions, they're discovering their strengths, and they're developing those strengths throughout the years with us in TDSB. We know that in grade 8, they're just starting to grow and imagine what the possibilities are. And many of our students can't even imagine, like us as adults, what the world will look like and what the opportunities will be. Our students in grade 8 are of the ages of 12, 13 years old. Some of them have had advantages that others have not. And we want our students from kindergarten to grade 8 to experience arts, science, math, strong literacy and numeracy programs in all of our schools. These opportunities in our schools will allow students from all of our schools to be successful in the post-secondary choice that they make: universities, colleges, apprenticeships, and the world of work. And we know that their learning will continue throughout their lifetime. The opportunity that the Central Student Interest Programs provide is an opportunity for students to develop those passions that they may be just starting to discover about themselves and their possible talents. And I believe, and as a board we believe, that giving these opportunities to all of our students to access, have experiences while they are in the programs, so that they are engaged, that they meet with rigorous curriculum and their delivery, they develop critical and creative thinking skills throughout their 4 years in the high school programs, is key. So they are not baked at grades 7 and 8. They continue to develop throughout their 14 years with us, and every year they continue to grow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Continuing on that train of thought, there was also a concern that staff weren't consulted and weren't supported. You did mention, and there is reference in here about professional learning and support that's being provided to staff so that they can understand the change that the admission policy provides and the opportunities it provides. Can you expand a little bit about if you faced resistance from staff, number one, and number two, your experiences so far in the professional learning, and help us understand what more might be required. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, that's a really important question because we recognize with any significant policy change or pedagogical shift that our staff need to be supported throughout the process. So this is an area that we are continuing to pay attention to and will, I would suspect, over the next 5 to 7 years as we learn more about what our students need in order to be successful, regardless of their entry point. And if you would indulge me, I would like to just answer the first question. Every one of us, educators, parents, trustees, see the brilliance and possibilities of our students in every one of our schools, each and every time we walk through the door. Some of our students have more consolidated skills, and we respect that, we embrace that. We want those students to continue to grow and be successful in areas that they pursue both in and out of school. We also want those students who may not have had those opportunities to be able to grow and excel. And that's what this policy is intended to do. It is intended to open the door for all of our students, for both groups of students I just described, to pursue their interests, grow their talents, and to pursue whatever field of work or whatever field suits their passion post-secondary. So I think there's more brilliance perhaps than we've heard as we've discussed this particular policy in our students across all of our schools, and this is just one avenue for our students to continue to excel in the areas that they choose. I will now ask Superintendent Pangiotopoulos to address the two questions posed.
Thank you, and through the chair. I'm going to start with the question around professional learning for teachers and supports. And in the early days, we did hear from staff who were concerned about what the program may look like. They shared their fears with us and their wonderings. And throughout the course of the year, we've continued to meet with staff and to discuss teaching that is responsive, that sparks curiosity. And we know that with the continued networking that they have started to build this year, that they will continue to grow in these ways. Specifically this year, we've focused on the arts and our science, math, technology programs with the continued development throughout the year and these conversations. Conversations have also been started with schools, for example, with leadership programs, integrated tech. The opportunities for staff to develop their teaching strategies in all of our schools is crucial. We can't teach the way we were taught, some of us, 30 years ago, and that we need to continue to develop, looking at the students that we have in our classrooms today. And again, looking at the world as it is today. So we'll continue to work with teachers to develop these skills. Our central teaching team has been key in making sure that our staff is ready for teaching students in September in ways that are more effective, that are evidence-based because they are developed on, they've been looked at through the research, and they'll continue to support staff to do that in all of our programs. Reiko, do you have anything to add? I think we're done. Thank you.
Thank you. Two more points that I'd like to speak of. When the research is here, and we had the opportunity to hear from one of the researchers who contributed to this, he spoke that potentially it's going to take a year to begin to understand the effectiveness. through you, Madam Chair, does staff have a plan on, first of all, how they're collecting data and research over the course of the year? And when, during the course of the year, would they come back to us? I believe there's a motion after the year of implementation in terms of any potential course corrections or reviews that you would suggest based upon the research, which will be based upon the experience of our students in schools. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Superintendent Pangiotopoulos.
Okay, thank you. When I heard the professor speak, he talked about us going through a cycle, and a cycle for us would be 4 years of the high school. So I just want to recognize that. Of course, we have a report coming at the end of the second year of implementation, and so we would be looking forward to that next spring or the following fall after the 2 years. In addition, I believe we have another update coming in the fall, and we will continue to work with our research department. Once the student census data is collected and analyzed, we'll be able to see more information about the students who are currently in the programs for September 23 and in the future. So we'll be able to use that data to correct if and how that's necessary. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And my final question has to do with our system goal in the secondary school review. And that is strong arts programs, music programs, science, technology programs, physical education programs, and the list goes on in each of our composite schools. And that's why the size of 1,000 students was critically important. I know when I represented Northern Secondary School, the tagline used to be not an art school, you say, as they continue to win awards for music and drama and science and the like. So I'm wondering, what is the goal? We have centralized programs, but we want opportunities for all our students. So I'm just wondering if you can just elaborate on where you think we need to be in a few years' time. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I will invite Superintendent Pangiotopoulos to start, and then I would be happy to add a vision of where we hope we will be in a few years.
Thank you, and through the chair and Trustee Laskin, I think I was at Northern as they did the Buffy musical, so I appreciate the reference to the school and quite enjoyed the show that they did. So we want all of our schools to be effective schools, and we know that this is going to take continued effort and really a laser-like focus on teaching and learning. Understanding that we need a strong focus on evidence-based, research-based teaching, integration of technologies in our teaching, and that every school in our secondary program review process, when consolidation is looked at and we're able to look at 1,000 students in a school, will have diverse, rich programming and will offer students choice in those course offerings. We do need to continue to focus our efforts on building teaching, on developing teaching and learning. It's not static. Just like medicine is not static, as the delegate mentioned earlier, neither is teaching and learning. And we have to continue to hone our skills as educators to ensure that inquiry-based learning takes place, to ensure that our students are well prepared. And that is the goal of every principal and superintendent and educator and support staff as they continue to develop school improvement plans that are focused on our multi-year strategic plan and always centered on student learning, so that achievement rates are high and well-being, and students are well taken care of and have strong sense of self that is affirmed, and a strong sense of strategies that they need to continue to support their well-being. Over the past couple of years, we know that the pandemic has hit us and that we know that we need to continue to support our learners. We also need to continue to support our teachers and our staff so that they are better prepared to support our students in classrooms. So as we make every school more effective, every classroom where there's engaged learning that is student-centered and student-driven is key. I'll see if Principal Fuentes or back to the director. Back to the director.
Thank you very much. We know that our students gain belonging through not only their peers and caring educators in schools, caring staff in schools, but also through the opportunity to pursue a wide range of interests. So many of our students find their passions in our schools through taking different courses and having experiences both in the classroom, outside of the classroom experience, and to a growing extent in community. We want every secondary school to have rich partnerships that amplify the curriculum for students, not only during the regular school day, but outside of the school day, and connect to deepening their learning. As Superintendent Pangiotopoulos said, we can't do this without also working very closely with educators and all of our staff to ensure that the experiences that students have are relevant based on the time that we're in, rigorous, and I want to say that again, academic excellence is part of our focus here. You cannot achieve equity without ensuring that it is academically rigorous for every one of our students. By offering a range of programming in every one of our secondary schools, we will be able to ensure that not only do we meet interests, but that we are able to challenge students effectively. And that's our goal. Choice, confidence, equity, and excellence in every one of our schools, and that this is achieved with our students, with our staff, and with our families.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, next up we have Trustee Rajagulasingham. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I know this has been a long time coming. I want to thank staff for their incredible work on this policy. I know it hasn't been easy, and there's a lot of misinformation out there. As a returning trustee, I remember being part of this process from the start, and I kind of come at this with wearing two hats, one as a trustee, the other as a performing artist with 20 years of experience as a performer, but also in training and also as a dance teacher. And one thing that I've noticed is that I have kids that are naturally talented. They pick up skill, amazing posture, technique so easily, and they have such great rhythm. But I know these are also the kids that are not practicing rigorously outside of class. I also have kids that love dancing, have so much interest, and I know that they may not have the natural talent, but they put so much time into their craft and practice a lot. But there's just so much interest there. So I get incredibly upset when I hear people say that by taking out the merit component or the audition component, it will dilute a program if it's solely based on interest. But I think interest alone is enough to turn interest into a skill into a passion, and a passion into a career. So having to audition or exhibit really does disadvantage those that may not have access to private lessons or opportunities. But I do have a number of questions that I just wanted to ask. The first being, so looking at the list of applicants, Trustee Wang and I do have the lowest number of applicant numbers. So I have 86 and she has 99 out of the total number. So I just wanted to ask staff what they think specifically about this data. What are reasonings behind that?
Thank you very much. Through you, Superintendent Pangiotopoulos.
Thank you, and through the chair, and thank you for your comments. I'm going to start by with your question around why the lowest number of applicants, in part because some of the programs are not geographically accessible in certain wards compared to other wards. So, for example, if students are expected to travel 90 minutes or 2 hours to a program that they're interested in, it may be less likely, I'm going to argue, that they would apply for those programs. So that is why we're also focused on increasing the number of programs, specifically in science and math, and doubling those numbers and adding the 2 art schools with the additional facilities. I'm also going to turn it to Principal Fuentes to give us some more specific data as we pull up.
Thank you, and through the chair. Some of the factors that Superintendent Panagiotou has mentioned are very important and around how accessible our programs currently are to students. But I think the other side of the coin that needs to be considered are what are the school choices that are in geographic proximity. And so schools that may be considered schools of choice, if that happens to be your designated school by address, may decrease the likelihood for some students to be looking at central student interest programs. So again, there are multiple facets to how the application process and what people are considering as they're looking at central student interest programs, how that plays out on a ward-by-ward basis. And looking to see how many programs, again, are available within the ward in close geographic proximity, but also what is my designated school by address, and if this is a school that is offering the programs that a student is looking for, they may be less inclined to apply for programs. And so we did try to also provide the number of students number of grade 8 students within the ward, just for reference. So it's not purely based on just the number of applications, but in terms of as a percentage of the number of grade 8s within the wards.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. And I think it really helps to know locally what demographic, the demographic of each ward, because I think that also contributes to these numbers. I've said this so many times, but I think it's important to repeat because it shows the impact of lack of communication and not having translations readily available, and the impact it has when important programs like these are being offered, because kids are missing out. I said this a number of times, that it's not enough that our all the information is on the website. I know that in your communication plan, you shared about the 2 websites, the social media, all that's fantastic. But in a community like my own, where most of my families, I would say like 90% of my families do not speak English at home, and there is that language barrier. So that's another factor as to why the applicant rate is so low. I'm wondering, I saw that in the communication plan that there's emails being sent out to all families in grade 6 and 7. I'm wondering if there is AI technology that the TDSB has access to where you can pull the language that kids are speaking or the top languages being spoken at to TDSB and automate emails for important updates like this to families that speak these languages, because time and time again, it's the same conversation. I repeated this at least 3 times this year when it came to important program updates. So how are we going to communicate to families where that barrier is there, that we have not engaged those families? Because it may sound like it's a couple of families, it's just a couple of minorities, but you put that group together and that's the majority of our families. So just a question on that.
Through the chair, I'm happy to try to address that question. We do have the capability of translation within the school messenger program, but we would have to first seek out there is a difference in our system between the language spoken at home and the language preference that they would like to receive information from the board in. And now, at the same time, similar to Google Translate, which is available on our website, it would not be a 100% accurate translation. It would be an approximation of that. I've heard various percentages of whether it may be 60, 70, 80% accurate. It is a possibility, but it would have to first clarify that information within our system to determine the preference of language that people want to receive that information in.
That's really helpful through the chair. Thanks, Mr. Bird, because I feel like we really need to be doing better to reach families. Even with the change in how this program is being offered, I'm not even sure if families are aware of that. And we're seeing the impact of this now when there's such a low applicant rate. My next question is, we saw the demographic data, but what about socioeconomic? My apologies if I missed that. I understand the reasoning as to why East Asian students and South Asian students are not on the priority list. However, looking at a ward like my own, where there is majority of my families are in a low to middle income, and they're East Asian or South Asian, because of that intersecting identity, they are underserved in my community. So when we look at demographic data, rather than look at the system as a whole and what the demographic data as a whole, can we look at local communities and look at applicants based on that local community? Because maybe one racial group in one part of the city is doing okay, is in a higher socioeconomic bracket, but in a part of the city like my own, they are underserved. So is that possible?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, Associate Director Sarisco.
Thank you, and through the chair, really important question. We have promised ourselves and our students that we will continue to be refining the data of who is accessing our programs, who's not, based on our census, who are our students in our board, and to be having a really important conversation about what does underserved mean. Right now, we have worked hard to provide access to underrepresented historically and currently, but we have not yet done the overlay of socioeconomic barriers, and I'm correlating that to the term underserved. So we will welcome that conversation in the months and years ahead.
Thank you. I do have more questions, so I'd like to be added back on the list. This is incredibly important work, but I do have a number of concerns, so I'll come back on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So next we have Trustee King. Please go ahead, Trustee King.
Thank you to the chair. Thank you to staff. We have so much information, so much data to digest that you've provided, and some of it, shows some really positive impact right away. And there's obviously some other data that, lends other questions and areas that we want to continue to examine. So I appreciate that this is just the first year of implementation that we are looking at. This data so that we're all making evidence-based decisions, as we heard, and that we are also making sure that our process satisfies our obligations to the Human Rights Code, which I think was a fantastic point. So thank you for including that information as well. I just wanted to understand a little bit better as we move forward to the next year of applications. I'm just curious if we can hear by example how things might be augmented based on what you learned through the census. So if we can have an example of some kind of census information and how it would apply or augment specifically to this application process. And I'm also wondering if, as we continue, in addition to quantitative data, if there is any continued face-to-face or other kind of opportunities for qualitative data based on this first application process before we get into the next one.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I will just start with the qualitative data. I think unless we talk to the students and perhaps families, we will miss out on some information that will help us to improve what we're doing and to gain real feedback on the key elements of the changes. I would now like to ask Amy Presley to respond to your question around how the census data will inform our work.
Thank you. Through the chair. So the census is in field at the moment right now, and we're hoping that that closes end of May, mid-June. So the application data coming in that has already come in we can match that with the demographics and perception information that would give us an idea of who applied this year. So who is going into the schools in 2023-24 school year. And that sort of aligns with the timeline for the annual review of priority groupings and the application process.
Thank you for that, Ms. Presley. And I just wanted to go back to the response from the director, if that's okay. So just wanted to understand then, as part of the action plan, would there be focus group type or another type of formal consultation with parents now or in the fall as part of that action planning?
Through the chair, I would ask Associate Director Zarisco to respond, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, Trustee King, the census data also will be helpful because it asks for a sense of belonging. So your points are well taken, and adding focus groups to provide a summary to trustees on the implementation is something we can take away and put as part of our implementation plan. But I think too that watching those questions in the census about sense of belonging will be hopefully trending up.
Thank you for that. I think I'm also interested in some of the more nuanced kind of information that might come out of those discussions, but I'm going to trust that process as we get there, and I know it'll be a couple of cycles. I also just wanted to ask about math, because I think we see some really impressive numbers here in terms of the interest in the applications, and we heard quite a bit from students. I'm just wondering if we have a comparison at all. So where we're seeing, for example, almost the majority of middle schools having applications into math, science, and tech programs. Do we know relatively what kind of jump or what kind of difference that looked like over the last year or a couple of years?
Thank you, Superintendent Pangiotopoulos.
Just to clarify the question, and I'm here with Principal Fuentes as well. So just to clarify, Trustee King, are you asking if there's been an increase in interest in MST, in math, science, tech programs? I just want to make sure I understand your question.
I am. I'm asking if there is any kind of comparison that shows us the degree of increase, similar to what you've provided in some of the other areas.
Yeah, so I have the data in front of me, so I'm just taking a moment. So we can see in our math, science, tech programs overall that there has been an increase in many of the schools, and we do know overall in our applications that there is an increase in math, science, and tech programs. I'll specifically also mention programs like Mark Garneau and William Lyon Mackenzie, because they were mentioned by the delegates. And because these programs are closed to out-of-area admissions, because of their high utilizations rate of 130% plus, we took, those schools opted to take students from within their area, and there was a great interest of students from within the area to apply to those programs. But overall, yes, we do have an increase in the number of students applying for these programs. Principal Fuentes?
Thank you. And through the chair, I will also add, we don't have the same kind of historical data that we have now to see which schools are sending students or have students who are applying to our programs that we currently have. So this is the first time that we've had this wealth of data and information where we've been able to really take a closer look at how our outreach has worked and which schools are engaging. We're currently trying to link application data also with schools based on their LOI to sort of, again, see the impact of the efforts that have been made to engage new communities in our central student interest programs. But we will work to continue to gather that data in the upcoming years to ensure that we are meeting needs and interests of students. We have looked historically at the schools that students would be attending in for secondary school, those who this year were applying for math, science, and technology programs, to look to see, are these schools where maybe we need to be doing some outreach and helping to develop those math, science, technology programs, perhaps as local programs, because there is that high level of interest within that particular community. And just to add one last point about the schools that had a local priority, that really was done to try to combat the enrollment pressures within the building, bringing in fewer students from out of area, as was mentioned, where the capacity is above 130% within the buildings. And so that was a strategy not to make the programs more accessible, but to actually help schools physically manage and cope with the enrollment pressures they were dealing with.
Thank you, through the chair. I really appreciate, what this data allows us to learn and make some very informed decision-making from here. So thank you. I know there are many other questions from my colleagues, so thank you.
Thank you, Trustee King. Next up, we have Trustee Dawson. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you so much for this report. I really have appreciated the questions from my colleagues, some of which I also had, so thanks to all of you. Just in building on some of what Trustee Laskin's questions were regarding the delegations that we heard this evening, and in particular the consultations, perception of consultations around, majority voice. So I wondered if staff could explain in simple terms equity work and why it doesn't necessarily mean following the loudest or the majority voice.
Through the chair, such an important question, Trustee Dawson. Thank you very much. If the world relied on the majority voice in regards to making us focusing on improving who we are, caring for individuals who have less, who don't have voice, we wouldn't have the world in which we have now. We probably wouldn't have public education. So it's very important when we use data as evidence to analyze who's succeeding, who's not succeeding, who has access to programs and who doesn't, that we look hard and listen hard to voices that have challenge to be heard. So in your wisdom, when you looked at the data for central interest programs with the support of staff, you noticed that there were inequitable outcomes and access for students who needed to have voice elevated. And that is the work of equity. And we have to always be cautious in understanding that we need to be listening for the silence and elevating the silence and going to places for families and students to speak to us in different languages, in different places, and to be asking questions when we're concerned. Equity is not equality, and we heard that today. And as a person who is white, who has grown up with privilege, I want to say that we as educators, and I'm an elementary teacher, need to appreciate our duty to help people learn that equity is not equality. And that is the reason why we presented the way that we did today, and answering in depth the questions that you're posing very intentionally to create a learning space for the families that we're very grateful who have called in tonight. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that answer. I'm going to ask a few more questions. My computer is thinking rightly. Yeah, okay. On behalf of Trustee Earhart, who was not able to make it to tonight's meeting. So one of the things that was mentioned in the report was access to centralized special interest programs, including the number of central program spaces established annually, and then part two, access to local student interest programs, including the number of programs, location, enrollments. So can you please clarify what are local student interest programs versus central?
Thank you very much. I know that Superintendent Pangiotopoulos can answer that question.
I feel like Superintendent Panagiotopolis needs a break. Let me step in. I'll speak a little bit about local programs. And so these are programs that are designed primarily in secondary schools to meet the interests and needs of their local students, the students who are attending their school. These are outlined in the student interest program policy, and further detail will be coming in the procedures that will be coming forward in the upcoming months. Students gain access to a local program simply through their course selection process. They're interested, they opt in, and they choose to participate in a variety of courses that might have a specific focus or theme. Our specialist high skills majors programs, the SHISMs that operate in grade 11 and grade 12, those are local programs. They're available to every student who attends the school who is interested in taking those courses. And so we're looking to make sure that the broader City of Toronto is aware of the local programs that are available in our secondary schools. Again, I speak primarily of secondary schools in this area, to know where there are focus programs, where schools have recognized that there is a particular interest within their school community, and where programs are being offered to gear towards that interest and develop that passion. And again, so SHISMs would be one example, but we want to help support other schools in developing programs that, again, respond to the needs of their students.
And just to add to that, schools develop programs based on the needs of and interests of students. So programs across the city would include, local programs across the city would include advanced placement, green industries, science, math-focused programs, sports management programs, and these are not always forever programs, that they will change as students change. It could also be interest in media. There are many, many programs throughout the city that students have, that are studying in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. Through the chair. From Appendix A, page 19, work underway to adjust the prioritized seats allocated for applicants self-identifying as First Nations, Métis, and Inuit as separate groups to better align with the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Can we get a little more information on the options being considered?
Thank you very much. Superintendent Pangiotopoulos.
Hi, thank you. And through the chair, we're continuing to work through the process along with System Superintendent Tanya Sank and under the guidance of the UIC. In alignment with UNDRIP, we have noted that applicants that self-identify as First Nations, Métis, and Inuit should not be equated with other racialized groups. And we are working to look at options in the future that students who do self-identify in this way are identified as a separate group, and that they're not part of the four groups that we've mentioned today in this process. So we are looking at ways that we can identify them for eligibility for priority seats for central student interest programs. So we're exploring that currently. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Again, through the chair. Expunging the wait lists in June. So I think this is something that I too have heard a lot about. And we did hear it from some of the delegates tonight. What if a student were to withdraw in the summer, it sounds like there's no wait list anymore. And so why was that decision made? Why was that decision made?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I will begin. This is an area that I have been closely watching as director. One of the reasons that we have chosen to take on this approach is to ensure that we are able to have more predictable staffing, particularly in a time when we are watching our budget and ensuring that we have an appropriate number of staff allocated to meet the needs of students. And where we are able to predict that we may need additional staffing, we are very cautious about making those commitments. We feel as if if we were able to keep the wait lists open and continue to fill, that we will be taking students from places where they are fully staffed, moving them into programs, and thereby increasing our staffing allocation and a cost to the board. I think that this is an area that, as we stabilize our budget, we will continue to examine the impacts of this decision and see where there is flexibility to continue to meet students' choices for as long as possible. I would invite Superintendent Pangiotopoulos to add any additional comments.
Thank you, and through the chair. Waitlists have always been a part of specialized programs, and recognizing that schools in the past have held the waitlists, and those waitlists were scheduled to be closed generally around the 3rd or 4th week of February in the past. So in fact, that hasn't changed in this new policy. What has changed is our understanding that the spaces continue to exist and that they are overall still very small numbers, and I want to make that clear. Very few students are opting out of these programs once they've been accepted. With our schools that have school boundaries, we are, as I mentioned in the initial slide presentation, we are taking those wait lists, making them available to principals in those same order for students that are already in the school. And that is a change in our practice, which will allow more students to access the seats in the programs if and when students leave between March until the end of the school year and over the summer. So we are looking to do that, and that information is also on our TDSB website. So that is a change in our practice, and that will continue to, and that does increase accessibility to our programs for the schools that have school boundaries. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, you have these questions. Some of them are ward specific, so I'll leave those out and ask you to please respond to Trustee Earhart separately. But another question that applies broadly is what was learned this year? What was the learning in terms of administering the process, and what could be done better? And also whether principal and superintendent feedback will be taken into consideration in future process.
Thank you, and through the chair, I'll start and invite my colleagues to join in the conversation. We will be having a thorough debrief. We really are kind of concluding this first round. And I think from the amount of outreach that we have received, all of us, in regards to this, I think that we need to continue to have conversations about what the vision is. We need to be elevating student voice and really hearing from our students, as has been suggested in focus groups area through Trustee King, what their experiences were, to be sharing the opportunities for students through languages, as has been suggested, and be looking for different ways of communicating and getting the message out through Messenger and through other forms of technology that I know that our communication team are looking at, and the expansion of our programs. I'm also wondering, and we know that some parents who submitted their application felt that they had created an error. So what is the feedback loop? Using our technology back to a family to say, your application has been successfully submitted. You have an opportunity to print off this page. In just to be ensuring accuracy and people are comfortable. You know, when you send that submit button, you always feel reassured when you get a bounce back to say, okay, success, I got the check mark. Reiko and Diana, would you add any other commentary about changes and observations we've made?
Thank you. We have been having ongoing conversations with principals and school staff throughout this year, and that has meant changes in our practices. And we'll continue to have these ongoing discussions. And we do know that some of the principals, we have taken their lead, and other schools have taken their lead because they had strong, equitable access to their programs. So we have built on the expertise of these principals and will continue to do so. These ongoing conversations have allowed us to see different ways that we can improve, and we'll continue to look at that for the fall. And as well, and I'm going to go back to the census data as we have an opportunity to collect it and analyze it to see ways we can improve. The focus groups for our grade 9s next year, once they're settled in, will also be extremely important, and those continued conversations with school staff in those networks that we started this year. Thank you.
If I might jump in and add, in the completion of the online application, everyone who submitted an application was given the opportunity to complete a feedback survey where they could provide feedback about the actual application, about the website, about information, how they gained information, and so we had nearly 2,000 people complete that survey. Many were happy with the format of the application and the accessibility of it, but there are ways that we've already looked to improve the application based on that feedback that's come from many people who were invested, and people provided all kinds of feedback about the policy and the admissions processes as well, and some of that feedback was provided in the update report to you.
Thank you so much. So I have another question just about the census that will be completed. So when we match the new census criteria with the applicants or the student body, will we just be looking at the race-based data, or will we be looking at other factors?
Associate Director Zurisco has responsibility for research within her portfolio and census, so I will ask Associate Director Zurisco to respond, please.
And thank you very much, Director Russell Rollins, and through you, the chair, and what a team it is, I might say. As we had previously talked about, we do want to engage in a conversation and be looking to research about defining the term what is underserved. We are wanting to support students who are underrepresented and underserved. That is phraseology that the Ontario Human Rights Commission uses. So how do we extrapolate that from data and census and looking at socioeconomic status? And is that it is a very important factor for us to be thinking about how children access programs and what barriers exist for them. So that overlay is something that we are looking forward to, and to be analyzing how our students and their demographics change through time. So we can be saying this year, this is who our students are, and here's who's underrepresented. That might be changing in 2 years as our applications come in, and we want to be highly responsive each year. So we have articulated through all of our documentation that the underrepresented groups are likely going to change, and we will be responsive to who we are in TDSB. And I would invite Amy Presley, who I know is listening intently. Amy, would you add anything to my response?
Thank you. Through the chair, I think part of it depends on our response rate for the census. So we would for sure look at all the different demographic questions that come in through the census, but part of a rigorous analysis is being able to apply that to the proportions of students in the board. So I think, yes, to Associate Director's answer, we would definitely explore looking at all the different demographic questions that students have responded to on the census.
Thank you. Okay, I had a question about the census, but it's off topic, so I'll leave that up for another time. Okay, through the chair, I just have two final comments. So the first one is I really want to bolster Trustee Rajagula-Singham's concerns around the regional disparities, and there's an opportunity, I think, for staff to look at demographics by region and to tackle inequity in that way. And I also want to just reinforce how critical it is to continue to engage in efforts to decolonize the curriculum in these programs, and that it will only lead to, you know, the benefit of all students in them. So those are my final comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Trustee Pei, you're next.
What this report shows is the TDSB specialized programs are very popular. They are popular because historically, students have had to demonstrate a passion, ability, or an interest to be considered. These programs become programs of excellence. What this policy will do is destroy the very essence that had made this program so popular. The TDSB will have turned the program of excellence into programs of mediocrity. This program will get to the point where they will no longer be attractive and application will drop off. There's a reason other school boards are not going down this dangerous road. If we look north to the York Regional District School Board, I understand trustee will now even entertain the concept of lottery system. This is bad for our kids and bad for our school. Unfortunately, this is sad reality for Toronto families. Toronto Catholic Board, in their wisdom, continues to use a merit-based system. Will Toronto Catholic Board become known as the board that nurtures and values excellence, and the TDSB become known as the board that values mediocrity? This report is extremely disappointing. It does a very good job at pushing an ideology, but does nothing to assist us in moving forward from this disastrous, unfair lottery system. Thank you.
Next up, we have Trustee Lee.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple of questions. First of all, thank you, staff, for this a very detailed report on what's happening with our central interest programs policy. I think in the staff presentation, our staff member mentioned that there were some programs that that were able to fulfill 100% or exhaust its waiting list, I believe. I just want to, through Madam Chair, clarify, and because I didn't hear the name properly, which program was that was specifically mentioned? It was a science, technology, and math program.
Thank you, Diana.
Through the chair, Vanier exhausted their female waitlist.
Okay, sorry, through Madam Chair, what exactly does that mean? What happened to the male waitlist?
That waitlist was not exhausted. So the students that identify as female, that waitlist was exhausted. Thank you.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? I think as a trustee who actually represents the community at Vanier, I'm very happy that they're, our female students are interested in the program, and I do see that they account for around half of the program population, unless I'm wrong. So I do encourage more female students to take part in the science, technology, and math aspects of our interest programs. The second question I have, through you, Madam Chair, is when we look at these programs and when we look at acceptance rate, do we have any data to show, just because we talked about ethnic community and background a lot, do we have any data to show the enrollment rate by ethnic group?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would invite Amy Presley to respond, and perhaps After that, if Superintendent Pangiotopoulos or Principal Fuentes would like to add their perspective as well.
Thank you. Through the chair, previously we don't have any historical data in terms of the application data and ethnic group. Race was used in the previous analysis. In the next census, there is a question on ethnicity, which is a very large selection box. So we would have to sort of explore how that, how the pattern and responses comes through to that to be able to look at the current application data with how it matches with ethnicity.
Okay, so just to clarify, we will have that data in the next round?
It hypothetically exists, but without understanding how students have responded to the different options in ethnicity, it might not make sense to, we might not be able to group it.
Okay. Okay, I look forward to more, I guess, data on that point. That I do highly encourage staff members to provide that data point, because I do think it'll be very important and telling for all of our student communities. I do have one more question in terms of total enrollment numbers. I heard that we are opening up 2 more art schools, which I think is a great idea. Just I do think we need to satisfy more of that demand. Do we know specifically or approximately even how many more students those 2 new programs will absorb?
Thank you very much. Superintendent Pangiotopoulos.
Thank you. And through the chair, at Westview and in the east at Woburn, we are looking at a minimum of 2 cohorts at the entry level of grade 9, and we'll continue to build from there. Obviously, that's approximately 60 students, and obviously always taking into account school utilization. Thank you.
Sorry, is it 2 cohorts, 3, Madam Chair, per school, or two cohorts together?
And through the chair, per school. Thank you for the question, for clarifying.
So if I were to just summarize, that's 120 more students in total, right?
Between the 2 schools, that's correct. So
Okay.
60 at each school. Thank you.
Through Madam Chair, are there plans to expand that number in the future? And I guess the other follow-up question is, with only 60 students per school, do we suspect that we'll have enough of a critical mass of students to support a proper arts-based program?
Thank you very much for the question. Through the chair, Superintendent Pangiotopoulos will respond.
Thank you. And so it's 60 students for the grade 9 year, then they would turn into grade 10, and we would accept a new cohort. So that's actually a growing number over the 4 years. So yes, I do believe that that is a viable program to offer rich number of courses. Thank you.
Got it. And just changing topic a little bit, sorry, I know because we're short on time, so I'm just gonna go through these questions. When we look at the overall, purpose of the program, and we have mentioned, I think the director has mentioned, high academic rigor, and in staff member explained or go into a bit more detail on how that rigor or that traditional held high standard of learning is being continued, given that the newer cohorts of students may not have had as much training or preparation than prior years.
Thank you, and through the chair to Trustee Lee. Certainly, we are expecting our educators to be looking at their class profile and the students before them. So if a student has not had access or training into dance or music, the concept of grouping students and providing differentiated instruction to be meeting students where they are. And students also learn from each other, Trustee Lee. So that is really the magic of public education. When you are putting students with less experience, less exposure with other children who have had the privilege, it is really quite incredible. The interest goes deeper, sparks, brightly, and they influence and teach one another and tutor one another. And of course, our educators are going to be providing that remediation, those opportunities for a customization for their learning needs.
Okay, thank you. And another question on, I guess, the waiting list. So when we say that we're going to cancel the waiting list, what happens in September when, say, some students drop off out of a school and the enrollment no longer support the teaching allocation that was given in April? Are those schools going to potentially lose those staff members?
Perhaps I will start and invite Superintendent Pangiotopoulos to join me. Trustee Lee, through the chair, when we welcome students to any school and we staff accordingly based on the enrollment, it would be unusual, we think, to be seeing students drop off or choose to return to their home schools for any reason. And the reason we, as you heard, we stop the wait list when we do is to stabilize staffing. I would not anticipate that we would be jeopardizing the staffing for our central interest programs due to attrition.
Thank you. I think that is a very important answer that will bring a lot of comfort to a lot of schools. So thank you very much for that confirmation. Thank you. So, and lastly, I just wanted to make a statement, just because when I look at these application numbers, it brings me a lot of joy, because these are students who are confident in themselves. They're so confident in themselves that they are willing and ready to go above and beyond the curriculum requirements and learn something new. To me, this is what our board is about. This is why education in the public realm exists. We want our students to succeed. We want them to overachieve, and we want to satisfy their curiosity and help them achieve their goals. So I would encourage everyone to continue to provide enough resources and support and allocation of spaces to satisfy these demands. I know we're working towards that. I know heartily the board passed a motion that Trustee Patel and myself moved earlier in the last meeting to provide a report and a plan to see how we can address these concerns that satisfy the demand. So that's all. I just had one more question. Can you put me back on the list afterwards? Thank you.
We'll add you back on the list. Up next, we have Trustee Patel, and I'll just give a brief overview of the list so people have an idea. It's Trustee Patel, Vice Chair Shen, then we go to second time around. We have Trustee Rajagulasingham, Laskin, King, and Lee. So over to you, Trustee Patel. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be very quick because most of the questions has been answered, but I just need some clarification. In the executive summary, it says that TDSB student census is completed and merged with Central Student Interest Program data. I really like to understand, how are we going to merge the student census data with the Central Student Interest Program data?
Thank you for the question. Through the chair, I would ask Amy Presley to respond, please.
Thank you. Through the chair, so the student census is not anonymous. It is attached to student email address and student ID information. This is communicated to students when they're filling it out. So that information can then be matched to administrative information, like the application information, because that is also attached to the student ID. So then different analysis can be done when the two are merged together.
But I'm still puzzled because we want to implement something. And I think the foundation we are laying on is 2022 student census data with the student interest program data. Here we are talking about two different datas. And we are basing that on the basis of census. I really like to understand how this will be done. I'm still not getting what you're saying. So if you can explain to me in a broader sense.
Sure. So in the previous analysis was the 2016-27 student census was used with an analysis done on optional attendance and specialized school application in 2020. So that was our first and sort of our first analysis package. The enrollment data and the application in the student information system, there's a flag where we can identify students in what program they're in. And then we also have the application data, and then we also have the student census information. So there's 3 large packages of information that can all be merged together with student information. So through
Thank
different.
you. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's okay if there's no follow-up questions.
So to you, Madam Chair, again, we come back to communication pieces, right? Let's see, student misses to fill the census data. How are we going to integrate that data into Central Student Interest Program data? Because we all know, Trustee Raja Kulasingham a while ago said that communication in certain communities are not as much as stronger as we think. It's not just an email. So how are we going to integrate those students who have missed the census? Do we have any other plans for that, or are we just going to rely 100% on those census?
Through the chair, so in past, we have had very high response rates for the census, so that really wasn't a concern. This time around, we're hoping to have similar response rates. So in past, it has been over 90% of the system. So that is a lot of students. If we don't have that amount of students, then we would have to create different models that replicate the proportion of students in the system. So we haven't explored that yet because we are still working towards a high response rate for the census. But if time comes, then we will have to explore those options.
And if I may add to that response through you, Chair, trustees, the completion of the census is a high priority for us. Anything that you can be doing as you're talking with your communities to encourage remembering to fill out the census for parents who are wanting now to have the census complete at school. Please do that. And to support you, we'll send out some prepackaged communication for you to continue to send out with any communities you speak to. Thank you.
Thank you. To you, Madam Chair. My next question is about underserved communities. And I see out of 4 groups, there's one group called Middle Eastern Community. Can I know more about this? How this group is classified as underserved?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would ask Amy Presley to respond, please.
Thank you. Through the chair. So this was information from this 2016-27 student census where students and families were asked to self-identify their racial group, and Middle Eastern was an option in that question. So we had the proportion of students in the TDSB overall compared to the proportion of students that were in the centralized student program in 2020 in that application cycle. And those students were underrepresented when we look at the proportion of all students across the TDSB.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I have another question regarding underserved communities. And I'd like to ask staff, can there be underserved communities in Asian community?
Thank you. And through the chair to Trustee Patel, most certainly Trustee Patel.
Today we heard from lots of delegates. They came from Asian communities, whether they are Chinese, they are Sri Lankans, they are Indians, Pakistan, you name it. I'm still trying to figure out, because we have excluded those communities, right? How are, as a TDSB, going to give those community a sense of confidence that they are not singled out in this new lottery process system? How can we assure these communities that they are not left out? Because as far as I know, Madam Chair, through you, Madam Chair, we just passed a motion a month ago about the caste system. And the concern is there because the community, the elite communities, belongs to South Asia. And they are one of those underprivileged communities. How are we going to give them those confidence that they are part of this big TDSB family?
Thank you, and through the chair, Trustee Patel, that was such an important question. And if I could echo back to when I made note that having a public meeting where we welcome delegations who pose questions and we have questions and answer period just like this, and you pose such an important question, it gives us an opportunity to be reassuring our public, to be saying that we understand that no community is monolithic, is described through one set of descriptions, that there is intersectionality between socioeconomic status, faith, skin color. There are so many ways that we define who we are. Our pledge is to be very, very curious and to lean into understanding how we can best serve our children and their families. And I can be reassuring the members of the public who are still online and through you to your communities that our focus on supporting an understanding of underserved students is a question that we want to be exploring. So please know that that is an assurance from us, and we will continue to communicate that to public.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'll be definitely waiting for this assurance and how can we make this program more better. For now, I'm fine, but do we have our legal team available? Hickories and Morley, Madam Chair?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, yes, I do believe members of our legal team are available to answer a question should the trustee choose to pose one.
Thank you, Director. Through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to understand from the legal department, it says number 2 of section 14, it says assist disadvantaged person or groups to achieve equal opportunity. I would like to ask the legal department about this. That the person who did not even get a chance are called disadvantaged or no?
Thank you for the question. Could I ask Executive Officer Coven to respond, please?
Thank you. Through the chair, I'm not quite sure I understand the question. Is it specifically with respect to the application of section 14 to an applicant to the student interest program?
I'd like to hear from both student interest program and from Ontario Human Rights. I think that's what we are coding at, right? Because when we talk about equity, it's about equal opportunity, right? And that equal opportunity can be for everyone. All the 238,000 students we have, they all are considered as an equal opportunity, right? So if we single out one community, or we just decide on our own that this is the communities and this is not the community. So I like to really understand that part 2. What is that disadvantaged persons or groups? How do we classify
But thank you for the clarification, and through the chair. As I indicated earlier in my initial comments, the Human Rights Tribunal and the courts have long held that differential treatment of one sort or another is often a necessary component for redress of historical disadvantage. And as the courts have said, not every distinction is discriminatory. And the purpose of Section 14 in the Human Rights Code is exactly to do that. It's to give organizations an opportunity to establish special programs that are designed to do one of the three elements that I spoke about, which is relieve hardship or economic disadvantage, assist disadvantaged persons or groups to achieve equal opportunity, and contribute to the elimination of the infringement of rights under the code. So not all students are necessarily going to fall under or receive the same treatment under a special program designated as such under Section 14 of the code. And that's the exact purpose of Section 14. It's to allow these programs to exist to ameliorate certain hardships that have been caused historically. But in order to do that, not all applicants are going to be treated the same. And under the Human Rights Commission, under the code, and under decisions of the court, there's nothing improper or discriminatory about that. I hope that answers your question.
No, thank you very much. That clarifies a lot. Thank you, Madam Chair. And if I have more, I'll come back. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Patel. Trustee Shen, you're on.
With me?
Yeah, Trustee Shen.
Oh, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I wanted to, sorry, I'm a bit under the weather, so my voice is a bit low. I wanted to start off by thanking the staff for this work. It's very difficult work and very important work. You know, we've had this challenge of these special interest programs not being reflective of the diversity, not having access to opportunities and so on. So this change has began the process, and I also want to reiterate my former comments that this is only a start of the process. There has to be a lot more wraparound support to make this be successful. There's some confusion around equality of opportunity as opposed to equal outcomes. We need to have equitable opportunities so that we can have equal outcomes. So that means opportunities will be made different for different communities that are historically disadvantaged. And the opportunities have to be made differently so that we can have equal outcomes when we finish the finish line. So that is the difference that I think we need to reiterate. But having said that, I'm very concerned about what else needs to be done. I was very concerned to hear a lot of stereotypic remarks about these young people coming into the school for next cohort, around their talent, around their passion, around preparedness. You know, there was categorization of prepared students, unprepared students, zero talent. So it is very important for us to have the proper support in place in these schools, because this stigma, this kind of categorization is going to translate into what's going to happen in classrooms in the corridors of school. So my first question to staff is, what is being done to make sure that there is enough support, a culture in these schools to make sure that that is addressed front end rather than waiting to see issues emerge?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, this has been part of the ongoing open dialogue and learning that Superintendent Pangiotopoulos has been engaging in since last year at this time. I would ask her to respond more specifically to your question.
Thank you, and through the chair, we've been working throughout the year with our Central Student Interest Programs, making sure that we have conversations around equity, anti-oppression, and ensuring that the programs continue to evolve. Specifically, changes are including a minimum of 7 courses in the programs to be considered a student interest program, the inclusion of one of the courses identified in the combating hate strategy, specifically the classroom instruction. So schools have the option of offering the interdisciplinary course, anti-Black racism, the genocide course, the equity social justice course, and a couple of other ones. So the students will have the option of taking one of those courses, but one of those courses will be included in each of the programs. all of the courses will also, the work has already started in all of the courses to be looking at, as Trustee Dawson mentioned, around decolonization. And that work has also begun and continues with the support of the UIC and the guidance of the elders, as well as System Superintendent Sank. So those conversations started last year and are underway. So Trustee Shen, you're absolutely right that the programming is in all of our schools, including our central student interest programs, continues to affirm student identities and also combat hate and recognize what oppression looks like and ways to address it. Thank you.
Thank you. To you, Mr. Chair. What kind of support will be available for parents, especially if you're diversifying the student population in grade 9, the parents to find their voices in these spaces? Because I also see the spaces could be pretty difficult and intimidating in getting involved. So has there been some consideration around the parent engagement office to work on supporting grade 9 parents in these schools?
Thank you very much. Superintendent Pangiotopoulos.
Thank you for the question. This year we have been focused on changing the admission practices and implementing the new structure. We have heard parent voices through the survey that Principal Reiko Fuentes mentioned, and we'll continue to delve deeper into parent and community voice with these programs as we continue to, as we welcome our students in September. So that is part of, would be a consideration for future, and for schools specifically, not just centrally, but for schools to be engaging their local communities with the students that are attending their schools to support parents. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to staff through you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure that we have everything in place to support these students in the first year so that it's not, they're not set up to be disadvantaged further in their new environment. I want to shift a little bit to what else do we do in addition to this lottery system? Has there been any consideration in actually investing into grade 6, 7, 8 to actually have talent recognition, talent development pieces that are affordable, free at our schools, so that they're not seen as not talented kids. In fact, many of them are talented, but not necessarily haven't had the opportunity to showcase or fine tune, or the confidence level has not been developed. So is there any plan to kind of make sure that that is addressed while we continue with the lottery system that obviously won't be a sustainable model?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, this was part of the discussion during the policy development in terms of our investment, not just solely at the middle school level, but actually right in elementary, to support the variety of programs and opportunities that students have within the curriculum, as well as beyond the curriculum, to foster their confidence, competence, and interest in many of the areas of our central student interest programs. You will have heard over the last 2 or 3 months a number of different centrally led opportunities for students that take students beyond their local school experience by exposing them to guest artists, for opportunities to perform centrally and receive feedback from professionals in the field, math, science, technology opportunities and apprenticeships. Those are all part of our attempt, our commitment to support younger students in growing their confidence and competence in these areas so that they are able to transition smoothly into these programs at the secondary level. We fully acknowledge we have more work to do in this area, and staff are committed to looking at other areas to ensure that there is relevant, rigorous programming in each and every one of our schools.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, certain programs have different demographics compared, like for example, arts may have certain racialized communities more overrepresented, or some communities might be overrepresented in STEM or math, science, and technology. So did we use the same filter, same kind of prioritization this year for arts, math, and other things, or did we have a differentiated look?
Thank you very much through the chair. I would ask Superintendent Pangiotopoulos to respond, please.
Through the chair, the priority groups that were identified, First Nations, Métis, Inuit, as well as Black, Middle Eastern, Latino, Latina, Latinx, were used for all central student interest programs. These were the priority groups that the data showed were underrepresented throughout the programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it'll be important to look at, like, for example, South Asian Asian population make up quite a chunk of TDSB's population, for example. I think close to 40% if I added those numbers, right? And not having disaggregated data within these communities is pretty harmful to many communities, that some of them have fled war, some of them have had economic disparities, fleeing for economic reasons and so on. And while we have generational, third generation South Asians and Asians as well. So it's important to look at this large number of people and disaggregate this as well. So I know anecdotally that arts programs are undersubscribed from South Asian population in some of the schools that I've been able to see. So it'll be good to have differentiated ways of looking underrepresentations in future to make sure that a large chunk of population is homogenized in a problematic way would be addressed. So I just wanted to finish off. I know I'm running out of time. I think, I was looking at Woburn and Westview as a great opportunity. Before we open up those cohorts, it might be best to start with the decolonized model rather than open it up and start to change it. So it would be good to have people who understand decolonization, how to combat Eurocentrism, to sit down and work out these two spaces in a way that art gets in the right start rather than set it up and then try to change, which often is a more difficult process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Next up on the list, we're now on round 2. I have Trustee Rajagulasingham.
Thank you to the chair. I just have a few questions and then I'll pass it on. I know it's getting late. My first question is, if a student were to get accepted into this program and drop out, are we thinking of doing like exit interviews to understand why they're dropping out? I'm trying to think of, for example, when I was in the extended French program, usually when a student dropped out, it meant that the program was too intense. It was too intensive. And at the time, there weren't supports to support the French. And the only choice you had was to kind of drop out. And I've been hearing that sometimes with some French immersion programs, it's the same. So when a student is dropping out, is there an opportunity to learn why? Because I don't want it to be an assumption that someone applied out of interest and they're only dropping out because it's not what they're expected. So that's my first question.
Thank you, and through you, I think that's an excellent suggestion, and we will certainly add that to our planning.
Thank you. Through the chair, the second question I had was just hearing about the student interest program, the secondary program review, and what we're going to learn out of these two processes and how they support one another. This kind of reminds me of when we were talking about French transportation, how that led to the French review. Understanding that it's because of lack of accessible programming, we're kind of looking at how we can provide these solutions to increase access. And while a proper solution would be, one way we're doing this is by increasing sites and having this lottery system. For long term, are we going to continue going down this path of sites and lottery, even though I don't think of it as a sustainable path? Would we consider redistribution? Because looking at the current numbers, 35% were local students and 65% were out of area. So it's showing that a lot of folks are having to go outside of their area. So long term, what is our plan? Because I feel like we're at a place where we're really looking at how to reinvent this program. So what is our plan long term to make this a sustainable program?
I thank you, and through you, another excellent question. And what I can commit us to be doing is making sure that we're analyzing the data and staying completely open in solving problems of practice that we observe. So we can be, please be assured that we would be open to moving to a different system if that was, through research, our best option to meet the objective of the policy. So it sounds like you want to be part of the planning team. Keep the ideas coming.
Through the chair, I'm just thinking that we need to think of a sustainable way. If we just keep opening up sites, I find, will we have the funding for that? How can we do this in a way that supports our students throughout this process? But I hear what you had to say, and I'll just keep moving along. My next question is, when this report came forward last time, there was a mention of an arts task force that would be established to kind of figure out the type of art programs being offered. But at that point, it hadn't been established yet. Where are we in terms of that? Because I think it's incredibly important that the selection of art is diverse and representative. You have different art forms, whether it's rap music, different forms of dance, classical dance. But music is also, art is delivered in a way that it's not appropriated. So having that type of lens. Where are we when it comes to that task force?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, before I ask Associate Director Salmon to respond, I will also speak to the previous question. The secondary program review is intended to offer all of our students the opportunity to choose a diverse range of programming. Once we have made progress in the secondary program review, I think that data set in terms of how many students are still seeking central student interest programs will help us to guide what we need to do in the future. So I hope that, combined with an openness to evolving access and ensuring every student has an opportunity to have academic success in TDSB schools, that we will find new ways to support all of our students. I'll turn it over now to Associate Director Salmon to speak to the Arts Task Force.
Sorry, can I take that, Director? Thank you. So this year we have spent our time implementing the admissions process. We have also spent much of our time starting to build those networks between the art schools. We have not yet started the Arts Task Force. However, having said that, I want to recognize that the coordinator, as well as school staff, have already started, as well as our central team, have already started discussing exactly what you were mentioning, Trustee, that there is a focus on different arts forms and a valuing and a validating of those forms that are diverse, that are not othering those art forms and not tokenizing them as cultural art forms and not recognizing them in their wholesome and value that we do need to place on them. And those conversations have been ongoing throughout the year. Thank you.
Through the chair, I truly appreciate that. Just quickly, the form of dance that I do, a few years ago, if someone were to apply for a dance grant, they'd be redirected to apply for the multicultural grant, because at that time, the form of dance we do was othered. It wasn't seen as Canadian. And I think oftentimes cultural art forms are expected to be diluted or presented in a fusion form in order to be more appealing to, I guess, Canadian audiences. But like we say, you should never underestimate your audience. So I'm happy to hear that. The delegations shared that, the intent that the board wanted to do was a correct one, but the rollout was not proper. Can you maybe speak to our public about the intent that we had last year when it came to this first update? What are staff seeing? Do they see that their intent matched the data that has been collected?
Through you, let me begin. Trustee Raja, sorry, I'm going to get this. Raja Kulasingham. Did I get it? Did I nail it?
Absolutely. You always get it right. You're
All
good.
right. Thank you. Yes, we successfully were able to identify our underrepresented students and match the proportionality across our special interest programs. We heard from Student Voice that they found the process easy, that we remove barriers, that they are excited to be pursuing their passion. So we will continue to be listening to our students. We are going to continue to be seeking to close barriers for students who are underserved. And I think our process, our delegations this evening also have set another goal for us collectively, and that is to deepen the conversation about the goal of the board in achieving equitable outcomes for students and achieving equitable access to learning.
Thank you. And through the chair, why are non-TDSB students being allotted seats for this process?
Sure. Through the chair. Our former specialized programs and now our central student interest programs have always been accessible to all residents from within the city of Toronto. That is not a change in practice.
I see. So this, through the chair, this is something that we need to incorporate in all of programming and policies?
I don't know if I can speak to all other policies, but in terms of the programs that we have accessible, we are responsible to provide programming to all residents from within the city of Toronto. It is approached differently through out-of-area admissions, where we prioritize TDSB students over non-TDSB students, those who reside within the city of Toronto, because they do have direct access to their designated school by address, so they have right of access to a TDSB school.
Thank you. I appreciate all the answers. I will be supporting this report. I just hope that in the next update, we can really speak to local demographic data and see improvements in our communication method, because I think that's extremely important to me. And seeing the initial applicant rate in my own community, I am concerned. But I hear staff's commitments, and I hope in an update we can see some movement there. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Rajagulasingham. Up next, we have Trustee Laskin.
I'll be very quick. I know this meeting is recorded, so I'm wondering if staff can prepare additional Q's and A's based upon the questions from this meeting and add them to the Q&A document that is already on the website. Through you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Yes, we will, through the chair.
Thank you. And then my last comment is the program under the new policy has not been implemented yet. Is that correct?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, the students who have applied have not yet entered into the programs to which they have been admitted.
Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to the next report refuting the claim that the TDSB is now mediocre. Thank you very much.
Okay, up next we have Trustee King.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I just have one short question for staff. Looking to understand, just in respect to math, science, and technology, where females were prioritized for placement, just wondering how non-binary students factor into that. If the identification is strictly male-female, if we have information yet about representation of non-binary folks in our programs or in the math sector professionally, or if we're just not there yet. I'm imagining with our census, this might be the beginning of starting to get those kinds of insights, but do we know anything yet?
Thank you very much. I would ask Superintendent Pangiotopoulos or Principal Fuentes to respond, please.
Thank you. Students that self-identified as female had access to those 50% of the spots. The census data from 2016 did not ask the question in the same way we would ask it today. So we aren't able to triangulate that data yet. Looking forward to the 2023 census. Once it's collected and analyzed, we'll be able to look at that data differently. I'd also like to note that the commitment of some of the MST programs in their past practices to 50% of their student applications, students seated in the programs being 50% self-identifying female is where we took this best practice from. So taking that from some of the schools and extending it to all of our MST, our math, science, tech programs is really key. And that's another example of the networking and the work that was done this year. Thank you.
Through the chair, thank you. Thank you for clarifying and understanding that the data available from previous census would be different than now. And just appreciate that we continue to be cognizant anytime we're looking at these kind of gendered specifics that we're also considering the broader community. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Up next, we have our final speaker on the list, Trustee Lee.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I just have a couple of follow-up questions. The first one being, I know when we implemented the policy, Trustee Charles Lin and myself, we did move a motion to add into a clause of the policy that asks our students to demonstrate their passion and interest. I understand that when we implemented the policy, I don't think that portion was implemented. Can I just get a opinion and a position from staff on, whether or not we see a pathway to implement the policy as passed by the board?
Thank you through the chair. I would ask Superintendent Pangiotopoulos to respond, please.
So could I just ask for a bit of clarification, Trustee Lee? If you could just repeat your question.
Yeah, for sure. Through you, Madam Chair, I'm sorry if I left that one out in the beginning. When we did pass the student interest program policy, there was a amendment moved and passed at board with, I think, a very high vote count that asked our students to first demonstrate their passion and interest during their application process. And the intent, as discussed at board, is so that, although we want our students to have no barriers, we also want them to demonstrate that they're ready to commit to the rigor, to the intensity of some of these programs, and that they're really interested, as opposed to just, putting their name down and, try out a convenience per se. So I don't think that's implemented in the majority of the programs. I understand there's one program, I think in cyber arts, that's implementing the policy, but in all of the other policies, this requirement is not there. So I'm just wondering if staff have an intention of carrying out that direction from the board.
Thank you for clarifying, Trustee Lee. So a couple of things that I do want to mention is that principals were involved in the admissions criteria, specifically around the demonstration of passion. And they decided to explain in using words, for example, in programs, what the students were either going to be developing into. In the IB program, sharing the IB profile from the International Baccalaureate Organization, in the arts program, in the leadership program, describing the traits that they were looking to develop within the program, not expecting that students, referring to Trustee Laskin's earlier piece, were all ready to go before they entered. So that these decisions were made in collaboration with principals, and that the commitment that students made was through their understanding of what the program entailed, so that the students understood what skills, what characteristics traits, experiences that they would be committing to in advance of stating their commitment through the application process. So yes, it is a huge change in many of the programs, moving from interviews, moving from exams, moving from portfolios, auditions, to a spot where students were sharing through the actual process, the application, that they wanted to be there without the barriers that have existed before. So it is a different approach. And given the number of students who applied, given that we have met the 25.5%, I believe, of students from the priority groups being seated in the programs, that we deem this first initial application year a success. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, through you, Madam Chair, although I do want to just clarify the staff's response, just because the direction from the board wasn't for the principal to explain, although that's really appreciated, it was for the students to demonstrate their passion and interest. So I'm just, I just want to follow up on that to say, like, what is staff's plan to finally at one point implement the policy as passed?
I thank you, and through you, Chair, to Trustee Lee. Trustee Lee, I would like to take that question back to the team to hear about the deliberation. As you know, I wasn't present during that deliberation to understand the amendment, to review our practices so that I can answer that question more fulsomely. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I'd really appreciate a response. And I understand that the staff team has had considerable discussions, but I just do think that the intent of the motion and the intent of the amendment and the intent of the policy is so that the students have to demonstrate that they're willing to put forth effort and demonstrate that they're passionate about this instead of just putting their name down, right? So I just want to understand from staff, you know, when we're not implementing that, what the reason behind it is. And I also would like to see that implemented as it has passed with a very large majority at board. So I do think it reflects the direction of the board. And I believe the direction of the board wasn't to give staff, I guess, in a way, a opportunity to say that they will help the students demonstrate that. I just also, I just want to ask, the data charts that are in this report to staff members, through you, Madam Chair, can we get that in sort of an Excel spreadsheet form to all the trustees? I like to just to you know, calculate a couple of numbers, and it'll be really helpful that I don't have to copy it and paste it down myself.
Thank you very much. Through you, Chair, staff will speak with Trustee Lee to find out what information he is seeking, and also work with our research and privacy teams to ensure that we are not sharing any data that is not appropriate, but where possible, we certainly can provide the information.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to be clear, I just need the exact data that's on the report in Excel spreadsheet format so that I can do some calculations. I don't need anything more than what's already available on the public report. Right. Thank you, Madam Chair, and really appreciate staff for giving us this report. I understand we're receiving this report for information right now.
Trustee Lee, I think Superintendent, you almost took a big pay cut.
You shouldn't do that to people.
I think Trustee, oh my God, this is like clearly past my bedtime. I think Superintendent Panagiotopolis just wanted to add something, perhaps. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And it's not to your question, Trustee Lee, but I did want to take a moment to thank again the staff and students and the principal, Vanita Kara at Gulfstream Public School, for their sharing their thoughts and their experiences with us today. So a big shout out to Gulfstream, the staff and students. Thank you.
Okay, we actually have, I feel like staff feels like maybe the list is done, but it's not. we have Trustee Shishkandaraja, who hasn't spoken yet, and she put her name on the list. So please go ahead, Trustee Shishkandaraja.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I just have a few questions. My first one, I know in the report, first of all, thank you for the report. It was very comprehensive, so I really appreciate that. And I hope that's something that we maintain throughout our reports, especially when it comes to this matter. The question I have through the chair is there's mention that in the leadership program, there's been an increase in male students. So I just wanted to ask why you think that is the case. And secondly, at the beginning of the report, it gives a statistical number. And at near the end of the report or elsewhere in the report, it says based on anecdotal evidence. So I just wanted to know why there's that incongruence in the report.
Principal Fuentes, please.
Thank you, through the chair. I can speak to the data that you're referring to. The anecdotal evidence has to do with the number of applicants. Overall, it was noted by the school as they reviewed their data, and we are unable to compare that to previous years statistically because that data was not tracked in previous years in terms of the records of applicants based on their gender identity. The proportion of seated students in the leadership program, there has been an increase in the number of applicants and in the number of seated students in the leadership program. And I believe this has to do with the change in the admissions practices. Directly, the leadership program previously, applicants had to outline numerous experiences of volunteerism, of leadership opportunities, and list active references. Ideally teachers and staff and adults that they had worked with who would vouch for them and who would be able to provide a positive reference to support their application. And it is believed that presented a challenge and may have been a bit of a deterrent for some of the male identifying applicants. Additionally, that comprehensive application may have presented barriers for students in terms of the completion of the written portion of that, in terms of students who may have exceptionalities or special needs. And additionally, there were numerous English language learners who were applying to the program as well.
Thank you. I know there's mentioned in the report that we are opening 2 MST programs. I just wanted to know through the chair if we fixed the locations. Do we have an idea where they'll be placed as of yet?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, Woburn and Westview Collegiate.
Sorry, that was for the arts program. This was for the math, the MST, the maths, science, tech.
Through the chair, my apologies. Those don't roll off my tongue as well. Superintendent Pangiotopoulos.
Thank you. We have just completed a system-wide collection of local programs, and we'll be reviewing that to identify areas of the city that do not currently have easy access geographically to our math, science, tech programs, using the local programs that are already underway and are quite rich in our schools to identify specific schools that will be partnered up with our current math science programs, math science tech programs, so that in September 2024, we expect to have at least double the number of current programs. So that is a work in progress. Thank you.
Thank you. And you know, I forgot to mention this, but I do want to thank the delegates who came out to speak today. You know, whether trustees agree or not with their point of view, I think their voices were really important. And one thing I think we can agree across lines is that they've clearly advocated and vocalized the dire need for more of these programs. I think we can all agree on that and be on the same page on that. And I think, thank you for the maps to staff. It was particularly jarring, especially from where I'm sitting in the city, to see how few dots there were on those maps. So I think visualizing that spatially for many others who don't know that reality that we are so very much familiar with, I think was very, very helpful. And I also want to, you know, as we go through this process, to not detach these conversations from wider conversations we're having about de-streaming without adequate resources. I think my worry here is that we need to also interrogate why there is such an increased interest in these desires for these special interest programs in these STEM fields, and what students feel that they cannot get at their local schools. And I do worry that we also then get into a situation where we are inadvertently de-streaming in other ways. And so that's just sort of my commentary on why, of course, I think de-streaming is incredibly important, but then making sure that we have the resources to make that process really fruitful, because sometimes I do worry why there is such an interest in the desire for these programs, and why students don't feel that they can get you know, their interests met at their local schools. So I just want to also ask the question through you, Madam Chair. So the students that are not being placed, are we tracking whether they're leaving our system, and are we collecting that data? Because I know anecdotally that there are students who are going to Catholic boards in York Region, just because where I'm in the city, that is you know, a possibility. So I just wanted to know if that's something the TDSB that we're tracking.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, Superintendent Pangiotopoulos.
Thank you for the question. We have not in the past tracked that data, so we would be looking at a new tracking system, and that would take some time to confirm that we are able to do that. Also recognizing that students leave our system for many reasons, so identifying the reason may not be clear at this time. So for example, in the computer system, it would say leave for another board. It may not give a reason, or leaves the city, may not give an explanation. So we would have to look into the availability of that data, and then analyzing that data if it's and if it's enough data to look at. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm through you, Madam Chair. I get that, even if we don't get the rationale, if we can kind of track those who had applied to, that are leaving now to another board, and see if that average matches up with the sort of typical number of students who leave for other boards in a year. I think we can kind of you know, get a better idea. My next question is just to the delegates and parents listening, that I know there was a lot of concern voiced over, you know, this idea that children who are interested in the program and sort of our previous process are now being sort of shut out of the system because we've gone this route. I think that's a very simplistic rendering as well of what's happening. I think the reality is our staff have done a tremendous amount of work in getting communication out. And so we've just had more applicants, and perhaps those students wouldn't have gotten even within the previous admissions criteria. And so, you know, I think I just wanted to end on applauding staff for all the work they've done in increasing the overall application, because I know that was one of the recommendations that we were given in addressing this, is that to increase applications, especially from marginalized communities. Yeah, I'll end here. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, so I need a mover and a seconder for this report. Trustee Dawson, Trustee Laskin. Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. We're going to open the vote. Just give us a second. The vote is open now. Ernest Lynn in favor.
Trustee B, not in favor.
Laskin in favor.
Hearts in favor.
It's not coming up. Dawson in favor.
Hastings not in favor.
Trustee Lilka Rotman?
Not in favor.
Trustee Williams, how do you vote? Trustee Williams, last call. Okay, you can mark her as absent. Okay, and that has carried 13-4. Next up, as I had mentioned before, I'm going to ask for some indulgence to play with the agenda a little bit, just given the time. So can I have a mover and a seconder to move into private? Because we're going to quickly switch to item number 10 briefly. Trustee Dawson and a seconder, Trustee Laskin. All in favor? We'll just do show of hands or say aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, I'm going to transfer the chair to Trustee McLean.
Gonna have to wait a minute.
Oh, we just have to, oh, right, sorry, go. I have to shut up. For 8.2, this is the 2022 RBC Canadian Open permit use at Richview Collegiate Institute. Director Russell Rollins, over to you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would ask Associate Director Zucker to present this report.
Thank you, and through the chair, this report is coming forward as a request from trustees to provide information regarding the 2022 RBC Canadian Open that was held, one of the events for it was held at Richview Collegiate. There was some information requested. It is before you and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I have Trustee McLean on the speakers list. Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the report. I move that we approve the for receipt. Thank you.
Is there a seconder for that, to receive this?
What did you move? That we approve?
Just to approve receipt on this. Okay, we have a mover and a seconder. It's already been, can we? All right, can I take questions once it's been? Okay. Go ahead, please, Trustee Hastings. Please go ahead. We haven't opened the vote yet, so please go ahead.
Opening the vote. When did this event happen?
So,
Last June. The 5th and 9th, I think.
Through the chair, it was a two-day concert event that was held on June 10th and 11th, 2022.
I can't even vote on that.
So, just for context, if I may, although actually I think I have to pass the chair to Trustee McLean.
Trustee Chernosley.
He moved it, I can't do that. Trustee Dawson, can I pass the chair to you so that I can give context?
Yes, you may.
So as the report explains, this was an event that happened last year. Trustee McLean had done a motion to staff to ask for a report so that there could be any learnings from this. So that's what this is now, just so that we have it for future.
Like I said, I wasn't here.
No, but it's important for the board to know what we can, how it went, any learnings from that, so that if it happens again, we can apply that. So that's really what this report was intended for.
And I will be conspicuously absent from that vote. I wasn't here.
That's true. Okay.
Thank
Noted.
you, Trustee Chernosley. I will return the chair to you.
Okay, thank you. So if there's no further questions, and I'm not seeing any, we will open the vote on this item. Okay, the vote is open. Chernosley in favor. Trustee Hastings, just a reminder that if you don't vote, it's a vote against. We don't have abstentions.
Can I vote against and for if I was not here?
We don't have abstentions.
I'm just reminding you.
Yes, you are.
Okay. Trustee Loka Rotman?
In favor.
Trustee Pei, how do you vote?
I don't understand the issue, by the way, just like Trustee Hastings. I don't know what I'm all for, by the way. I'm sorry.
It's to receive the report.
Okay, I'm in favor, receive the report.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, and that has carried. Moving on is an item number 8.3, a collaborative approach to school and community safety update, May 2020. Oh, before we get to that, we're almost at 11 o'clock, so I would just ask for a motion to extend past 11. Trustees McLean and Dawson, I see reluctantly, if we could put that in the record, we would. But we thank everybody for that. All in favor?
Aye.
Say aye.
Aye.
Any against? Okay, hearing none, we have that. Moving to item number 8.3, the collaborative approach to school and community safety update of May 2023. Director Russell Rollins, over to you, please.
Through the chair, thank you very much. This report provides a very important update on our urgent and intense focus on school and community safety. In December, the board passed this report that had within it 13 strategies. Executive Superintendent Cideropolis will provide a brief overview of the work done in each of these areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Russell Rollins. Good night, everyone. And through the chair, as the director mentioned, this report highlights the work that is being done and is ongoing related to the December report. The report goes into specifics with respect to each of the areas. I'm happy to provide more context and to elaborate through your questions. So back to you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
That's it? Okay. Before we move on to questions, Trustee Nunziata, I see you had a comment. Was that for this item, or was that for one and if it was from before, I apologize, I missed?
That was from before, but it was covered in another comment, so it's okay.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. We didn't notice it in the chat. So then up is Trustee Dawson. Please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair, thank you for this report. I've been looking forward to it. I just have some questions, mainly for clarification. So in Appendix A, it defines the 7 criteria that define a violent incident. And I just wondered with number 7, how is that different, if at all, from incidents captured in the Racism, Bias, and Hate Reporting Portal? Through the chair.
Executive Superintendent Cideropolis, please.
Thank you, Director, and through the chair. In essence, they should not be. So when incidents are motivated by hate and bias and they occur in our schools, they should be captured within the portal, and then they should work their way through the discipline process as well.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, the part about, sorry, my brain is not working, so I have to go to the actual page. Okay, with restorative practice, I really liked the part actually about it being customized to address the needs of different job classifications. I wondered though about, de-escalation training for those functions, those kind of frontline functions in the school.
Thank you, Executive Superintendent Cideropolis.
Thank you, Director. Through the chair, de-escalation is a part of what we do in TDSB, but it's not directly tied into restorative practice. Typically, de-escalation is also tied into a process called behavior management, which many staff in our system have. In many instances, for staff that deal with students who have safety plans, who often have exceptionalities or otherwise, those typically aren't tied in together and they're separate.
Okay. And so just to clarify, you're saying that training or that practice is not part of restorative practice, it's about something else, but is that offered to those roles?
Thank you. I think Associate Director Cirisco can add to build on what was said by Executive Superintendent Cideropolis.
Thank you, and through you. When we are seeing a student who is demonstrating behavior as a form of, and all behavior as a form of communication, and it may be related to an identification, a special education need. It may be connected to frustration with their programming. We have specialized training and teams that would be supporting that student to understand their profile and why the communication is appearing as it is. And the staff that directly support that student would be learning very structured and evidence-based strategies for de-escalation, using your voice, using space, using the room, and then ultimately programming for the needs of the student to reduce the maladaptive behavior so that that student was safe, the surround was safe.
Okay, thanks. Just to further explore that, to give an example, when we had our initial discussions about safety and we heard a number of very passionate delegates, we heard from some students at York Memorial and organizations that support them that, you know, the staff had not received de-escalation training and were not able to diffuse the dynamics that were at play at the school. So how does this address that type of scenario?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I will begin and then welcome my colleagues to add. The de-escalation training that was referenced at the time, offered through community partners who've had great success with employing these strategies in community settings, is a topic of conversation between TDSB staff and SafeTO to see what we can learn from community partners and those approaches. So this has been, I think, one of the items of conversation with regards to how we may form partnerships that would allow our staff to learn these strategies that were referenced. And so I want to acknowledge the work of the Caring and Safe School staff, as well as our executive staff who are working with SafeTO to try and form those partnerships. I'd welcome Executive Superintendent Cideropolis or Associate Director Zarisco to add anything further.
Through the chair, I think the director captured it perfectly.
Great, thank you. Through the chair, with respect to the audit function, how were the two schools in each learning network chosen?
Superintendent Cideropolis, please.
Thank you, Director, and through the chair. As we attempt to do in all of our decisions, we take a data-driven approach, and our data has to do first and foremost with number of incidents that a school has experienced. Secondly, we also rely on neighborhood data that is available through the City of Toronto. And thirdly, we try to capture authentic qualitative voices. So our staff that is in schools, Caring and Safe School advisors, centrally assigned principals, child and youth counselors, all have contributed to that. And I would be remiss if I didn't add that we have been in consultation with TSAA, our Administrators Association as well, to make sure that they have a voice as we move forward as well in this. So we have attempted to be as data-driven as possible with respect to our selection.
Okay, excellent. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out my notes. Let me skip over that. I'll send you an email if it comes to me. Okay, the 1.8 million awarded by the ministry, and then the 750,000 additional. Is it additional? Sorry, okay. So how does that compare to the Priority Schools Initiative funding that we were previously receiving, and is it being used for similar purposes? Or was there, were there any separate initiatives captured in this new 2.55 million that weren't being paid for by Priority Schools Initiative? Just trying to understand the difference between then and now with respect to this.
Thank you, Executive Superintendent Cideropolis.
Thank you, Director Russell Rollins. As you may recall through the chair, the request for priority schools initiative funding was denied by the ministry after the letter. And subsequent to that, we received a number of different pots of money. The first was in the neighborhood of $1.8 million, which was intended to be used between now and February in order to support work done by community organizations in partnership with school. And we've already seen a lot of those programs start to be put into place. The additional money for Focus on Youth, because those programs, one of the fundamental components of them is student employment, and that grant didn't cover student employment. We were given that small amount of money to employ students through those programs. And as you've seen in the report, we had some success with that in the March break. I believe that the total PSI funding was in the neighborhood of $2.5 million. And you can do the math and figure out that it's not a perfect square off, but those are the resources that we've been given thus far to support the work.
Okay. Yeah, it's about the same. Like, yeah, so. Safe TO. So I had some concerns when they initially came and shared their original plan, which was more of a framework. It seemed very broad in scope to me, almost too broad to achieve anything measurable. And so I wondered how that's going. But more specifically, when might we be able to receive an update from SafeTO again? Because it was very informative.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I think we would need to invite SafeTO back to provide an update on their outcomes so far. And working with Executive Superintendent Cideropolis, we can certainly do that and then provide an update to trustees.
Okay, thanks. And that's my last question, but I do think establishing some sort of rhythm of reporting from SafeTO or updates from them would be very helpful, not just in this boardroom setting, but for us to, in our communication with our communities around safety as well. So thank you.
Okay, Trustee Pei, you're next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're failing to keep our students safe. Over 300 violent incidents had our school from September to April this year. This is not acceptable. We must not normalize this. Students cannot learn when they are concerned about their personal safety. So through you, Madam Chair, I'd like to ask the Madam Director how often she has now formally met with the mayor and the chief of police this year to find solutions to the youth violence plaguing our schools and our city.
Through the chair, I believe that the chair has updated you on our meetings with the chair and city staff, so that frequency and cadence has been shared with trustees through the chair. I have had 3 conversations with the chiefs of police.
So through Madam Chair, may I ask the detail of those conversations?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I believe I also have provided update to trustees on the topics of those 3 conversations. As a recap, I reached out and we were talking about, this was, I believe, in October or November, the very first meeting with the then chief of police. The outreach was to get a sense of what TPS was seeing in our communities at that time and to seek any additional strategies that we as a school board should potentially be undertaking in order to promote student safety. The second conversation was just prior to the appointment of the current chief of police. Similar conversation, as well as a commitment to touch base, to share strategies, and to look at the ways in which the Toronto District School Board staff and TPS are working together on school and community safety in a way that respects the feedback from communities, as well as fulfills the original motion of the board. And then thirdly, I met with the Chief of Police again, with Executive Superintendent Cideropolis, and I believe the topics in that conversation were provided in an update to trustees.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I have another question for the director. I was one of the 4 trustees sitting on the experts panels for the safety. Unfortunately, after 3 sessions of this expert panel, I never heard a word from TBS. They're the true expert on that panel. How could we not hear from the true expert? Help us to understand how we can solve the safety issues. I'm really baffled. So, through your chair, may I ask the directors if there's a plan that the director may want to have the TBS to give the presentation to the expert panel, because we only have 1 meeting left this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, the expert panel is open for any of the other community representatives on the panel who have not yet presented to present, but I also want to make a correction. SafeTO works with the Toronto Police Service, and their data and their presentation is based on data from Toronto Police Service, and in no way has the input or feedback from the Toronto Police Service been minimized. In fact, they are in a working group and will have the opportunity to contribute their advice and feedback through that working group. As well, it should be known that all members of the expert panel were asked and given an opportunity to provide us with precise feedback. We called them quick wins that perhaps we could undertake as a board or as a staff in order to promote safety. So there have been multiple opportunities for the Toronto Police Service to provide specific examples. I am not diminishing their input in any way by saying that they have not already done so. Like all of our expert panel members, they're really seeking to understand the complexity of what we are seeing in our city and in our schools, so that their advice to us is precise, evidence-based, and likely to work.
Through you, Madam Chair, I just want to make a comment. School safety should be our first priority, because students cannot learn, parents are going to worry. So let's center the student and the parents' interest. Make sure our school is safe. Unless staff begin to work more closely with the Toronto Police Services, as directed by the motion of the previous board, we will continue see violence raging in our schools. So let's do the right thing. Make our school safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. I'm going to pass the chair to Trustee McLean.
Trustee Chernos-Lin.
Thank you. Thank you for this report. Student safety is obviously at the forefront of all trustees' minds, and so we are glad, well, I am very glad to get this update. I'm just wondering if staff could, I guess I should start with, one of the challenges of the data that we're presented with is that the number of incidents, and I understand it's because, I imagine it's because it's how we track it, and how we've done it in the past. But when we see that number 323, that's, it's not exactly the number of incidents, it's the number of students involved in incidents. So the number of incidents is likely smaller because incidents usually involve more than one student and sometimes involve multiple students. So I just wondered, are we rethinking how we do that going forward? Is there a way in our system to understand that better, so that we get a more accurate understanding of actually how many incidents? Because in my head, I would think an incident is a fight. Let's say a fight takes place. Those wouldn't be 3 or 4 incidents or 5 incidents, right?
Thank you. Executive Superintendent Cideropolis, please.
Thank you, Director, and through the chair. I think it's important to highlight the fact that the collection of this data set is driven by what the Ministry of Education directs us to do. And they give us a very precise definition of what they consider to be a violent incident. And as the chair very clearly noted, what this data picks up are the number of individuals involved in violent incidents rather than the number of incidents themselves. So if 10 students, for example, are involved in one incident, it's tracked and reported as 10. With respect to our own data collection, we are constantly looking at different ways to gather, present, inform, and of course the feedback is important to us and it's part of what we will consider, but I think it's important to note for the purpose of this data collection, it's the ministry's request. I shouldn't say request, it's the ministry's direction which guides this data.
Okay, so through the chair, I guess my question to staff would be, can we do both? Is that a possibility to, to understand what the ministry is looking to do, but to also for our own data collection, understand it from different points of view?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, trustees received several reports that I think allude to the stories, the experiences behind this data. But I know that Executive Superintendent Cideropolis has been looking at this data in several ways for several years, so I would ask him to respond more precisely.
Thank you, Director. It is. And there are many instances where we have this big portal of information which allows us to disaggregate in different ways. And we're able to do that based on the parameters of the program. And we can say these are the number of incidents. It's not something that we have typically tracked, but I see the importance of it, and we can take that into account into the future, absolutely.
Okay, thanks. My next question, and I know that, I know the data is really important, but I also think how we're responding is equally important, if not more important. And I know we are taking a multi-pronged approach. And one of the things that I know we're looking at is trying to make sure children have and students have opportunities, particularly our secondary students. And so Focus on Youth is one of those opportunities. And we saw some great things happening at March break. And we've now received some funding for during the school year. I'm wondering, with respect to the GSNs, through the chair, are we being, Focus on Youth has traditionally been a summer program. Is there funding in the GSNs for Focus on Youth next year during the school year?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, I would ask Executive Officer Snyder to respond, please.
I'll just give me a moment to look.
Do you want me to move on and staff can get back? Okay. My next question through the chair is with respect to the Safe TO School Summit, because I know that happened really in the last days of this report, because I believe it was Friday. So I just wondered if there was an update about that. Oh, maybe we might have an answer to my previous question.
Through you, Madam Chair, for the 23-24 school year, the Focus on Youth grant will be $3,080,000.
Okay, and so just for clarification through the chair to staff, is that for the whole, like, can we use that during the school year for programming or just the summer? Or does that not include next summer? Can you just clarify?
I'd have to go on the TPF and read it, so it'll take me a few minutes to do that.
Okay, sorry. I just think it's an important thing for us to think about because we know that employment and that mentorship opportunity is something that we really we want to see all year round for students. And if we're not being funded for that, I think we need to make note of that with the ministry, how important that is.
Thank you very much. I believe that Executive Superintendent Cideropolis can probably answer that question.
I'm sorry, I just need some clarification. I'm not sure if it's the Focus on Youth question or the SafeTO question, the summit.
Focus on youth.
Yeah, so with respect to Focus on Youth, it has traditionally been a program which runs in the summer months. However, there have been exceptions when Focus on Youth has been extended into the school year, but not with the original grant. The ministry has provided us additional funding in order to support youth employment. Now, that hasn't been an annual thing. It hasn't happened every single year. It typically happens as it did this year, with some form of request or some need that has arisen in the community, and the ministry responds with a pocket of money designated to Focus on Youth. So that has been sort of the trend, and typically when we get that grant amount that the executive officer mentioned, it's for the summer months only. So we have not gotten notification as yet about what may be forthcoming into the fall with respect to Focus on Youth, as far as I know at this point.
Okay, thank you for that. So I think that's something trustees should square away, and perhaps we need to do a bit of advocacy about that to the ministry. The SafeTO Summit, I just wondered if we could have through the chair and to staff an update on how that went.
Thank you, and through the chair, and I'll just use the first sentence to get another plug in for Focus on Youth, because it's just a dynamic program which makes a huge difference, in any added investment that we can make in Focus on Youth, I think, is important. The summit was coordinated through SafeTO, and it was for school administrators from Toronto District as well as Toronto Catholic. It was virtual on this occasion, and it attracted in the neighborhood of 360 participants. The most important part of the summit, based on the feedback we received from administrators, was when the local administrators had the opportunity to go into breakout rooms with the local divisions. That was where the relationships really started to happen. Principals had a clearer idea of who to connect with when they needed support, and it was part of our continuing efforts to improve the relationship between TDSB, and I'll speak for us only, and the Toronto Police Service. What is important to note about what happened a week ago is that it's not a one of. It was never designed to be just one meeting. Similar to what Director Russell Rollins noted with respect to meetings happening at the highest level of both organizations, this was intended to be the first. The second is already being planned for before school starts in August. It will be face-to-face, and based on the feedback we received from the principals at the summit, most of the time will be spent with schools in meeting with local divisions in order to strengthen those relationships, which we believe are the most important in order to support schools. It was an excellent beginning.
Through the chair, I'm so happy to hear that, and I would just note that that request to have that meeting came through, I think the first meeting that the director and I had with SafeTO and the mayor. They may have asked previously, but it was also asked in that and agreed to in that first meeting that we had. Before my time is up, I have 30 seconds. I just want to say that last night, my area, together with Trustee Rajwani's area, had our first very larger community table with the community groups. And it was excellent. It was well attended. It was really productive. We did brainstorming sessions with community partners, and we got some great ideas for how we could support them and they could support us. We're looking forward to our next meeting. That's it for me.
And I'll return the chair to Trustee Chernoslin.
Okay, and the final name on the agenda tonight with questions on this item is Trustee Shishkandaraja. Over to you, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, I just have one question. I just wanted to know, looking through the report, I see there's, of course, a lot of interaction with the city. I just wanted to know what we're doing if we're building a relationship with the Catholic Board. I know of incidences where oftentimes it's students from other, perhaps a nearby school that might not be one of our schools that come onto TSB property, or some conflict happens outside. So I just wanted to know if there's any works in incorporating the Catholic School Board in this work, and if that kind of work has already been undertaken. If not, how do we plan to address this? And through the chair, my second question, if the data is available, do we track that? Do we have, in these violent instances, these interpersonal violent instances, whether that student was from a different board?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, Executive Superintendent Cideropolis will respond.
Thank you, Director Russell-Rollins. We are in relationship with Toronto Catholic. The areas that we are in relationship with primarily throughout the 24-hour cycle of the entire day, because this is the nature of the work, revolves around, first, information sharing. Secondly, collaboration around prevention. And thirdly, supporting community response. There is absolutely room for improvement and for those conversations to go deeper, but the work is ongoing and the commitment is there between the two organizations. With respect to the second part of the question, through the chair, we do not share information related to specific violent incidents in schools, although when an incident impacts the communities, we are absolutely in collaboration.
Trustee Shishkandaraja, can I just interrupt for one moment? We just need a motion to extend.
Sure, I can put that motion forward.
Okay, thank you. Please go ahead. Oh, I have a seconder. It's Dawson. All in favor, I guess I have to ask that. Any opposed? Okay, sorry for the interruption. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. No, sorry. I think, what I was asking more is, do we track whether it involves another student from a board that's not ours? And is that number high enough that it warrants that perhaps someone from the Catholic school boards join our safety tables? That's where I was going with this.
So through the chair, we don't track specifically whether an incident involved a student from Toronto Catholic or a private school, for example, or any other educational institution. But one of the important things is that we are in regular and ongoing communication in a preventative way. So our relationship with Toronto Catholic doesn't hinge on any one specific incident, but rather it is ongoing and preventative in nature. And of course, when an incident may involve Catholic schools, which are often literally just down the street from our schools, we are in communication. But we don't track specifically, and again, we don't wait for a specific incident to occur to be in contact.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee, my apologies, Director Russell-Rollins, I believe you wish to comment or speak.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would be remiss if I did not punctuate what is in this report and has been spoken to this evening by Executive Superintendent Cideropolis. Since this report was first brought before the board, a number of things have changed that are incredibly positive and for which we as staff need to extend our gratitude to a number of different partners. We have engaged in new partnerships with community organizations to better serve our students. A number of community organizations for the first time are working locally with students of all ages to support their leadership development, engage them in mentoring, providing well-being supports, supports for their academic success, physical activity, connections to the curriculum. Our students have had many new opportunities, not only for their learning and to develop their interests, but also to address those factors that create risk for them. So I'd like to acknowledge the work done by our staff teams in creating these partnerships and to really extend our gratitude to our community partners who said that they could make a difference in students' lives by working with us. And in fact, we believe that they have been, and we look forward to continuing these relationships in service and support of students. As well, I want to acknowledge our staff, our Caring and Safe School staff, who have engaged in after school and weekend programming for students. They are very popular with lots of young people who are showing up on a regular basis, making connections with caring adults, and learning from and with each other. So I want to extend my gratitude to the amazing team who's working full-time and then some in order to support young people in many of our communities. And I also have to acknowledge the provincial government's additional funding to the TDSB in order to allow this work to continue. And we look forward to updating you not only in terms of summer programming, but programming that will start early in the fall as we begin a new school year. So thank you very much to Executive Superintendent Cideropolis and the team of staff who have enabled the success that we have seen so far.
Thank you, Director. We do have one more speaker on the list. I just want to confirm before we do that, that Trustee Shishkandaraja, were you finished with questions?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Patel, you are up next. Please go ahead.
I promise it won't take more than 1 minute. Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to know that, can trustee get 2022-23 number of incident reported to ministry separated by schools? Like, can trustee get those information?
Thank you very much. Executive Superintendent Cideropolis.
Thank you, Director, and through the chair. We have the capability to be able to disaggregate this data based on schools. I will say that one of the reasons why that information doesn't get widely disseminated is because there are instances where, unfortunately, the information gets used to further stigmatize and stereotype and create negative feedback for certain schools. And part of the reason why we also have to be extra cautious is because when the number for a specific school falls below a certain threshold, we run the risk of identifying students. And we do not do that on any occasion, whether it's caring and safe, whether it's data related to achievement, whether it's related to attendance. So while we do that, I think the best place for us to be able to get that information is through communication with your superintendents of education, who can share that information and should be sharing that information with you on an ongoing basis, rather than producing reports to that extent, which present different risks to us as an organization and to the students and families and communities that we serve.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So basically, the answer is no. Am I correct?
I'm going to just repeat through the chair that that information should be available through your superintendents of education, should be able to get that information.
Thank you. And to you, Madam Chair, I'm also part of this safety team. And I have asked in the past why we don't have faith-based organization on this committee of safety. Because we all know that faith-based communities are directly involved with the youths. They provide lots of information to us. Why are they not there so far?
Thank you very much. Through the chair, there are some faith-associated representatives on this committee. We felt that often these are smaller organizations that have roots in local communities and that we would be asking them to engage in the local safety panels. So we try and respect the fact that they may be coming to the table to participate in local safety tables. And in many cases, they are also our partners that are offering programming to students. So we certainly can look forward in the future, in the next iteration of the expert panel, to determine if we should be expanding to include faith-based groups. But at this time, that was the decision. And we also know if we need to establish a group that does outreach to faith-based groups, we can do that through the expert panel.
If I can add through the chair as well, one of the areas where I think we've made tremendous inroads is with respect to the local relationships. We have working with more faith-based groups to deliver programming than I can remember in my career. I think there are some things happening in Scarborough which set a precedent for what it can look like across our entire city. There's a specific faith-based organization which delivered a tutoring program which was spectacularly successful, and we look forward to continuing that relationship and building others in the meantime.
Thank you both, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Patel. I believe we are at the end of our question list, and so I would ask for a mover and a seconder to receive this report. Trustee Dawson, Trustee Pei. And we'll open the vote on this.
Trustee Lee's in favor.
Okay, Chernis Lynn in favor, Hastings.
Wilka Rotman in favor.
Trustee Nunziata's in favor.
Trustee Lee, how do you vote?
I voted in favor, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And Trustee Arts? How do you vote? Trustee Arts? Maybe she's fallen asleep. I don't know. Okay, we're going to mark her as absent. Is she still on the list? No, she's logged off. Okay. Oh, no, she's still there, but okay. Are we missing anybody? No, close the vote. Okay, we've closed the vote and it's carried. My eyes are tired. Last item on the list. I think we're at the last item, aren't we? I would just note that trustees should keep an eye. There is a written notice of motion. It's not for consideration tonight. A reminder that there were written delegations that trustees can look at if you haven't already. And we are at item 11, which is adjournment. Can I have a mover and a seconder for adjournment? Trustee
Wilka Rotman.
Trustee Wilka Rotman. Nice to have you back. And all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thanks everybody, and a huge thank you to staff, including the behind-the-scenes staff who've been working so hard to keep this meeting flowing seamlessly, which you do with such grace. So thank you. Munshu, thank you, Bella, thank you, Denise, and to the whole senior team, senior executive team who are here tonight. Thank you so much. And good night.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you very much.